Okay, we live. All right. Peace and Black Power, family. What's going on? It's your boy, Psychopath Atheist. It's up here with everybody. Most people know Christian fundamentalist G-Man. You know, I decided to do this hangout right now. You know, we'll probably open it up a little bit later if anybody wants to join, but just wanted to, because yeah, those don't know, you know, like I said, G-Man's a Christian fundamentalist. He lives around my neck of the woods. We actually met each other a few times and hung out and everything. So, you know, good brother. But, you know, he dropped a video yesterday. He was calling out Side Netta in the conscious community. So immediately I was like, okay, what's this about? So I clicked on it and, you know, I was listening to it. And, you know, he was bringing up some concerns that he had about the conscious community and Black nationalism. And you know, I was listening to some of the things he was saying, and I think he's misinformed on a few things. That's probably why he holds some of the opinions he has on it. And he like I said, I just want to address some of the things he was actually discussing. I wish I was there actually for the hangout. But yeah, what's good, G-Man?
Everything is good. Everything is on the up and up. How's everything with you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Like I said, you know, just wanted to touch on this hangout you did yesterday. So let everybody know what made you actually do the hangout yesterday and address Side Netta in the conscious community.
Well, a friend of mine by the name of G Consciousness was telling me that I should pay a little bit more attention to this guy by the name of Polite and Sonetta. They were part of the conscious community, and I wanted to learn more about them. And then I don't know, because I'm subscribed to one of his channels, and they had a live hangout going on, and I had time, so I went and watched it. And they had a young lady there talking about what was best for Black people, and it sounded like Black nationalism to me. So after listening to her speak for a little while, I decided to respond myself on my YouTube channel. So I did that. I gave my perspective, both from a naturalistic and a Christian perspective, on how I feel about these matters. Just to give my audience an idea where my head is, because I know some people must wonder where I stand on some of these matters, considering I talk about religion most of the time.
Yeah, I agree. I actually probably do think a lot of people wonder what your views are. You know, you got a lot of European sub to you, so I know they probably wonder if you're down with Black Lives Matter. I know you get a lot of that, probably, and and everything else, and you know, especially with all the police shootings and all the racial tension that we had over last year. You know, still going on this year, but last year was at like an all-time high with the election and everything else. But yeah, you probably definitely did hear some nationalistic views over there on Side Netta's channel, because you know Side Netta is a nationalist. You know, he's RBG. You know, and he pushes for Pan-Africanism, and you know, again, like what questions did you actually have, like concerning the conscious community? Like what was the problems with what you actually heard?
Well, for starters, the young lady that was speaking, and by the way, if you don't know the name of the video, it was the Queen Has Come Home, I think it is, or something like that.
Okay, I didn't see this one. Yeah, the one you're talking about, I didn't happen to see.
Yeah, that was the one that was done last night. She was talking about, you know, food for Black people, the educational system, and how children, when they go to school, they're told that you were slaves, and then you know, over time, you know, white people are the ones that freed you. And
well, you are taught that in school. That's true.
Just let me finish. And then another point that she tried to make had to do with the fact that there's white teachers teaching black men, teaching Black children, I'm sorry, and that we're looking at them as being like, you know, people that we want to aspire to, which the first thing that went through my mind was, that was stupid. What if you got a white child that's taught by a Black teacher? With that logic, then white people can argue, well, since you got a Black teacher, and then the child's going to aspire to be a Black, is going to aspire to be like, you know, the Black teacher and whatnot. And we know that's not the case. People are aspiring to be successful and to be something more than what they already are. At least in the beginning, they are. I mean, some people want to goof off and have fun, but most people want to be successful in their lives. Not everybody is worrying about what happened 900 million years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you, but well, what she said was actually true as far as well, that I mean, because I mean, you can vouch for it. I mean, you know, when you went to school, we pretty much was limited on what we was taught as far as like our history. You know, we pretty much was taught that we was brought here by slaves. We went through slavery. Abraham Lincoln freed us. You know, then we was treated wrong, and then Martin Luther King did civil rights. First Rosa Parks out on the bus, then Martin Luther King did civil rights, and now everything's fine. That's pretty much the gist of what we was taught in school. Like after Martin Luther King, that's it. You know, like everything was fine after that. You know, everything was peaches and cream. But we both could probably agree that that's not necessarily the case. Let me read you a quote from Martin Luther King, because I know you like Martin Luther King. I know you're a big fan of his. Christian man, I believe his heart was in the right place. But let me read you this quote real quick. Martin Luther King himself said, "I fear I may." He said, "I fear I may have integrated my people into a burning house." This was his statement after he wrote after he co-signed the Civil Rights Bill. He was second guessing whether or not integration was even a good thing. And let's see, my pops, you actually spoke to him before. You know, my father, fundamentalist like yourself. But he also holds some nationalistic views. You know, one thing me and him don't argue about is my nationalistic views. He'll debate me all day long about me being an atheist. But my nationalistic views, he will not debate me at that at all. He agrees with everything I say. He instilled a lot of things in me. Him himself, who he was alive during this time, and himself, he is not the biggest Martin Luther King fan. He felt like integration was actually a bad thing. He told me, I'm gonna tell you what he told. Well, one of the things he told me, he used to be able to catch a bus from South Carolina to Newark for $20 during segregation, right? $20, he can go from South Carolina to Newark, New Jersey. After integration happened, it cost him $60 to go from South Carolina to New Jersey right after integration happened. Integration was a double-edged sword. It was also a way to swallow up black businesses. Black businesses got swallowed up after integration because black businesses was unable to compete with these huge corporations that was able to funnel in all these resources and all this capital into these corporations and sell things for dirt cheap, where black people had to struggle and actually try to make reasonable margins just for them to be able to make a living. So they outcompeted all the black businesses and swallowed them all up, and they all had to go out of business, and all these big corporations started taking over the neighborhoods. And then, you know, of course, we had redlining and everything else that was going on. Again, integration actually put us knee deep into this system of white supremacy that was already going on, but it put us knee deep into it. Again, you can point out some of the good things about integration, but to say that it was all good, I think will be a misrepresentation.
Okay, so that means you support segregation then?
I support de facto segregation. I don't think it should be made a law. I do support the de facto segregation happens anyway. I mean, you look at on my side of town, it's majority black. You know, I like
that's not good though.
All living here, like you can count on one hand.
How do you learn how to get along with other people when you're only hanging around people that you know?
How do you learn how to get along with other people?
How do you learn how to get along with other people? And there's a few things I want to say about this. How do you get to know the rest of the world if you're only hanging around other black people? You understand what I'm saying? Let's say you get a little ambitious and you want to get out the quote unquote hood, and you want to and you want to be somebody that has a World Trade Center of your own one day, somebody that wants to you know, be in the Fortune 500. At some point, you're going to have to do business with somebody who's not black.
Oh, well, if you're
And you're
talking
going to have to like
business,
learn how to talk to
if
them.
you're talking
Well,
business,
the thing,
business is
if
business.
you only want to hang around your own and do business with your own, then you're never going to really, then you're placing a limit on yourself and you're never going to get to where you want to go. But if you have the ability to get along with everybody else, then you're able to have a limitless. You understand what I'm saying? I fundamentally disagree with the idea that
I
we
agree.
our own people and we don't help nobody else, because by doing that, you limit how far you can go in this world. You limit your understanding. You limit your education. And also, I want to comment on what you said too about what they're teaching in history books. You're right. There's only a certain amount of education we're getting from our history books. You're 100% right about that. And depending on the school that you go to is going to depend on the quality of education that you get. But tell me something. What's stopping blacks from going to the library and reading a book? What's stopping them from reading an encyclopedia or reading the dictionary or from doing their own due diligence and doing their own?
It's
a lot of the things that I was taught into school, I had to integrate with my own self-taught education regarding what's been going on in history. This is even before I became a Christian.
Well, listen, you just said a lot of things. I'm trying. All right. Well, to touch on the school thing, huh?
For those of you who don't know, Psychopath have met, and you know, me and him, we've had this conversation.
Yeah. We just talking. We just having a conversation. Yeah. I'm trying to remember everything you said as far as the schooling system and what was everything you just said again? Because you just said a lot. I wanted to address.
Okay, I agree with you that the educational system it doesn't give us everything that we need to, as far as like what we need to learn and whatnot. But then again, there's no excuse for a black person to be able to, a black man.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. Now you're right about how we can go and study our own history, which is how I actually learned a lot about our own history. I learned way more about our history outside these European books in school than I ever did in school. History was always one of my favorite subjects. I actually used to. My mother is real big on history, and she's an activist, and she used to give me her own little projects to do. But once my homework was over, she used to give me books to do book reports on. So I learned about a lot of these people. I had to read about them and do book reports on them. And this wasn't even school work. This was stuff that she made me do to open up my mind, to make sure that I knew about, you know, my blackness, so to speak, and my history, because she knew what I was being taught in school, and she knew what I was being taught in school wasn't everything that I needed to know. So that, and this was a long time ago. Like now we are in the information era now. You know, we got information at our fingertips now. So it's no excuse for people not to go out there and find out about our history. I absolutely agree with you. The problem is they don't do it. And whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? That is a combination of things. It's a combination of them not being motivated or caring enough about our history. Some of that has to do with people being colonized, and because you got a perception out here amongst black people that think if it ain't white, it ain't right. Like if Europeans don't say that this is the way it's supposed to be, then that's not the way it's supposed to be. And if you do anything outside of European thought, or do anything that's not European related, then you're crazy. Something's wrong with you. It's silly. It's silly. Everybody knows that this is supposed to be like this because Europeans say that, but nobody thinks that. Nobody wants to be. Well, I ain't gonna say nobody, but you have a huge percentage of people out here who hates being black, and they actually want to embrace the European lifestyle, and they want to do anything other than being African. So they're not going to go out there and do their due diligence to study our history. But I feel like if you're in a black school, you should be studying more black history than they're actually out here teaching. The same if you're in a Latino school, the same if you're in the Asian school, same if you're in Native American school. You should always learn about your people and your history, because nationalism is a part of life. And this nationalism thing is not something new. It's not a new ideology. And for somebody who loves the Bible as much as you do, I'm shocked you don't embrace nationalism more, because the Bible preaches nationalism. The Bible is all about nationalism.
Wait a minute. Actually, what I said in my video, in Hangout response to Sonetta, was I was talking about what I was talking about from a Christian perspective. Again, when you're outside of Christ, of course you're going to be appealing to black nationalism, white nationalism, or whatever your particular race is, nationalism or whatever, because that's important to you. And you feel like that you need to know your history first before you can branch out into the world and know how to deal with the world and whatnot, right? I come from a different perspective. I don't look at different races or colors of people, and I have to be careful how I say this without sounding like I'm contradicting myself. But when I look at let's say a white person or an Asian person or a Spanish person or a black person, I just see a person. I don't see a skin color. Where skin color does come into play, and this is when me and you agree 100%, is when, you know, me as a black man, I'm walking down the street and I got like some flashlight put in my face, and they're saying, well, where you going, boy? You know what I mean? Or I get harassed or I get followed around in some store because, you know, black people commit more crimes than anybody else. Meanwhile, white people and other people are stealing stuff out the store, and then we'll get blamed for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I can, when I'm going through that, or when I'm in a Google Hangout, you see me in rare form. When you're in a Google Hangout and you got people using the N-word and saying all kinds of things, it gets to your flesh. You know what I mean? But I always know when I'm talking to someone that I'm talking to another person. But when you're going through that stuff personally, I feel and understand, and I know from my own history why this is going on. But I make a conscious decision to still look at that person as just being another human being, regardless of what their skin color is or their nationality is, and proceed as forward, because I appeal to scripture. I'm no longer appealing to what, no, I'm sorry, let me change what I was going to say. I'm no longer just appealing to what was taught by Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, the Black Panther Party of self-defense, and some of these leaders that we had in the past, and some of the struggles that we had, because I'm well aware of them. You know what I mean? It's just I'm appealing to Christ now, a much higher authority when I'm looking at the world. So a lot of my opinions and my views come
absolutely
from scripture, but it's also rooted in history too.
I absolutely understand where your views are coming from. I absolutely know your views are based on you being a good Christian. You want to, you want to make sure that you do everything according to what scripture says you're supposed to. I mean, what's your famous saying? Read the Bible and do what it says, right? Like that's pretty much how you live your life. So I understand exactly where your views are coming from. As far as you only see people and you don't see skin color. I'm not going to say that you're lying. What I am going to say is everybody else don't view the world that way. People absolutely, trust me, if you go to an event, let's say I don't know, a fundraiser or something, let's just say a fundraiser, nothing but Europeans all over, right? Nothing but Europeans, Asians, let's say it's a couple of Latinos there, whatever the case may be. You're the only black guy there. The one black guy. You're the only black guy there. You're mingling around the crowd. Nobody's saying anything to you sideways or nothing. You just there just doing you. You being G-man. You're doing you. Everything's everything. Event's over. Everybody goes away. Blah, blah, blah. Let's say after you leave, a purse is missing. Somebody asked, where was the purse at? It was over there by that black guy. Everybody at that event's going to know exactly who you are. Because everybody going to know exactly who that person was. Every single person knew the black guy was there. It was a black guy there, and they knew exactly who the black guy was. They could point you out in the lineup. They can describe you to police. Everything. They knew who the black guy was. So people see color. People absolutely see color. Like this is
no. I'm not denying that, and I would be fully aware of that. And I probably would deal with that. Probably in a worldly sense, I'll probably get offended and upset that they think I took it because I'm quote unquote black. But I think you see me on YouTube enough to know that that even not just on YouTube, but also on my personal life, I'm quick to say, where's your proof? Where's your evidence? I take anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because if you can't, then you're making then that's a slanderous accusation that you're making, and I'll get legal with them so fast they won't know what happened. You know what I mean? So I understand that, and I'll claim racial profiling if something like that happens with the police. You know what I mean? So I hear what you're saying with that, but I still make the decision to see the person as a human being. But I'm not stupid either. Again, I said earlier that my opinions are not just rooted in scripture. But before I became a Christian, my opinions was also rooted in history as well. You know what I mean? So I'm aware of the history of the Ku Klux Klan. I'm aware of the history of segregation in this country and how they tried to purposely keep Black people down. I am aware of all of that, but I still choose to see people as being people. I look at now, I'm a Christian now, so I'm looking at these people as being infinitely sinful, that they need Jesus. And I believe that sin is the issue there. But I still look at them as people. But do I get upset and call racial profiling? I think I told you stories in the past in private about the police over here, over there in Irvington and in Newark, and how bad they get. They'll stop you because you're Black and you're walking down the street. It's, excuse me, what did I do?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And I know the real reason why they're stopping me. But I still choose to look at them as people. The ignorant people.
That's because the scriptures tell you to try to see the good in everybody. This, that, and the third.
I'm committed to love
See, and this is been my problem with Christianity in our community. It does that to us. It does that to us. Like it trains us to think this way when other people aren't. Like because most Europeans don't even.
Nationalism. I think Black nationalism is what's holding the African American community back. We can't progress in our communities because of people like Sonetta and because of people in this conscious community. And one of these days, I'm gonna tell them that. You know what I mean?
But naturalism is teaching, but
not focusing on and expanding your horizons and being ambitious.
But that's what naturalism is teaching, though. I mean, you can't build a nation without being ambiguous. You can't build a nation without being without having some motivation. I mean, like nationalism is about building independence without European assistance. Like we are trying to do our own. Like we are teaching our people to do things on their own. We're not teaching people to sit up here and ask white people for help. That's not what we're doing. We're trying to unify our people and teaching us to help ourselves. But we need everybody to get on board. We need people to start thinking Black first, because we have to start supporting each other's businesses. Because what you were saying earlier about doing this and doing that to get money and everything else, that's fine on an individual stand. When you're looking at it on an individual standpoint, that's fine. Individual can get up and do certain things and work up enough money to where he's comfortable, right? We can agree with that.
Right.
But that's ultimately not doing anything for Black people as a whole, because that person probably came up not working with other Black people. He probably, and once he got successful, is a good chance he probably didn't hire other Black. Did he hire other Black people? Did he spend his money in the neighborhood to help build up these neighborhoods? Because people have no problem coming in our neighborhoods. You see it. Asians come in our neighborhoods. Italians come in our neighborhoods. Latinos come in our neighborhoods. I mean, all these other ethnicities come in our neighborhoods and rape us. You cannot walk around out here and get your clothes dry cleaned without dealing with the Asians. You cannot go out here and these females cannot go out here and buy hair, which is $1 billion business, by the way, a year. They cannot go out here and buy hair without dealing with these Asians. We cannot go out here and mess around with and buy up any buildings without dealing with any Jews. We can't go out here and we can't do anything. We can't even go to the chicken shack without dealing with the Arabs. Everybody comes into our community. Everybody comes into our community. One second, I'm almost done. Real quick. I'm almost done. Everybody comes into our community, sucks the money out, and then they take it back to their community and to their families, and they build up their communities. So all the money's getting funneled out, no money's getting funneled in.
Okay, a couple of things. As you know, in North and in Irvington and Maplewood and these areas and whatnot, right? Mm-hmm. Just like you said, you got Hispanic businesses, you got Caucasian businesses, you got Arab businesses, and you got Black businesses. You got a Black business where they're selling. I'm going to use milkshakes as an example, because this was actually a recent thing I went through up here, and a guy got mad at me. The guy was selling milkshakes for $5. One of those little small, medium. I'm sorry, one of those medium styrofoam cups and whatnot, and he was selling those milkshakes for $5. All right.
Yeah.
There's a chicken spot about 3 or 4 blocks up the hill, going towards you. Mm-hmm. And they selling them milkshakes for $2.50.
Yeah, and
African Americans don't make that much. A lot of people around here don't make that much money.
I understand. I understand.
We in the community.
Sometimes
wait a minute. So you're telling me that for the sake of the community, I should buy this overpriced milkshake for the sake of supporting our business, and ignore the fact that there's another guy selling the same milkshake for $2.50.
See, and this is the problem. I do understand that $5 milkshake is outrageous, and yes, that margin needs to go down. And some of the Black businesses do need to bring their margins down, because that is a problem. But the reason why the situation is like that is because of what I was discussing earlier. People are out competing them. They trying to compete with people that can sell these milkshakes for $2.50 and it doesn't hurt them. Where if they sold it for $2.50, they probably just barely making a profit, you know. So let
me ask you a question then. What's holding the African American community back? Is it other people, or is it the African American community?
It's both. It's a combination of a lot of things. It's a combination of this system. It's a combination of this system of white.
Let's hold the African community, the Black community, accountable for what they're doing. Then we'll talk about what's obvious with economics and all that and whatnot. Okay, so I don't think that's a big secret.
It's
about what's going on with the economy, but the same people that's running the economy are the same people that's running out these other races as well. It's not just Black people. And that was another thing that was annoying me about Sonetta's video, because Sonetta was trying, the guest that was on Sonetta's show was just trying to make it sound like they was going after Black people. Okay, and for a whole bunch of reasons.
I agree.
I don't even need to bring the Bible up to talk about why that's wrong.
I agree partially with that. I will say that white. I will say. Let me answer the question. I will say white supremacy affects more than just Black people.
Yeah.
The system of white supremacy actually affects poor. It actually affects poor white, the lower class white people gets affected by white supremacy also. Latinos get affected by white supremacy, everything else. Honestly, that's what I mean. But way I see it, like, you know, like poor white people can get out of that trap of white supremacy while we are unable to get out of it. A poor white person could clean themselves up, get a haircut, you know, put on a suit, and everybody will look at them like a normal white person. Like they can.
Let's talk about history for a moment. What happened after Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation? And let's keep it 100% real here, okay? After the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, Black people were freed from slavery. We had a choice at that point. Now, obviously, Black people didn't have no money then, so it wasn't like
physically we was free
and whatnot, right? But what did they do economically now? Because I'm gonna integrate that, okay? Some of them tried to use debt to try to throw us right back into legal slavery again.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? And that was the birth of.
Then they started using the judicial system as a new form of slavery.
Right. They did everything they could to put us under their shoe. A lot of us had to work as maids. A lot of us had to, you know, some people did start some businesses. You watch the movie Roots, A lot of those people did start. Then
you had some people that didn't want to. You had some people that didn't want to even leave slavery. You had some people that was content and didn't know what to do, and if they wasn't up under master. So some of them actually decided to stay on the plantation and just work there for pennies to the dollar, just because they didn't know what to do. They didn't know, like they was lost.
Follow my line of thought here, okay? The reason why they couldn't go back to Africa is because they didn't have any money. Okay,
well, that's one
so
thing.
They was being held down by the system. They got used to it here. They started earning money, and they started raising their families here. Again, when they got enough money, they could easily got back on the plane and went back to Africa, but they chose not to. A lot of them, most of us, if not all, the majority of us, chose to stay here and whatnot, right? So we're gonna choose to stay here.
You had a large group of you had a large group of Pan-Africans who was trying to go back to Africa in the early 1900s with Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey brought a ship and everything. All black funded too. All black people, no European help or nothing, was able to buy a ship. Unfortunately, it wasn't a very good ship, and it wasn't even able to really make the trip. But he actually
it's a net of the world, light. And a lot of people in a conscious community. What's stopping them from going to Africa today? If they really felt the way they felt about their convictions, what's stopping them from going back to Africa today?
What's supposed to happen when we get there?
You'll be back home, and you'll have to go back to square one and start over. Maybe you take the money that you earned here, take a couple of the.
That's not sensible though.
You can start a life out there, but the point of the matter
is that's not sensible because we're not going out there with any wealth. You need wealth to get things started, and we don't have any wealth.
Didn't have no wealth, and we was able to integrate. You can go back home with the money that you got now, since the American dollar is stronger.
And where are we going? We don't even know what country we came from. Africa's a big ass. Africa's a big continent with a lot of countries in it. We don't even know what country. We don't even know what country we came from. I bet you can't even tell me. I bet you can't even tell me what country your ancestors came from, just like I can't tell you what country my ancestors came from.
I know that they are of African descent, and there's strong evidence.
And that's all we know.
My family might have come from Jamaica, so I don't know.
Oh, well, but even if they came from Jamaica, they didn't originate in Jamaica. They came there from a boat too. They got their slavery. It was slavery going on in Jamaica also. So
I understand that, but the point of the matter is that people don't. This is my big point. If people don't like what's going on in this country, there is nothing stopping them from going to another country like Africa or Haiti or Jamaica, and you can take the money. I'll give you an example. $1 American dollar right now in Jamaica is worth about $117, I believe, in Jamaican currency. Our dollar can do a lot in Jamaica. As a matter of fact, to own a house in Jamaica, really, all you need at the end of the day is about $30.
Our dollar's worth more money than the Jamaican dollar
over there in Jamaica. That's about that would be about $3 million. About $3 million in Jamaican money, and you only need about $2 to own a house in Jamaica. So there's nothing stopping us.
All right, well, let me ask a question.
People don't like the circumstances here in the United States. The people in the conscious community, particularly, keep going back to their question. But they don't want to do it. They want to sit here and complain about what's going on here when they could just go back home. You know, a lot of people.
Let me ask a question. How many white people do you hear complain about this country, especially before especially with this whole Donald Trump thing and everything? How many? You hear white people? You've been hearing white people going nuts about this country, right? This country is this country's that, this country's going to crap and blah 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 and everything. That's all you've been hearing these Europeans screaming about for the last at least year, more than a year actually. But I'm just going.
As a representation of somebody that is not happy about things that's going on here.
Now let me now knowing all this, knowing all that, not
getting enough security, and how they're not getting this and how they're not getting that.
Yeah, now G-Man, knowing that all these white people are complaining about how shitty this country is or is becoming, how come nobody ever tells them, why don't you go back to Europe? Why don't you go back to Italy? Why don't you go back to Ireland? Why don't you go back to Scotland? Why don't you go back to the UK?
Because the United States is a sister country to England.
But still, they can go back over there. I mean, they got different money over there. They got different money over there, though.
to Great Britain. And
yeah,
England.
but it's not the USA though. They got different currency and everything. Like they go by pounds over there. We deal with the dollar bill. So you know, like it's not the same country. So like
they conquered this
because their ancestors ain't originally from here either. You know, their ancestors aren't originally from here either, but nobody ever tells them to go back home. How come nobody ever tells them to go back home?
A lot of them do go back home. A lot of them go back to Australia, and like you said, Ireland, and some of them go to the UK. Me and you got a fellow atheist on here. I think you're cool with Lee Lemon, right? You're cool with Lee, right?
Well, I know who she is. Yeah, I know who she is. I don't talk to her.
She left the United States, and she went. I don't think it's for the reasons that we're talking about, but she left the United States to go to Korea.
Oh yeah, you got some people. I mean, you got some black people who left. You got some black people who left, but that's not the norm, though. We talking about exceptions to the rule. We're not talking about the norm. The norm, most of them don't go nowhere. They sit right here complaining about this country. They sit right.
Complain about, oh, this is going on. This, if they are not happy here, regardless of what your race is, this is a pretty big world. You can go live anywhere you want, especially being a United States citizen. You know, we don't need permission, you know, a special permission to go to a particular country. We can go anywhere we want. We're not a third world country. A third world country person has got to apply for a visa and all that other goopies. We don't got to do that. If I want to go to Iraq tomorrow, I can buy a plane ticket and go to Iraq.
Well, how come black people is always the ones who's told to leave? Nobody ever tells anybody else to leave.
No, that's not true, man. Listen. There are some Hispanics that feel that way. You know what I mean? There are some, and Hispanics look at this. A lot of people that come from third world countries that come over here look at this as being the land of opportunity, and they come here to try to make a better way for their families, and then they ultimately go back to their countries. If I ever hear somebody coming from another country coming over here complaining about the United States and saying our economy is this, that, and the other, why they're taking our jobs and getting our money and everything and whatnot, the first thing I'll say is, you know, if you don't like it, go home. And I don't care what race you are. It ain't just black people doing this. It's black people, Hispanics, whites. Listen, if you don't like it in the United States, nobody is stopping you from moving. And by the way, my beef is with the conscious community. If they're not happy with what's going on here, prove that you are serious about the things that's coming out of your mouth and go back to Africa. How about you go visit Africa? How about that? And go learn about your roots. Bet your son hasn't done that. Bet your son hasn't done that.
How many of the average black person you think even make that trip? How many of the average black person? How many average black people do you think will even make that trip?
In the conscious community, all of them should, if you ask me. I mean,
you talking about the speakers. So you talking about the speakers.
Like you're saying you are, then you should at least visit the motherland.
So you talking about the speakers? That's what you're talking about.
No, I'm just
so when you say the conscious community, you're talking about a blanket, because the conscious community is nothing but
like Polite and Sonetta, who claim that they're for black issues and whatnot, and haven't even
Polite's been to Africa before. He has that.
He bought a house over there. Yeah, thinking about moving there.
No, he's there. He hasn't moved there. He actually lives in Beverly Hills. Don't get me started on that. But but he's been. But he has been to Africa.
He lives in Beverly Hills?
Yes, he lives in Beverly Hills. Don't get me started on him. Please don't get me started on him. He's not on my favorite person's list right now. I don't even want to get into it.
So let's talk about Sonetta then. Sonetta considering going to Africa and leaving the United States?
No, Sonetta got his boots to the ground up in Harlem. He's not moving far from Harlem at all. He's a Harlem dude. See, this is what people get mixed up. It's not nobody's preaching about even going back to Africa. People are preaching about trying to get things done here. We are concerned about what's going on here and everything else, and how we going to fix things here, because this is where we're at. This is where we live. This is where we was born. This is where our ancestors was drugged to. This is where we got slaughtered, killed, and everything else. We built this country. This country was built on the backs of black men. On the backs and black women.
I agree with you with that. And it goes back to what I said in the beginning of this conversation. How is a person going to make it in this country if they're only just focusing? I mean, unless they want to be mediocre. If you're only focusing on the African American community, you have to learn how to deal with.
What do we need to worry about the European community for?
The guy would not be as successful as he is. He has to deal with everybody.
Why should we worry about the European community? The European community not worried about us. If we not worried about, if we're no, they
we're
they not
community. I mean, let's keep it real here for a minute. We're a urban community. When you see all those, like for example, something I'm really getting disgusted at. Do you watch ESPN First Take?
When I could stomach it. When I could stomach it, I'll watch it. Yeah, when I
specifically the shows like Undisputed, First Take, the show with Kevin Garnett, and, Charles Barkley, and Shaq is on. Those shows are specifically geared community. You understand what I'm saying? And you know those corporations.
Well, a lot of things are.
Wait a minute. Those corporations are owned by white people, right? So they care enough about us to gear their shows toward us because they know that ratings equal money.
But see, that don't mean that they care about us. They care about money, and they care about money. They don't care about black people. They care about green money. That's what they care about. And
the point, you're missing the point. They're expanding outside of their community so that they can make more money. If black people just focus on only on black audiences and whatnot, well, what are we, like 30%?
So if we only focus on, wait, hold up. You just said, wait. I gotta point out what you just said though. Wait
a minute. Let me finish the point though. If we only focus on 30% of the country and we ignore 70% of it, look how much money we're leaving on the table.
Okay, now think about this though. You just said that ESPN, TNT and Fox Sports 1, you just said that they're making all this money off of the black culture, right? Making all the all the intro songs are done by hip hop artists. Wale's doing the hip hop intro, Lil Wayne's doing the other hip hop intro and everything. This, that, and third. So hold up. So if we do that, then we're making a mistake if we do it. But if they do it, they genius. See, why can't we make that money and do all this stuff that they're doing?
That's a straw man. That's not what I'm talking about, and you know it. My argument, if anybody just rewinds this video, look at what I said in the beginning. The African Americans need to end this with other blacks, but we need to do business with other races. In order to do that, we got to be able to get along with other races. Just hear me out. We have to be able to get along with these other races in order to be able to expand our businesses, to expand our education, to expand our culture, to expand our understanding and our learning. I learned a lot of things from Hispanics. A lot of things from them. I learned a lot of things from Indian people. And their food and their culture.
Let me say this. I'm not saying I don't hold the position. I learned
a lot of things from people from the UK. I learned a lot of different, and even atheists. I hate to say it. A lot of these Caucasian atheists like Alex, but I learned a lot of things from listening to these guys.
I'm sure I learned stuff listening to Europeans as well. I learned stuff listening to Europeans as well. Like, I don't hold the position that we can't do business with Europeans. I mean, we're going to have to do business with all nations. Just like, I mean, like, so, I mean.
You know what Alex Botton taught me? That I never learned in African American. You know what I learned from Alex Botton that I never learned from the African American community? Alex Botton's, by the way, for those of you who are watching, Alex Botton's an atheist. He doesn't like me. He probably wants to noose me somewhere. I'm just meaning that figuratively or whatever. Me and him, that goes back and forth all the time. You know what I learned about him? One of the ways you go about winning a debate is to be the person who asks the most questions. I learned that from non-black people. I learned that from Alex Botton and the Bible thumping.
That might be one way to win a debate against a European, but you know, black dude ain't. I don't know, but
I can say it though. I learned this from him.
Yeah, I don't know. You can learn. I mean, like I said, you can learn something for anybody. You can learn something from. You can learn something from anybody. I mean, that's not saying. I mean, you know, a little 4-year-old Chinese, a little 4-year-old Chinese.
If I'm only listening to black people,
a little 4-year-old Chinese girl can teach you something. A little 4-year-old Chinese girl can teach you something about eating with chopsticks. Like, so anybody can teach you something. That's not saying.
But the conscious community doesn't want you doing that, though. That's my point. The conscious community only wants you to focus on what's going on in the black community.
Well, you got wait, hold up.
They don't want you to learn about what's going on in the rest of the world. And guess where I learned that from? You know the Urban League of Hudson County?
That depends on.
Urban League teaches black people not to worry about, and don't get me wrong, they're black nationalists too, but at least they have enough hindsight to say, you need to learn how to deal with everybody, not just with your own people.
Why do we, hold up, wait. Why do I need to learn how to deal with everybody? Nobody, they not, other people ain't learning how to deal with black people. I mean, people just got, like, ain't nobody going out their way to learn how to deal with black people, but we always got to learn how to deal with everybody else. How come we always got to learn to deal with everybody else? We have to deal with ourselves first. Let me address the conscious community. Let me address the
Lincoln.
Let me address the conscious
don't get started, bro.
Let me address the conscious community thing. Now, the conscious community thing, what you need to understand about the conscious community is nothing but a community of conscious people. That's all. We walk from all different walks of life. You got Hebrews that are conscious. You got atheists that are conscious. You got Christians that are conscious. You got like it's no real ideology. Everybody that's conscious isn't even a nationalist. Everybody that's conscious isn't even a nationalist. So you're talking about different segments, and you kind of lumping everybody up into one.
I'm not lumping everybody up into one. What I got really frustrated with listening to Sonetta and his channel was, as I'm listening to them, and I'm getting sick, and I'm getting tired of listening to black people mope, whine, and complain, and think there's this big mass conspiracy to wipe black people at the face of the earth. Listen to me. There's a lot of Caucasian people out there.
So you denying white supremacy?
Wait a minute. Just hear me out. There's a lot of Caucasian people out there busting their hump to try to preserve our values in the African American community, in the African community. I'm just gonna call us the blacks or whatever. You know what I mean? There a lot of them are
name five. Name five.
From your community, I can name it from the atheist community.
Well, no. Busting. When you say busting a hump, what do you? I mean, when you say busting your hump, I'm thinking feet to the ground, doing things. Are you just talking about just like defending, like in a debate? Are you talking about like just a debate?
But listen. Everything counts, though. You can't belittle the lawyer that's in court that's trying to get justice for a little black boy that got hung. I'm sorry, that was almost killed by the Ku Klux Klan. His work is just as significant as a Supreme Court justice or a civil rights leader who's protected by 2 white bodyguards and several white police officers that is trying to make sure that these issues are heard by everybody. We can't belittle no one.
Being paid. Those police officers are being paid. They wasn't doing that out of the kindness of their heart.
Show if me and you rewind this life of ours back to the civil rights movement, trust me, we will take all the help we can get, because it wasn't just black people marching, it wasn't just black people speaking out in rallies and going to the White House and whatnot. We had white people also speaking up about this as well.
You had some groups that didn't agree with that. You had some groups that didn't agree with that. The Black Panther Party, the original Black Panther Party, actually refused white members, and they actually pushed for them to formulate their own group called the White Panther Party, and he actually formed it, and it was in existence for close to 10 years. They was humanists. Actually, they wasn't white nationalists. They actually was humanists. The original Black Panther Party wasn't nationalist. They was humanists to a certain degree. You had a couple of people in there that practiced nationalist ideals. Eldridge Cleaver at one point was a nationalist. He changed his positions changed over time, but he originally was a nationalist. Stokely Carmichael was a nationalist.
From Africa. I'm noticing that some people, not all, obviously, there's a lot of conscious community people that believe that blacks were taken from Africa and brought here, but there's a lot of people in the conscious community that don't believe blacks came from the continent of Africa. Why is that?
Those are weirdos. I don't agree with that. That's that Morris history, that Morris Science Temple crap history that they just make up on the fly. I don't subscribe to that. I hear the rhetoric too, and I don't subscribe to it. That's the Moors who talk that. Those are the Moors. I don't subscribe to what they talk about.
So, I mean, I hope the people that are watching this, who know what we're talking about, who saw the video that I did yesterday or the hangout that I did yesterday, understand that video response was to a YouTuber by the name of Sonetta, who, in my opinion, is an African American who has a lot of, I don't know how you're going to take this, Psycho, when I say this, but a person who has a lot of hatred in his heart for what happened in this country, what, 250 years ago in this country with slavery and everything.
Yeah, let me get back to what, I wanted to ask you about that because you just said a couple of things that make me want to ask you a question. Do you deny white supremacy exists?
I know white supremacy exists.
Okay, no, because you just, because you was just going on it. You just in the middle of your little mini rant, you had said you was tired of black people acting like it's a boogeyman out there, something like that or whatever. Like, that boogeyman is real. White supremacy does exist.
The boogeyman is real, but again, you said earlier, and we both acknowledge the fact that our history books only teach us so much about our history. But what is stopping a black man from going to the library? That's all I want to know. What's stopping him from going? I'm self-taught with a lot of the things that I know. And I also take into account what I learned in school and what I've learned in Christ. You know what I mean? Like as far as the Bible goes and whatnot. I take all that information into consideration when I'm making a decision about the world that I'm living in. I don't just take what a black person said to me into consideration. Because if I do, I'm limiting myself. There's no room for me to excel. Black people are some of the most,
if a black person told you something,
almost wiped off the face of the earth during Nazi
let me ask a question.
Where they tried to kill them in the Holocaust. Every race has got their story where they've gone through some catastrophe. Black people need to stop acting like we got this big hand stopping us. Listen to me.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
You can go out there and you can get a job. You can start a business. You can come up with a good idea and you can excel.
Now the Jews.
The only thing that can stop you from excelling is you making excuses.
Oh, so again, we see this is when we roll back to white supremacy. Let me ask you a question. You just mentioned the Jews in the Holocaust. What happened after the Holocaust was over?
After the Holocaust, they was given legislation was being put together, I believe, through the United Nations to try to get them their own country. So that's
exactly what happened. Yeah, and that's exactly what they not only did they get their own land, but they also got reparations.
Yep.
Something black people did not get. We didn't get any land. We didn't get any reparations.
I disagree with you. I believe that black people have gotten reparations in this country.
Please tell me what it was. Please tell me what it was. What's the reparations we got?
If I explain it to you, I have to do it from a Christian perspective, though. I can't do it.
You're gonna have to do something like that because you ain't gonna be able to show me nothing solid.
Let me explain why. Because you gotta use that empathy that you claim you got, man, as an atheist, to be able to see it from my perspective for a moment. Okay. The reason why I believe that we have been given reparations, that we've been given the things that we are owed. You're gonna laugh when you hear this, man. You're gonna laugh your butt off. Okay.
I might.
Social security, welfare, government grants to do everything from owning a house, starting a company that might eventually become a Fortune 500 thingy, going to college for free. You know what I mean? If you do well in school and things like that. The government has made a lot of things available for us.
That's not reparations, though.
But wait a minute. You're talking about things that are owed to black people and whatnot, right? Besides a stupid apology. Oh, we're sorry about what happened.
No, I don't care about apologies.
But listen. This is what I'm talking about from a Christian perspective. That God has made it. That God has provided a way. Provide for us in a way that we actually deserve some of the things that we're getting from the government. Even though I know some black people that are doing some shit to get these things and whatnot, but look at who the taxpayers are.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Wait a minute. If you look at it from a Christian perspective, you know what I mean? God and his sovereignty has made a way for poor African Americans to be able to still make it basically for free if you know how to use the system.
All right. Let me ask you a question. You think welfare was a good thing? You think welfare is a good thing? I think
welfare is going to destroy our economy. However, I believe that God is using it for a good thing.
Well, first, welfare wasn't created to help black people. Let's get that straight.
Wasn't.
Yeah,
not initially it wasn't.
No, it still ain't together to help black people. I mean, black people are using it, but it was never in place to help us. That's why they tried. That's one of the reasons why they're trying to eliminate it now and everything else. Which
Franklin Roosevelt and I don't think it was, what was it, the New Deal? But Franklin Roosevelt, what he did was he made that policy where he confiscated everyone's gold, and then the government started giving everybody credit. That's what I call welfare. Welfare is not physical money. Welfare is
I mean, and white people have been using forms of welfare forever. I mean, have you ever heard of the $5 Indian?
No, well,
that ain't nothing but a form of welfare. There was a time when Indians first was getting their reparations, right? Because the Native Americans got reparations and land also that we didn't receive. But I digress. When they first put this thing into place to give them reparations, where they get their monthly payments just for being in the tribe, because they get paid just for being in the tribe, just for being a registered tribe member. They get paid once a month. One second, let me finish this. One second, let me finish this.
The majority of the millionaires in this country that are coming from sports, what color are they? The majority of the millionaires.
One second. Let me finish this. We can go into that. Let me finish with the Native. Let me finish with the Native American thing. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish with the Native American thing. Wait, G-Man. Let me finish with the Native American thing. Like I was saying, when the Native Americans first was getting registered to get their reparations for being tribe members and everything, you had these white people that would come up there, and they saw people getting free land and free money, and what they did was they decided, okay, I want some of this free land and free money. So they will go up to the registration booth and say that they're part of a certain tribe, and they were supposed to show proof. And when the guys at the counter asked them for their proof, they didn't have any. So what they did was slip them $5 to forward some papers to say that they was really Indian, so they can get reparations every month and sit up there and get land. And that's why they called themselves $5 Indians, because they would pay $5 to be labeled as an Indian, so they can get a form of welfare, which was free land and free money. Like,
I understand what you're saying with that, but again, I need you to answer my question.
As far as the athletes, because I believe you were just down on the athletes. You was just asking about the athletes, right? And what color all of them was. Well, it depends on what sport you're talking about. If you're talking about football, wait, I'm trying to answer your question. If you're talking about football, majority is black. If you're talking about basketball, the majority is black. If you're talking about baseball, it's majority is probably Latino and white majority. Yes.
No, majority of them Hispanic. The majority of
well, maybe I'm not sure what the numbers is. I know it's mostly Hispanic and white. I know both of them dominate. Both of those ethnicities dominate that sport.
So let me ask you a tough question now. Are black people becoming richer and richer every year in terms of like professional sports?
Well, if you're talking about sports, yeah, rich. I mean, you got rich black people. You've always had rich black people. But you could lose riches though. Riches ain't nothing. You hear about millionaires. You hear about millionaires. You hear about millionaires going broke all the time. You know what you don't lose? You know what you don't lose though? You know what you don't lose? You don't ever hear about wealthy people going broke.
LeBron James is the highest paid African American, the highest paid athlete in
okay, that's fine. That's fine. He's not wealthy, and he's not wealthy, and he's still not wealthy, and he's still not wealthy. He's rich.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I say he's still not wealthy. He's rich.
That ain't the point. The point of the matter is he's not on welfare, and he's not struggling to pay his bills. But what point I'm trying to get to you is
like that.
No matter what African Americans accomplish in this country or blacks accomplish in this country, they're still going to be whining or complaining, claiming that there are no opportunities, nothing was given to us, or anything like that, and they're going to continue to whine.
Your example is LeBron James. LeBron James had to be 6'8" and learn how to shoot a basketball in order to make it out. Like that's I don't think that's a good example. I mean, because you got plenty of African Americans out here who are limited on their opportunities, who are
be lazy and do what every other race is doing that are poor, is be lazy and not apply themselves to anything. Like, for example, I'll give you a perfect example. I'm an African American and I'm on YouTube and I'm in a great debate community. and I bust my behind making videos. I bust my behind doing Google Hangouts. I bust my behind going out to promote my YouTube channel. I bust my behind going out there. And right now I presently have 9,000 subscribers, right? I don't see people who's been on here for 10 years struggling to get 1,000 subscribers because they're too lazy to put the work in to build their YouTube channels.
We talking about that's social media though, G-Man. We talking
people that sit on their butts.
G-Man, that's social media though. Like I'm talking about the real world. We talking about brothers. We talking about
real people are listening to us right now.
Yeah, but you're talking about accomplishments on social media, like getting subs. That's a social media accomplishment. Like that means nothing. That's not, like that
means a lot. It means a lot. Let me tell you why it means a lot. A lot of people don't want to admit this on YouTube. I'm using YouTube as an example, probably not the best one, but a lot of people desire to get the Amazing Atheist type audience, to get that type of viewership. Because if you knew what the Amazing Atheist was making, you would understand why I'm saying this. Okay. So a lot of people and plus everybody's on here for different reasons too. You gotta understand, not everybody is on here to make money, like myself. You know what I mean? I'm not on here to make money. But the point of the matter is that people want to get that 1 million subs. People want to have like 2 or 3 million people watching their channel every year. People want, well, not every year, maybe every month. You know what I mean? People want to be an influence and have their voice heard and have their opinions heard here online. I bet you some none of us here be like, I would love to get 1 million subs. I would love to get to have 2, 3, 4 million people listening to me every day. Probably get my point out there more. It means everything, because the more subs you got, the more views you got, the more influence you have, the more people that are listening to you. You know what I mean? And if you got something sophisticated to say, you got a lot of people listening to you. Right now, me and you are talking. Can you imagine the impact me and you would make if you had 1 million people listening to us right now?
Yeah, I mean,
so don't give me
yeah, of course, everybody. I mean, but it's not. I don't know if it's what it's going to do for the community, other than at the end of the day,
60s and at
the end of the day,
and their PS4s, and get up there behind and do something. That's what we need. Listen to me, bro. Me and you live in the same community. You see it and I see it. There's a lot of lazy behind black people in the hood. We need to get off our butts.
And there's a lot of them that aren't, and there's a lot that aren't. And I'm talking about the ones who aren't. I mean, you got lazy people in every ethnicity. So I think that's a little misinformation you putting out there. Because you could point out lazy people in every ethnicity. So
you can't say that somebody's holding you back when everybody's going through it. If it was just black people that was just
everybody's not going through the same things. That's the point.
If only black people were just going through this, then we would be the only poor people in this country. But I can tell you where you can go right now. You'll see poor white, poor Spanish people.
Yeah, but they don't have the same obstacles as us. But they don't have the same obstacles as us.
What's their excuse? They
don't have the same obstacles as us.
There are poor people in Africa. There are poor people in Africa. Who's holding them back? Come on now, stop.
What do you mean?
You can't make that argument weak.
Well, you lost me with that one. You lost me with that one, G-Man. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Because black people are poor in this country because people are holding us back. That's baloney. There are poor people.
That's a part. That's a major part of it. Yes, it's not the only reason, but it's a major part of it. Yes.
Polite's a black man. He's all about the black power. Why the heck is he living in Beverly Hills?
Why do you keep bringing up Polite? I don't even fuck with Polite like that. Like I don't even fuck with Polite like that no more. Polite's a scam artist. Polite's a scam artist. I don't even really want to talk about him. Like he got the Beverly Hills because of scamming. I'm talking about the black community. I don't even want to get on him. I got my own issues with him. Like I can do a whole 2-hour long rant on talking about him.
Where did Louis Farrakhan live?
I don't mess with Louis Farrakhan neither. There's another person I don't mess with. He's another scam artist. He's another scam artist. Louis Farrakhan's another scam artist. He's a crook, a scam artist. He's a conspirator to a crime, a murder. I don't mess with Louis Farrakhan. I don't mess with Louis Farrakhan.
But he's one of our quote unquote black leaders. Where is he living? Oh no.
He's not. Whoa. He's not my black leader.
Steve Harvey
He's not my leader. He's not my leader. Let's get that together. He's not my leader. You never hear me say anything good about Louis Farrakhan ever.
Where's Steve Harvey and Cedric the Entertainer? Where do they live?
Steve Harvey's a coon. Steve Harvey, I don't get down with Steve. You named a bunch of people I don't get down with.
What about Ice Cube? Where Ice Cube live? Where Snoop Dogg live? Snoop Dogg ain't in the hood.
No, they not.
Why they not in the hood? Because they're gonna get robbed. That's why. People be asking them money.
But they putting money back into the hood. It ain't even about living here. It's about whether or not, it's not about whether or not you put back. It's about whether or not you put back. That's what the issue is. Like, are you putting back into the hood? Or are you just moving out to Beverly Hills, swimming in your pool, and throwing money all over the place at the strip clubs? Like, are you giving back? Exactly, are you giving back to the community?
Yeah, they're doing it, but they're giving peanuts to the community. They're giving
what?
Peanuts. I remember when Terry the Hair.
It depends on. Well, it depends on. It depends on who you're talking about.
By the way, I'm related to Terry the Hair. Okay, but Terry the Hair.
Oh, that's my man. That's my man. He used to play for Seton Hall.
That's my cousin. But Terry the Hair. Terry the Hair came back to Jersey City. You know what his great contribution was to Jersey City? You know what I mean? Terry the Hair gave us
so much money though.
I understand.
So much money.
He gave a whole bunch of free turkeys.
Yeah, you can get better than nothing. That's better than nothing because he didn't make a whole bunch of money to be doing, but so much. I mean, it ain't but so much. I bet you know Chris Gatlin. I don't know if you know who Chris Gatlin is, but that's around the same time. Yeah, I'm about to say they played around the same time. Yeah, he came back to the hood and he reopened up the Irvin and Powell for the community center and everything else, so the kids got a place to play and everything else. They actually renamed it the Chris Gatlin Center. Because he dumped like 2 million in saving that police athletic league. So kids got a place to go play basketball in the winter and everything else.
I'm not a coon, and the Hebrew Israelites, if you're watching this a little bit later, don't be calling me a coon because you know what I'm saying is true. Us black people ain't making it right now because we're lazy. We need to sell those councils.
That's not fair because that's not fair to say that black people are lazy.
We need to stop spending our money.
That's not fair. That's not fair to say that.
We need to stop playing those games. We need to stop making.
Saying black people are lazy. That's not true. One thing.
Very lazy. Very lazy.
I mean, you're talking about selective few people that might be lazy, or this, that, and the third. Majority of the black people aren't lazy. The majority of black people are not lazy, G man. And we both know this.
Why don't wait a minute. Them drug dealers that me and you see on the corner all the time. We talked about this before. Why don't they take those?
They're not lazy. They're not lazy.
Why don't they take those skills and do it legit?
You can't be a lazy. If you're a lazy drug dealer, you a broke drug dealer. You're gonna fall off board real quick. So drug dealers ain't even lazy.
Most of them are broke. Yo. One of the funniest things you'll see a drug dealer doing. I know you see it.
Like I said, if you told me a lazy one, I'll show you a broke one.
They got a knot this thick, and they counting all this money to spend $1.
Like I said, you told me, like I said, but G man, we gonna keep it a buck though. We gonna keep it a buck. Like I said, you can't be lazy and be a drug dealer. If you are, you're not gonna be selling drugs too long. You're just not gonna be selling drugs too long. So like they're not even lazy. They
work hard.
Sarnetta puts hell yeah, Sarnetta work hard. Sarnetta be having his boots on the ground. Hell yeah. How many
videos does he have in his YouTube channel teaching people how to get to where he is?
Sarnetta always talking about. Sarnetta does a show every Wednesday about black economics and how with the Dagger Squad and with Garfield and them. Teaching black people about how to get their credit right. Teaching black people, teaching black people how to get their credit right, teaching black people about businesses and what businesses they should probably invest in, and this, that, and the third. So yeah, they talk about it all the time.
Yeah, only the black people. They don't teach nobody else. And again, from a Christian perspective,
going to teach Europeans. Europeans already got this shit sewn up. What they going to teach Europeans for? What are they teaching Europeans for? Europeans already know this stuff.
Again, you're not looking at it from my perspective. When I'm making my argument, I'm looking at people as being people. So if I see somebody poor, you're poor. Who cares what your color is? What can be taught to that person? Move up in their life, and when I move up into the world, it ain't just about black people. We need to be helping everybody. Slavery happened 200 years ago. People ain't happy here. They can just leave. You know what I mean? If you don't like the politics, the dumb stuff that's coming out of Donald Trump.
How come you don't tell Europeans that? How come you don't tell these Europeans that? You don't tell them to leave. You don't tell them to leave. You don't tell them to leave, bro.
You want to make a bet? Come to my job one day. You know where I work. Come to my job.
And you work. You actually work at a black business. That's why you should support what I'm saying, because you actually work for a black business.
No. My boss is an Italian.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I thought. Oh, okay. My bad. I'm getting the people mixed up. My bad. That was okay. My bad. That was your reverend. I was thinking about. My fault. I thought. Okay.
My reverend. I know what you're talking about. That ain't my reverend.
Well, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I thought that was okay. I thought that was his business. Okay, excuse me.
And the guy that was with him is you know, I know of him. So, and I know that you're more equipped for the kind of debate that you guys are going to have than they are. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's why I tried to end that conversation, because me, I can handle myself against you, but they don't know the arguments. I was actually teaching them what to say to you if you said certain things. So,
I could tell because their only response was just read the Bible. That was they was like, just read it. I'm like, but they just read it. Just read it. Anyway, I digress.
All the time, you know, you can't approach it that way with them. You know what I mean? Unless you're just looking at it from a faith perspective. See, when I talk to you and you start coming to me with that nonsense that God does, that you don't believe that God is real, that as a matter of fact, what is it that you say on Skype? I don't play hide and seek. If you want me to believe you're real, show yourself.
Yeah, I think that's what. I think that's my thing.
Stuff like that is easy to respond to for me, but for them, it's a different story. You know what I mean? So I know what to say to you when you say something like that, because he's already shown himself to you multiple times. So you just press that you of an unrighteousness. That's
a whole nother conversation. We're not going to get into that. It goes with that's a whole 3-hour conversation right there.
No. It's a 5-minute conversation, because I can say 3 or 4 things and that'll be the end of that conversation. And even though I know that your father talks to you about the Bible all the time, that doesn't mean that you actually studied it. So I'll end that conversation.
No, I don't study. Well, I have studied the Bible at one point. I don't not to the degree where I know it word for word, and I know certain scriptures and this, that, and the third. You know, the ones that stood out for me. And you know,
what's gonna happen. Eve came back, Galaxy came back, and your day is coming. Your day is coming. It's just you need to hear it from the right person. That's the problem, because I believe that you think that Christianity is one of the problems, actually hurting the black community, and it's not.
I think think
about all the garbage we went through during the civil rights movement, man. When all you got is your faith in God, and that's it, it is abandoning you. Gotta hold on to it. Like some of the best gospel.
Let me say this.
You gotta listen to is when you're listening to people who was suffering during that time. Because when they sung with that deep passion, not this superficial.
I will say the one
Jesus stuff and whatnot. Like they sung.
You about to hear me say one good thing about Christianity. One good thing you're gonna hear me say about Christianity. You're gonna hear me say it right now. The only thing that I will say that Christianity is good for is motivation. It motivates certain people that needs it. I'm just telling you how I view it. I'm telling you, I know you view it much more than that. I'm telling you, but I am telling you the good thing about Christianity, that some people need that motivation that Christianity brings. Everybody doesn't need it, but some people do.
One day you're gonna be hang out arguing for God. One day you're gonna be in a hangout with me. You're gonna be arguing for God. You might have a different opinion about some things, but I think you're gonna be arguing for God.
I will say, but one of the things that bugs me about Christianity is the mindset that it does to us as our people. As far as our people go, it teaches us. To me personally, it depends on how you view the Bible, because some Hebrews don't even view the Bible this way, but Christianity, it views the Bible where it changes a person's mind to think, well, mainly a black person, to be docile and pretty much conform to European ideologies and don't question anything. Like it teaches us.
Not only do we question things, but if it doesn't line up with the truth of Scripture, we reject it outright. And there's a lot of things that Europe has.
But see, that's why I say it depends on how you interpret the Bible also, because you got a lot of Hebrews that will agree with me on a lot of things, because they interpret and they will use Scripture to agree with me. like I said, like it's nationalist views all in the Bible. It's nationalist views all in the Bible. Huh?
Or invite polite? No, not polite. Can you invite Sonetta or another person from the conscious community in here? Because I would invite G Consciousness, but G Consciousness might actually agree.
Let me see what's in the chat. Anybody in the chat want the link? Let me know. I'll send you an invite. I see Matthew's in here. Matthew's in here. Heru's in here. I don't know if he's still in here, but yeah, anybody looking for a link, let me know in the chat, and I'll send you the invite.
The link to MM Artist, please.
To who?
MM Artist. I don't want to talk to him.
Oh, he's blocked over here, man. I don't mess with that. I don't mess with that clown.
Like you was in the room when he was doing what he was doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, I done went crazy on him a couple of times. Like, yeah, I don't fuck with him.
But my thing is this: you figure the atheist community would have just stomped a mud hole in him. Why haven't they done it? That makes them look bad. You know what I mean?
You talk about over there, the great debate community. Like, you know how it is over there, man. Listen, man, you know how it is over there. You know how it is over there, man. It's kind of a free for all over there. You know, anything goes, and this, that, and the third. You know, you liable to be called whatever over there. You liable to be, treated however over there. So I don't even, me personally, I don't even go over there to chill and have conversation any motherfucking more. I go over there, I'm feeling confrontational. I don't go over there unless I'm feeling confrontational, unless I'm ready to argue with somebody, and mainly some racists. Like, that's mainly the added. Like, if I'm not prepared to deal with a bunch of racist dumb stuff, I don't even click on it, because if I go over there, trying to chill and if I go over there just to chill and try to have normal conversation, somebody's gonna come in there with some racist shit, and I'm gonna end up having to beast out on them. So it's like, I don't even go over there unless I'm prepared for it.
I'm in the community to do a couple of things to open some people's minds up, obviously to win souls for Christ, and my ultimate thing is to warn people about the days that we're living in, because there's some people out there that's got some perspectives and that's just borderline crazy, if you ask me. Iconic dancers trying to say rape is okay. In some situations, you got like Matt Dillahunty, who believes that he's a more moral guy than the God of the Old or New. And every time I hear like him say that, I'm more moral than the God of the Old and more moral than the God of the New Testament, this makes me cringe. And I'm like, okay, are you going by the fact that you've done more or what you haven't done? Because if we're looking at what we haven't done, God's got you. As a matter of fact, on both counts, God has got him beat. Because Matt Dillahunty, while he hasn't flooded the earth, according to him, he hasn't proven that that's a bad thing or whatever for the reasons that God did it. What he does get great enjoyment off and actually gets off on is mocking other people and being intolerant. You understand what I'm saying? And he acts like we're not paying attention to what he's doing. You know what I mean? If somebody's gonna say that they're more moral than God, I'll compare with what you've done for other people versus God. God has given people water, air, and food to eat. He's made people millionaires.
God has unlimited resources, though.
Yeah. Lucifer Almighty in your chat, I don't know if he's a troll or not. I think he is saying that he's more moral than the God of the Bible. If you're talking about the little G, Satan, yeah, you might be. But if you're talking about the big G, the God of the Bible, the God of creation, Lucifer, you're dreaming.
Well, what you basing your morality off of?
Me?
Yeah, because you base it. If you base,
I believe in objective morality. I believe in objective moral values. I don't believe in that subjective what this person says about a person's own personal opinion. I believe that's
God didn't even follow his own commandments then, so that means he wasn't being moral.
Give me one.
Thou shalt not kill.
Okay, what's the difference between killing and murder? We do understand there's a difference with that. We're not.
I didn't say murder. I said kill.
People murderers. Well, that scripture should be interpreted: "Thou shalt not murder," not "Thou shalt not kill." It's understood by the Jews as well as Christians today that scripture means that thou shalt not murder. You should not kill anyone unrighteously. And if you read the rest of the law, you'll come to that conclusion that you can't just kill somebody just for any old reason. If you're going to war, and like me and you going to war right now, we take somebody's life in war. Nobody is calling you a murderer.
Somebody. killing kids because they were somebody's firstborn is kind of like no reason, don't you think?
So if you go to Exodus chapter 1, that answers your questions on the plagues of Egypt about all the firstborns being killed. Look at what happened in Exodus chapter 1 and then go to Exodus 20 and then try to tell me that, not Exodus 20, I'm sorry. Look at the plagues of Egypt and then try to tell me that that it was done for no reason. Yeah, right. You really need to read, especially if you believe that the Egyptians were black. You know what I mean?
But the kids ain't have nothing. I'm talking about the firstborns. I'm not talking about the people that actually committed this.
What happened in Exodus chapter 1? I did a series on slavery on my on my channel, Biblical Slavery, and atheists avoid Exodus like the plague. They hate talking about Exodus chapter 1 because they didn't see the justification for what God did to the firstborns. And mind you, it was only the firstborns who were not obedient to God. The ones that did not, who wasn't in the homes that had the lamb's blood, those babies died. Not the ones that was in the homes.
Yeah, I know. It was the Egyptians. It was the Egyptians babies who died.
The stubborn Egyptians who were worshiping false gods, mocking God, and enslaving the Israelites. You need to go read Exodus chapter 1.
Which is nationalism.
What you need to do is go read Exodus chapter 1. Okay? But God used the Israelites to bless the whole world.
But that's nationalism. You realize that, right?
No. But God used the Israelites to bless the whole world. That don't work. Because God,
well, I mean, he punished one nation. He punished one nation for mistreating another nation. That's nationalism.
Lucifer right here just basically put everything in a nutshell. He said, the Bible makes God look evil by my standards, She-Man. See, he has a subjective view of morality. Everything is based on his opinion. If he was in his room, I'd be able to show him in the span of what, 10 minutes that brand of morality can't really thrive in this world, because if it did, then according to my standards of morality, I can go over to Lucifer Almighty and blow his head off, and I shouldn't be thrown in jail. Subjective morality is stupid. Everybody holds to objective moral values, and I'm going to prove it if he ever comes in here. I'll prove it so fast he won't even know what happened.
Man, who are you talking about, Lucifer?
Yeah, Lucifer Almighty, this rookie in your live chat.
Anybody listening that's want a link, let me know.
Yeah, if you want to come in here and meet G-Man and get educated, you can come in here. I'm gonna go get something to drink, man, until you get some more people in here. All right?
Yeah. Grab your headphones too, because I'm starting to hear echo.
All right.
So anybody listening, I'm about to open this up, open discussion. Anybody want to come in, chime in on the topic? G-Man seems like he's ready to get it in about the Bible. So I don't know if you want to sit up here and support the Bible or talk against it, whatever, let me know. I'm sending links out. Let me see. Let me invite a couple of people.
All right, I'm back. Anybody want to come in here? Nobody want to come here? Psychopath, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, like I was saying, nobody's asking. Yeah, I say nobody's asking for the link in the chat, so I guess they just want to talk in the chat. So, well, I was about to say the Bible definitely supports nationalism, though. Um, Hands down.
I don't agree with that.
I mean, it's all through the Bible. They talk about other nations and nations this and nations that, and the Hebrews this, and the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel is always being talked about. It's totally about nationalism. I mean, and they support communism. I mean, the Bible supports a lot of my views, believe it or not.
Then why you're not a Christian?
Because I don't believe in a deity. I don't believe a deity exists.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Nah, I don't. I really don't.
Yes, you do.
If I did, I would tell you I did. If I wouldn't have a problem
The
telling you
problem,
I
the
did.
reason why you think you don't believe a deity exists is because if you share Steve McRae's view of what a deity is, you're going to say that you only have a lack of a belief in supernatural gods, right?
Well, I reject all claims of any god or gods.
You don't know all of the claims to be able to say something like that.
Well, all the ones that's been presented to me. I mean, if I hear something new, I will
What about you
examine
being a
it.
god? What about you? What about
I
you
don't believe I'm a god.
being a god?
I don't believe I'm a god, so I reject that
Based on what definition?
based on anybody's definition. I don't believe I'm a god. I don't call black people like
So you,
black. In the black community, especially in the 5% community, the god bodies. They run around. They call everybody gods and everything earths. Like they call dudes guys. They call the women earths. And I don't subscribe to that though. I don't think men can be gods. I don't think men are
let's
gods.
talk about the God of the Bible. Let's talk about the God of the Bible. I'll say this guy, whether or not you're a God for another day, because that's a different definition. You obviously you're making a claim right now that you don't believe that the God of the Bible exists. Why don't you believe that the God of the Bible exists?
Because the God of the Bible is incoherent and it doesn't make a lot of sense. And he's conveniently absent. He's conveniently absent, and is very convenient for him to be absent the way the scriptures presents him.
You want to have this conversation right now? Because if you're going to have this conversation, I can prove that's a bad argument. Very easily.
I mean, you can go ahead if you want to. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's have this conversation for a moment. And I'll show you why the atheist community hates the ground I walk on. All right. So here we go. Okay. The God of the Bible, as he's presented, is he material or immaterial?
It's immaterial, the one you're talking about. Yeah.
When you say immaterial, can you please define what that means to everybody on here?
Immaterial meaning you can't feel him, touch him, or whatever the case may be. Like he's like a spirit almost, so to speak, right? Like he is no physical form to him.
Right. You can't see it. You can't touch it. You can't do anything to appeal to the five senses. Exactly. So I don't think science would be the best way to determine whether or not this God exists. But we can still use it though. The Big Bang. How do you know that the Big Bang happened?
Well,
how do you know it happened?
I don't know. It's speculation. I don't know. It's speculation. Is one that makes more sense to me than a deity. So I accept it for what it's worth.
Explain it to everybody. Explain to everybody what the Big Bang is and how it works.
Well, the Big Bang was pretty much, a bunch of energy that was compressed for nobody really knows how long, and then one day it just kind of just exploded outwards, and in like a cone shape almost, and kind of just evolved the universe from there through stardust and everything else, iron and other materials and ice and everything else, and yeah, something along those lines.
Is Big Bang science? Is it a science? Is Big Bang science? Yes or no?
To a certain degree. Not, I mean, it's not the same. It's not, obviously it's not the same type of science where, like, you're studying technology and everything else, and you're making, certain things or whatever. But it's observation, and that's what science is, observation. So yeah, it's science.
Okay, so you believe that the Big Bang happened. You believe that it's science. You don't know how to explain how it happened, but you believe the Big Bang happened.
Well, I can't explain
Based
it word.
on
I can't explain it
what is
word for
it based
word.
on?
See,
What is it
this is
based
why I
on?
don't like this. This is why I don't like. See, this is that intelligent design crap. See, see,
It's not
you're gonna,
intelligent design. I promise you.
yeah,
I
it's
promise
totally
you.
intelligent. It's intelligent
It's
design
not
argument that you're
intelligent
trying to hit
design.
me
It's
with.
not intelligent design.
Like,
I promise you. I'll tell you up
I
front.
just
It is
explained
not
what the Big
intelligent
Bang.
design.
I just explained the nuance of what the Big Bang is. I didn't.
Really?
I didn't get into deep detail about it word for word. So just because I can't get into deep detail about everything word for word, then you're just going to try to discredit everything. Like,
I'm not going to discredit anything. I just want to know what you know about the Big Bang.
okay. Well, I
I
just
mean,
explained what the
obviously you
gist
have
of it. I just
matter
gave
and
you
you have
the. I just
energy.
explained the
You have
gist of it
matter
to
and
you.
energy, from what I understand, and it expanded
Yeah.
over a long period of time, and then it cooled down. When it cooled down, what happened?
What do you mean?
When the bang happened and it expanded over, see, a lot of people here saying God at the gaps and trying to argue. You don't know what I'm doing here. Be patient, guys. Okay, just be patient. Okay. So talk about atheists. When the bang happened and it expanded over these billions of years and then it cooled down, what happened?
You mean when the Earth cooled down?
No, the bang itself. When this matter and energy expanded over a long period of time, what happened?
What do you mean what happened? Planets and stars started forming.
How?
I can't break it down exactly how it happened, but that's the theory.
My point. That's my point. That's my point now. Okay. Here it is that you believe that the Big Bang is true. And by the way, I'm leaning towards that, but I don't believe it took billions of years. I believe it happened in one day. But anyway, so it happened over a long period of time and whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it can be explained scientifically if you got somebody who actually studied it, right? Here's a problem now. You believe that the Big Bang happened, but you can't explain to me how it happened. You can't.
You believe God exists, but you can't explain how he got there.
No. Stop guessing what I'm going to do here. I'm going to get to it in a minute. Okay.
I'm just
trying to find a way. I'm trying to find a respectful way to say this without using my typical, language or whatever. Okay.
I mean, you can go ahead.
The bottom line is you believe that the Big Bang happened. You believe it's scientific. You can't explain it, but you believe that the event happened. What is that called?
What are you saying? Faith? That's what you're saying?
When you don't have all the information and you can't articulate to everybody what happened, what is that called?
So what you trying to say? I got faith. That's what this whole thing is.
I'm saying that you have faith. Hear me out now. That you have faith in scientists, that they have done their due diligence and their homework to determine that the Big Bang happened. Wait a minute. That the Big Bang happened. That it took a certain amount of time, and that certain things happened that made it possible for it to happen. You can't explain to me what scientists actually say about this. You have a faith that the Big Bang happened. Scientists will tell you that they have science. You have a faith on this. Now, let's go back to God for a moment.
All right, wait. Let me respond to what you just said before you start jumping over to another topic. Now, this whole faith thing, I don't hold a position that I have faith in it, because I said it makes the most sense to me. It makes more sense than a deity creating the universe in 4 days. It makes a whole lot more sense. So, like, again, I don't hold the position that this is absolutely fact. I just hold it's speculation. It's a theory. It's one that makes more sense to me than a deity. So I just roll with it. If you could find something different that makes more sense other than a deity or the Big Bang, and it makes more sense than both of them, I will roll with that. But until then, I'm going to roll with one of the two options that makes the most sense to me, and that's that one. I don't really care, because honestly, it doesn't really even matter. It only matters if you're talking about trying to prove or disprove a God, because this whole this is why I don't get too caught up. This is why I don't get caught up.
All over the place.
This is why I don't get. Let me just finish it. No, let me finish.
No. You're all over the place. Let me make my argument. Okay, because now you're all over the place.
Still talking.
Okay? The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. You believe that you believe in Big Bang because of speculation and because of the theory. I'm going to go back to what I said originally. You have a faith that the scientists have done their homework, they know what they're talking about, and that the explanation that they give you for the Big Bang is true.
No,
the people on the
because
chat here,
no,
Lucifer
no,
Almighty.
because
I'm
if
not
I
done
was,
yet. I
if
let you talk, man. Let me finish, okay? Lucifer Almighty is being emotional here in the live chat, and that's what I expect from atheists. But when you're being rational and you're using reason and you're using logic, what I'm saying is this: listen to me, okay? Because I have to build my argument in order for you to try to like shoot it down or whatnot. You have faith that the Big Bang is true, because you certainly can't explain to me how it's true. Okay, there are people on YouTube that can actually go into detail about it, and I'll even accuse them of faith. And if you don't believe me, you can get shady here or whoever.
I know what your argument is.
If you look at God, if you
trying to say that people have faith,
hear me out. Hear me out. You're being emotional right now. Okay, if you guys,
I'm not being emotional. I just want to answer the question.
I haven't seen God myself personally. I never felt him. I've never like physically seen him or whatever, but I have, but I believe by faith based on evidence, same kind of evidence that you have for your Big Bang, that God is real. If you would be objective and look at why you believe Big Bang is true, and if you look at why Christians believe that God exists, and you be intellectually honest, it is the exact same thing.
No,
it may not be the exact same thing when you're talking to like a thunderfoot who's a scientist, or it may not be the same thing when you're talking to a person who's learned and studied in this. But for you personally,
it's not the same thing.
But for you personally, you got a faith, because if I start asking you questions about the Bang again, you're gonna say speculation and theory. That's not what I asked you. I asked you for details.
Well, that's what it is. That's what it is. And like I said, again, I'm not sitting up here going to the gambling spot betting money that the Big Bang is true. So I'm not dealing in faith. Again, I'm just, if people ask me how do I think things got here, I tell them, okay, well, this makes the most sense. These are the two options people say that they have. This one makes the most sense to me. If you want to roll with the deity, then roll with the deity. I don't believe in deities. So again, this is
that's not my argument.
Well, this is my argument. Let me see, you cutting me off, G man. You're not letting me talk, son. You keep cutting off my build, and I'm like, let me finish. Like I said, I'm sitting up here. I don't hold this position that evolution is this and evolution only matters to Christians. Most atheists accept it. A lot of theists accept evolution. We ain't even talking about evolution right now, but that's what this is leading up to, because you know it goes from the Big Bang to abiogenesis to evolution. But we're going to talk. But like, only people that really get caught up in this is Christians, because they gotta defend their Bible. Like I don't get up here and get too caught up in this. You won't never hear me sit up here and arguing for evolution or for the Big Bang and everything else, because like I said, I know the nuances. I know the general basics and everything else. When I get into a room with somebody who wants to argue and debate about this type stuff like yourself, you're going to just ask me question after question after question after question after. This is what intelligent design argument is. You're going to keep asking me questions until you get the I got your moment. And the second you get to a part where I don't know the whole full nuance of how this actually happened and this, that, and the third, I'm just giving you what the theory is. That's when you go, aha, I got you. It's God. And you just throw God there. Like that's why they probably saying in the chat, God of the Gats, because that's what the intelligent design argument is. You're just waiting for the I got your moment. And it's like to me, it's a lazy argument, because I can just sit up here and just ask you 1,000,000,001 questions about God. You're not going to be able to answer all those questions. And then boom, haha, I got you. Like it's just like,
to me, this conversation was easy because I'm not doing none of that. And again, if you're objective and you go back and you watch this, that's not what I'm saying. And I'm not using intelligent design. What I'm saying is that you believe that Big Bang is true on faith. It's just like I believe that God is real on faith, based on evidence.
How could it?
I actually lean.
You keep going back saying that I believe it's true. I keep telling you
the Big Bang. I just believe that it happened faster than what scientists are saying. So you need to listen to the argument first, and then say this is my argument. I am not building an argument for intelligent design. If I went to going that route, I would have told you that from the get-go. You're just guessing. Again, the problem with the atheist community is that you guys assume You know what a Christian is saying before he says it, instead of listening to it.
You're injecting things on me that I don't, positions that I don't hold. I just got finished telling you. I just got finished telling you I accept the Big Bang, but
why?
Again,
I
accept the Big Bang because it's the only other reason outside of a deity.
How do you know it's true? How do you know what happened?
I told you when you first asked me about this. I first told you, I said I don't know if it's a fact, but I accept it because it's the best answer. This, that, and the third. I said I can't prove it to be fact. I said that was the first thing I said when you first brought up the Big Bang. I said I can't prove it to be fact. Me personally, I can't prove it to be a fact. I just accept it for what it is. Because again, it's the best explanation. It might be another explanation that neither one of us know about. It might be an explanation that neither one of us know about. I'm willing to, unlike you, I'm willing to wait. You can put whatever you want on your channel, G man. Just let me finish talking. You can sit up here and so you keep cutting me off and I keep forgetting what I'm about to say. I forgot what I was about to say, G man. You gotta stop cutting me off, man. Go ahead. Which is about, you can go ahead. You can upload this on your channel if that's what you want. Oh, that's what I was saying. I said I don't accept it to be necessarily be a fact. I said it might be an answer that neither one of us know about. You know, right now all we have is an A/B answer. It's either Big Bang and evolution or God. These are the two options we have right now. It might be it got A and B, but we might have a C option out here that we don't even know about. I'm not closing the door to a C option being out there. So that's just on the strength of that. You can't say that I have faith in the Big Bang if I'm open to a C is opposed to the A or the B. So I'm just rolling with this because as of now it's the best option until somebody presents me something different that sounds better. But right now nothing sounds better than that to me. So I just accept it, but I'm not sitting up here putting all my money in it. I'm not breaking my neck, rattling my brain, trying to convince everybody that this Big Bang happened and everything else. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. The evidence that was presented to me shows that it's possible that this went down the way it went down, and it made a whole lot more sense to me again than a deity. That's the position that I hold.
And what evidence you observe?
So this isn't me having faith.
What evidence do you observe?
It just makes the most sense.
What evidence did you observe?
What evidence did I observe? Well, I observed natural evidence. I mean, I observed rocks. I observed rocks. I observed fire. I observed iron. I observed other minerals and everything else. And I observed that these planets are all made up of these same materials outside of this planet. And what's so funny?
Rocks, fire, other planets. And that's your evidence that the Big Bang happened?
You asked me what evidence was presented to me, and I'm saying I'm showing you natural things that are yes, obviously all this stuff came from the same source, right? If you could find same materials over on Mars that you could find here, then obviously it's a good chance they all came from the same source, right? If you could find, I mean, you got fire on the stars, you got fire here, so obviously it's a good chance all these things are coming from the same source, right?
Hold on a minute, I'm typing something here. Somebody asked me a question.
I'm absolutely, yeah. So
somebody asked me, do I believe that the Big Bang actually happened? I said I think the Big Bang happened, but God is the one who caused it. That's what I believe.
You believe, yeah. You believe
it happened in more.
You believe it wasn't. You believe he said, "Thou shalt be light," and then he made the.
You're doing a lot of talking right now. You're being very emotional, psychopathic atheist. Hold on a minute, okay? I believe that the thing happened.
I'm not being emotional. I'm asking you a question.
I believe that God caused it, and then number two, I believe that that it happened a lot faster than what the scientific community is. You just said that it happened.
Yeah, you just said that. That's what I was saying.
It could not have happened unless in my worldview it makes more sense anyway. But anyway. My whole argument.
Go ahead.
My whole argument, and I don't want to be interrupted because I didn't interrupt you, okay? My whole argument is this: you cannot articulate to me what the Big Bang is and how it happened. What you can do is give me the basics of what the Big Bang is. Okay. Yeah. My argument is because you don't know what it is and how it happened, or show me any real critical thinking about how it happened, is that you have a faith on it. You have a trust that what scientists are teaching you is true. Because at the end of the day, a lot of us are trusting what scientists are saying without really being shown anything. No, we're not back to square one. It's just the truth. If you look at what the definition of faith is,
no, it's not. It's not the truth. It's not the truth, because if it was the truth,
you haven't given me a drop of it.
G-Man, again,
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
At no point did I claim that. At no point did I say that the Big Bang was fact. So
I'm not done yet.
So every time you say that I have faith in the Big Bang, every time you say I have faith in, yeah, it is science. That is science.
So it's fact then. So it's fact then.
Do you know what science is?
Yes, I do. Do you know what science is? Because
yes, I do. Read me the definition of science. Read me the definition of science.
Give me a second here. Hold on.
Read me the definition of science. The first definition you see.
Hold on.
Because that's absolutely science.
No, it isn't.
Science is observation, and you want to tell me they're not observing things?
Whoa, science is observation. Remember you said that now, okay?
Yes.
I'm going to read to you the technical definition here in a minute, okay? Hold on.
Okay.
The intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experimentation or experiment.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not just observation.
No, it's not just observation, but that's what
wait a minute.
Falls
I
under the Big Bang,
though. Channel, and I understand that you think you can just over talk and think you're going to win and whatnot. But the point of the matter is, my argument is
making a point.
Is that you don't got a drop of evidence that the Big Bang happened. You haven't observed diddly squat. We both
what are you talking about?
What happened.
G-Man, there is evidence. There's evidence. It might not be evidence that you accept, but it's evidence.
If you just want to talk to yourself, you can do it, bro. But when you're ready to hear another argument besides your own, let me know. Because you're just over talking me, bro.
I'm not over talking you. You just said it's not evidence, and I'm telling you it is evidence.
Microphone when I'm talking, and then when I'm done, you can interrupt me. How about that? When I'm done. How about that?
Go ahead, G-Man. Go ahead.
When you call my channel, I let you talk, don't I?
G-Man, you're misrepresenting everything I'm saying, but go ahead.
I'm not misrepresenting it. I'm actually offering my opinion based on what I'm hearing from you. I asked you specifically, what is the Big Bang and what happened after it expanded? You don't know. You don't understand what the Big Bang is. It's cosmic evolution. Okay? And I was looking
I thought I explained that. I thought I explained that in so many words.
No. You didn't go into detail about anything and whatnot.
Again, see, and you right back. See, intelligent design. Intelligent design.
Let me finish. You're gonna let me finish.
Intelligent design. Go ahead.
Are you gonna let me finish? Or you gonna keep putting words in my mouth?
Go ahead.
So here's the thing now, okay? My point is this: because you cannot explain what happened during the Big Bang, that means you don't have an understanding of what the Big Bang is.
I do
from a scientific perspective. And because you don't, you're taking the word of other people. If you are taking the word of other people, that is a faith. Okay?
No.
God exists. And I say that God can be tested with faith, which is what the atheist avoids like the plague. I forget the technical word. I got it written over there somewhere. There's a technical word for people who don't look at the world through faith, although that's baloney because I can prove in every other way in the world that they actually do. But you've never tested God by faith. But the funny thing is, this is the funny thing about it though. You got a lot of atheists here online that claim they were Christians and they believe by faith. But when you become an atheist, you won't test whether or not your faith in God was actually legitimate by faith. You want to see an immaterial thing like this. And then you want us to use science when you know full well that your own science books teach it. You can't do that. See, you put the rules in your favor when you say the Big Bang happened. You didn't see any of it happen. You didn't test anything. You didn't observe anything.
I never said
experiment or anything.
I never said the Big Bang was fact.
But when you look at the same thing that has to do with God,
still saying I'm saying.
But when you're looking at God, you're not being intellectually honest about. Okay, so how do we go about testing to see if this God exists? What's the claim? You're not doing that.
Can I talk? Can I talk now?
Power to you. Go ahead.
All right. Again, misrepresenting everything I just said. I thought I just clearly broke down what my position was with this Big Bang. I never said the Big Bang was fact, and you're still saying that I'm saying that it was fact. I never said that. I told you that the Big Bang, this is my position on the Big Bang. I ain't talking for everybody else. I'm talking for Syko. Syko's position on the Big Bang is that is the best explanation to him of how creation got started. When you go all the way to whenever the universe started or whatever the case may be. I stopped there. I told you, I said, I don't close out the position that there might be another option other than the Big Bang and God. I hold the position that there might be a C option. So therefore, I don't have faith in the Big Bang, because if I had faith in the Big Bang, there wouldn't be any other option. That would be the only option. I will tell you, this is fact. This is real. This happened. And this, that, and third, everything else. I never once made that claim in this room. Not one time. You keep saying that I did because you're holding the position that I hold that position, but I don't. Now, once we can get past that, we can move on from this conversation, because you keep trying to put arguments on me that I never made. I'm not going to defend positions that I don't hold.
One of the definitions for faith that the atheist community use on a regular basis is the claim without proof. I asked you specifically about what the Big Bang was and how it worked, because you could not.
And I gave you the gist of how it works, and you said I didn't know it in detail, so therefore God.
That's not what I said. I would like to speak for myself if you don't mind, but you keep interrupting me, and that's the problem with you atheists. You guys get really emotional when it comes to your religion of science. But anyway, so let me get to this again, okay? The point of the matter is this, and I am going there with the religion thing right now, because you're showing pure emotion on this. If it's not a fact, then you need to just, like, chill out. If that ain't necessarily the case, chill out. So stop getting so emotional about this. I understand the scientists are wrong. Okay. Now the point of the matter is this. Okay. I asked you a specific question. I said, psychopath atheist, what is the Big Bang and how does it work? You gave me some grade school answer without going into details about how it worked, at least a little bit or whatever. Okay. And the answer that you gave is not the Big Bang. I don't know what the heck that message you brought up and whatnot. Okay. So
the Big Bang. Okay. Explain what the Big Bang
my
is.
Argument,
Since you know so much about the Big Bang, what's the Big Bang? Tell me what it is.
My argument, I'm not finished.
Tell me.
My argument.
Okay. After you're done with this, tell me what the Big Bang is.
You have a faith that the Big Bang happened, because you can't explain it to everybody.
We right back to square one again. This conversation is going to keep going in a circle because you keep saying that.
No.
This conversation is going to keep going in a circle.
You're in trouble and you know it.
How am I in trouble? How am I in trouble?
You won't let me build my argument. You're not going to let me build my argument.
You keep saying the same thing.
You can't have a conversation if you don't shut up long enough.
You're not saying anything new.
Listen, bro, when you come on my channel, I let you talk. Obviously, I'm going to have to give you a taste of your own medicine next time you come on my channel. You are not letting anything new.
You're saying the same thing.
That ain't the point, though. I should be allowed to speak. You are an atheist. You do believe in the freedom of speech, don't you? I should be allowed to speak.
Can you stop saying the same thing, though? And I already told you that's not the case.
I have never made my argument. I'm trying to make my argument, and you keep interrupting me. In the middle of
make your argument then. Make your argument,
okay,
since you say you never made it.
Do what black people need to learn how to do and be quiet.
Well, black people need to learn how to be quiet. What white people need to learn how to do?
Yes, we do.
What white people need to learn how to do? What white people need to learn how to do? What white people need to learn how to do? What white people need to learn how to do? No, hold up. Since you just took it there, what white people need to learn how to do? Because that was some coon shit you just said. What white people need to learn how to do? What white people need to learn how to do? Why don't you ever talk about what white people need to do? Why you don't ever talk about what white people need to do? What white people need to do? Huh? You don't never say that when you arguing with a white atheist. You arguing with a white atheist. I don't hear you say this is what white people need. This is the problem with white people. You never say that, but you arguing with me. Now all of a sudden it gotta be what's wrong with black people? What? Really? Really? And that's not coon shit? Really? This is what black people need to do. No, this is what white people need to do. And what coons need to do is shut the fuck up when nationalists are fucking talking and motherfucking sit up there and stop trying to play caping for white daddy. That's what the fuck you need to start doing. Who the fuck are you trying to impress up in here? What European up in here are you trying to impress? This is what I'm trying to find out. What the fuck kind of dumbass statement was that? Black people need to learn how to do this. You keep repeating yourself. I asked you, stop repeating yourself, and can you please get on with your with whatever your argument you're trying to build? Because you're not building anything still on the same brick. If you're trying to build something, you're supposed to go brick, 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 brick. Not sit up here and still be playing around with the same brick, fumbling it around and dropping it and shit and cracking it. Now you got to go get another brick and go get some concrete and everything. What is you doing over here, son? I'm bugging out right now. I can't believe you just said that's what black people need to do. I can't believe you came up on this channel saying that shit. Like, what is wrong with you, bruh?
So anyway, going back to the original argument. Again, he has a faith that Big Bang happened. He doesn't have any proof that it actually happened. All we seeing is emotion coming out of him, right? So he claims the Big Bang is true.
Now you are. Before you wasn't. Now you are.
He doesn't understand the concept of one person talking and the other person listening. Just saying, these are the people that claim they're rational, logical, and they are enlightened. Yeah. Right. Yeah, but anyway,
yeah. And this is why Christianity makes people coons. Christianity turns people into fucking coons, because only a Christian will say some dumbass shit like that. Only a Christian will sit up here and get an argument with another black man and say, this is what black people need to do. You need to shut your mouth. No, I'm not going to shut my mouth. And black people don't need to shut their mouth. Black people need to speak up more, and they need to stop caping for white people. They need to stop looking for nigger snacks. That's what these motherfuckers need to stop doing. Stop looking for nigger snacks. All right? I don't eat nigger snacks. I don't do nigger snacks. I don't eat those shits.
When you're done, let me know. I'm not listening.
It's ridiculous, man. What is you talking about up in here, man? I want to hear you. Next time I hear you argue with a white atheist, you better say this is what white atheists need to fucking do. Shut their fucking mouth. That's what you need to say. I want to hear you say that, or else you a coon. If you don't say that to the next white person you have a problem with, you are a coon.
They're saying I'm being scared, but I'm not allowed to talk. This is hilarious. You atheists will do anything for a W. But anyway, so here's the thing now, okay? The bottom line is you have a faith that Big Bang actually happened. Let's see if I get to finish this, son. You have a faith that the Big Bang actually happened. I have a faith that God exists. You never observed the Big Bang. You've never tested for the Big Bang. You've never done anything in a laboratory to know whether or not a Big Bang actually happened. What you have done is you've read a science book and you come to the conclusion that the Big Bang might have happened. Because remember, according to you, and I got the definition of what a fact is here, is a thing that is indisputable, the case, meaning that evolution is not indisputable. Evolution could be wrong. Scientists could be wrong. I'm going to enjoy using this in the future. But the bottom line is this. Oh my God, man, I'm going to have so much fun with this. It ain't fun. Because if it could be wrong, then atheists can't claim evolution to be true no more. So, you have a faith that evolution, that the Big Bang happened. And I have a faith that God exists. How did you come to your conclusion that evolution was real? You listened to somebody else. I came to the conclusion that God exists because somebody preached the gospel to me. And God made himself real to me personally by the person preaching the gospel to me. If an atheist is not intellectually honest enough to acknowledge those things, then you are suppressing the truth about God in unrighteousness. That is my argument. You ain't hear nothing about no intelligent design coming out of my mouth because you atheists are incapable of listening. You're too busy getting all girly and emotional instead of actually dealing with what's being said.
I was dealing with what was being said. I was dealing with what was being said. I didn't tell you you need to shut up like other black people, did I? I didn't get emotional. I didn't get emotional. I was addressing your argument. I was addressing your argument.
You're acting like a female right now, bro.
I was addressing your argument. No, you're acting like a female right now because you're saying you're talking out your ass right now. You're talking out your ass. No, I'm not.
Right you're talking out of yours right now.
No, you're talking out your ass. You're talking out your ass. Yeah. Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I? You just came up here. You just said I'm sitting up here tackling your argument. What you're actually saying. I'm actually talking about what you're actually saying because you kept repeating yourself. You go back and listen. You said the same thing. All you kept saying was you got faith. You got faith. You couldn't explain this. You got faith. You got faith. You got faith. And then I'll sit up here and try to address what you're saying. You're like, well, let me explain my argument. You got faith. You got faith. You got faith. I try to address what you're saying. Wait, I'm not done yet. You got faith. You got faith. You got faith. Like how many times do I got to hear you say the same thing over and over again before I finally get to address what the hell you're talking about? I heard what the hell you said. I'm trying to address what you said. Matter of fact, I already addressed what you had said, and you turned around like I didn't just got finished saying what the hell I just said, and went on ahead and kept going back to the same shit again.
All they got to do is say
when I told you, if I had faith, if you got faith, you got faith in God, you got faith in Yahweh. You have faith in Yahweh, right? Now, you have faith in Yahweh. You don't have faith in no Big Bang, right? You don't have faith in no Allah.
Yes, I do.
You don't have
Yes, I
faith
do.
in. You have
faith in Big Bang.
You have
I
faith.
have faith in Big Bang.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm not in the mode, not in the mode that I
Somebody's
view
got
the
to be
Big Bang.
intellectually honest in this conversation.
Not in the mode that I view the Big Bang.
I never tested it.
Not in the same way. Not in the same way. Not in the same way. Not in the same way that I view the Big Bang. You know what I'm talking about. Let's not play word semantics. Like so, like I said, you don't have faith. You don't have faith in the Big Bang. You don't have faith in Allah. You don't have faith in none of this other stuff. But you got faith in God, right? Now, if I sit up here and say you got faith in Allah, then you gonna be like, no, I don't have no faith in Allah. I got faith in Yahweh, Jesus, and everything else. I'm like, no, you got faith in Allah. And I'm telling you, you got faith in Allah, but yet and I can prove that you got faith in Allah, but yet and still you're going to sit up here, you're going to argue me down that you don't have faith in Allah. But you can sit up here and tell me I got faith in all this or other stuff that I sit up here and told you. I hold the option that there might be a C instead of an A and a B. So therefore, if I'm holding open the option that there could be something else out there other than motherfucking the Big Bang, other than a deity, then how is that me putting faith in anything? Obviously, I'm not putting that much faith in it if I'm holding the option that there could be something else. You don't believe that there could be anything else other than Yahweh. You don't believe there could be anything else other than Yahweh. So therefore, you have faith in Yahweh, right? Well, I believe that there could be something else other than the Big Bang. I'm not sure yet. It's the best thing that I've been presented with. That's the position I hold.
No,
and I've told you this.
Atheism is insanity. I really believe that when you become an atheist, you become closed-minded. You don't think no more. And I believe that you lose brain cells when you become an atheist. I honestly believe this because atheists forget what the definition of faith is. They don't know what the definition of proof is. They don't know what the definition of evidence is. They won't even look it up to have a conversation like this. They'll claim that something is true. And then when we start asking them questions about that thing that's true, it ends up turning out that person is basically taking the word of somebody else. And again, you don't know what the Big Bang is.
I do know what the Big Bang is. I explained
and you have a faith that is true.
I explained it. I just can't. I told you I can't get deep into detail about every single nuance about the Big Bang, but I know the gist of it. And I thought I explained that. But that, again, the whole thing about the intelligent design argument is to wait for that I got you moment, to wait for the whole you don't know about that part. So I'm gonna go ahead and that's
still talking about intelligent design. You're still talking about intelligent design, and I didn't mention that one time. I am not shy about using that argument, and I'm not using that argument now. You're not listening. That's your problem. That is the problem of your entire community. Y'all don't listen. That's the problem with your community. Your community don't lack a belief in a God. You guys lack a belief. You guys lack the ability to listen.
You know what, G-Man? You know what you is right about? You're right about one thing. I do have faith. I do have faith. It ain't in the Big Bang, though. I got faith that your faith is full of shit. That's what I got faith in.
Why? Now let's talk about it. Why?
Because I have not been presented of anything other than other people telling me about your God. I have not been presented with anything other than that.
Really? That's interesting. I want 1 minute to talk without you interrupting me. That's very interesting. You're telling me that you have been presented with anything other than what people are telling you. Tell me something. When you came to the conclusion that the Big Bang might be true and evolution was true, how did you come to that conclusion again?
Again, I had natural elements around me to look around and examine for myself. And this, that, and the third. I've actually went to museums and looked over asteroids and meteors that fell and anything else from the sky. And these same materials is on our planet already before they even got here. So, like, I use critical.
How do you get evolution? How do you get evolution from that, though?
What do you say? Now we on evolution.
How do you get? I have a glass bottle here. How do you get evolution from this? I'm just curious.
Evolution from that? That's man-made. That's man-made. How can you?
I know it's man-made.
Man-made things don't evolve.
How do you get evolution from a rock?
Man-made things don't evolve unless you update your technology.
Okay. So you go outside and you see a tree. How do you get evolution from that? Just by looking at a tree.
What do you mean? How do you get evolution out of that? So looking at a tree.
Science deals with observation and experimentation. What experiment did you do to know that the tree evolved from something? Just curious.
I mean, they date things back. I mean, it's such thing called fossil evidence and everything else where they date
I
things
ain't
back.
asked you what they did. I asked you what you did. I asked you what they did. I asked you what you did.
I again, I observe things. I observe fossils. I observe the natural world and everything, and this, that, and the third. Like I see things change. Like I know if you I know you got certain dogs and everything else that evolved from the wolf. Like, so I mean, like things, like you have things to study and look at and examine for yourself as far as fossils and everything else. Like you have things you can look over and
you might
observe.
want to get some atheists in here to help you, bro, because you are making yourself look bad right now. If science deals with observation and experimentation, and all you're doing is talking to me about observation, then we're not talking about science no more.
Well, I didn't commit. I didn't do any experiments. I haven't done any experiments myself. You asked me what did I observe. You asked me what did I observe. Now you're telling me what did I experiment on. You're moving the goalposts. I didn't experiment on anything.
Talking about science. Oh my
yeah,
God.
But you said observation. Science. You said what did I observe? You didn't ask me what did I experiment on.
No.
Now you asked me what did I experiment on.
You are doing a lot of talking and you are doing very little listening. Okay. If science deals with observation and experimentation, and you're telling me that you came to the conclusion that evolution is true, based on you going outside and seeing rocks, and this is what you're saying now. You see rocks,
it's the natural world. Yeah, seeing the whole natural world, exactly.
You can't come to the conclusion that evolution is true by seeing an ocean and seeing a tree and seeing a rock.
It's more than that. It's more than that. I also mentioned fossil evidence and everything else. Let's not just say I only did that. Like I mentioned a bunch of things there. You just taking one piece and just running with it.
I'm not taking no one piece, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. That's what it is. You really
don't know what I'm talking about. How do I know what I'm talking about? What are you talking about?
By the way, I know there's a lot of people in the conscious community also subscribe to evolution as well. I noticed that a lot
actually
buy into that garbage like it's actually true.
You have more people. Actually, you have more people in the conscious community that don't believe in evolution than you actually have that believe in evolution. So that's not a true narrative that you actually pushing. It's actually more people in the conscious community that's against it, believe it or not.
Oh, we'll see when I talk to your boy Sonetta, and that's going to happen sooner than later.
Sonetta ain't even always sold on evolution. Sonetta ain't even always sold on.
He ain't never going to be sold on it when I get done with him. But the point of the matter is this: you have a faith in evolution, and I know you got a faith in the Big Bang. You don't got no scientific mind to believe that this stuff is true. You think it's true. You hope it's true. But you don't believe, you ain't got no factual information to say that. Not factual, I'm sorry. You don't have
evolution is true.
Concrete.
Evolution is true. The Big Bang, I just accept, but I acknowledge that evolution is true.
How do you know evolution is true? What experiments have you done to show that it's true?
You don't believe in microevolution. You do believe in microevolution, right? You don't believe in macro.
Microevolution is a fact because I see it. I actually watch it in real time happen.
Exactly.
Microevolution you see happening in real time.
Exactly.
But now you explain to me how a human being is efficient, not efficient at the same time. I mean, have you heard the claims that they're making it about? Oh, you're gonna love this one. Since we're talking about the conscious community, I'm gonna enjoy this. Because me and you talked about this too, and you agreed with me. Apparently, we evolved from monkeys or apes and whatnot, right? Why do black people get so mad when white people call us apes? I'm just curious. Why do black people in the conscious community get so angry when a white person calls them an ape? Just curious if it's a scientific fact. Just curious. I'm listening.
Well, actually,
it's gonna take you a while.
Actually, yeah, they use it as a racial. People get upset because they use it as a racial derogatory.
But it's a scientific fact. It's true. You can't refute it.
Actually,
it's true. It's right.
Pump your brakes. Pump your brakes. Pump your brakes. Pump your brakes. Now, science says that all men are apes. We're all apes.
I can show you 20 YouTube videos right now. Black people getting mad because somebody called them a monkey. By the way, are you an animal or are you a human? I'm curious. I'll prove you don't believe in evolution. Are you an animal or are you a human?
Technically, we're all animals.
Okay, so you're an ape and not an ape at the same time then.
What do you mean?
Evolution teaches that you're an ape and you're not an ape because you evolved from an ape and you're related to apes. So why get offended when somebody calls you a monkey?
Evolution says that we are apes.
Get offended going back to the conscious community stuff again, why get offended if a white person calls you a monkey?
Same reason why you, same reason. Let me answer your question. Let me ask you a question. Same reason why you get mad that a white, same reason why you'll get mad that a white dude call you boy. You are a boy, but if he calls you boy, it has a negative connotation, don't it? It has a negative connotation if he calls you boy, right?
There's a difference between somebody who's not an adult and someone who is an adult. It's a bad example. You're saying that it's okay for black people to get angry when somebody calls them a scientist.
If a white dude calls you darky, you're going to get upset, right?
We're not talking about darky. We're talking about whether or not somebody calls you an
We're talking about words being used. We talk about words being used as racial.
Go to school. The conscious community
talking about words being used.
Because you can't sit there in one breath and say that
about words being used.
And then in the next minute get offended because you're not an animal. You're either an animal or you're not.
We talk about words being used in derogatory terms. That's what we talking about.
I hear what you're saying, by the way. So I just took these off because this is just hilarious. I got some people who want to hear this mess because this is hilarious. So you can never get mad again if a white person calls you a monkey. You can't.
What are you talking about? Why can't I?
See, I don't believe I'm a monkey, and I don't believe I'm an ape, and that's why it would highly offend me if somebody called me that. And I'm more justified in my realistic worldview than your imaginary worldview, when you believe that you're an animal. You believe
donkeys talk. You believe donkeys talk. You think that's more? You think that's reasonable?
According to evolution,
you believe donkeys talk. You believe that's more reasonable? You believe unicorns existed. You believe unicorns existed. That's more reasonable.
I don't believe that.
You believe Puff the Magic Dragon existed. That's more reasonable.
I don't believe that donkeys can talk. I believe that God spoke through a donkey. Get your information right.
That means the donkey was talking. That means the donkey was talking. So you saying God Eddie Murphy? So you saying God's Eddie Murphy?
You gotta stick with the claims. You don't even know the claims, man. Don't feel bad. Hawkeye Camp is in the same boat. Aaron Raw, Matthew Dillahunty, all these guys are in the same boat.
God is Eddie Murphy, bruh, is Shrek.
I'm looking forward to the next time I talk to Hogtie. Hogtie brags about how much he knows about the Bible, but I want to have a talk to him about what a God is and watch him admit that he's won, and watch him admit that he's won right in front of my face. I can't wait to get to a conversation with him. But the point of the matter is this. The point of the matter is this, okay? Is that you get the people in it, not just you, by the way. I'm talking about Sonetta, Polite, all the people that's in the conscious people get mad as I don't know what. You call them a monkey. But you, if you believe in evolution, you can't really get mad because that's what you believe. You believe you're a monkey.
No, I don't believe we monkeys. You never heard me say anything about us being monkeys. You never heard me say that.
You don't believe in evolution.
You're saying monkeys. You're saying monkeys. You're saying monkeys.
I'm sorry. Your cousin is a monkey.
Yours too.
You have cousins that are monkeys.
Yours too.
No, I don't believe that garbage. I believe I'm a human being, and I believe I'm distinctly different from other animals. Okay, from animals, not from other animals.
You are different. All animals are different from each other. Ain't a dog different from a cat?
No, I'm not an animal.
Ain't a fish different from a bird?
See proof that I'm a human being and not an animal. Go get a dog or a cat and bring them to a Google Hangout and see how much they contribute to this conversation besides licking your face and barking.
I never said you was a dog or a cat. I never said you was a dog or a cat.
That's just plain stupidness.
I never called you a dog or a cat.
So
I don't believe animals can talk.
The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. You're in a conscious community. You know, I know you're against racism. I'm against racism. But if you're gonna hold on to that ridiculous evolution, my friend, you can't get mad. You cannot get mad if someone called you an ape. You can't do it.
Why can't
you can't get mad because you believe
so that's the case. So wait, well, I gotta wait. I know I don't have a Christian telling me that contents don't matter. Are you telling me context don't matter?
I'm telling you.
Oh, wait. As a Christian, be careful how you answer this. Be careful how you answer this, G-man. As a Christian, are you telling me context don't matter?
Very important. No. That's not gonna work.
It's a yes or no, G-man. G-man, it's a yes or no. Do context matter?
You gotta learn when you're ahead. You were right when you said
context matter. Do context
matter?
Okay.
But when a white person is calling you a monkey or an ape,
that's what context is he saying that in? And what context is he saying that in?
Psychopath. They're saying that your physical features look like that of a monkey or an ape. And that's why they're calling you that. If you look at slave times,
which is a lie, which is a lie, because
it's a lie,
because white people look more, because I'm gonna put this out there, white people look more like monkeys than black people.
I thought we was gonna have a conversation.
I can show you proof. Shave down a chimp. Shave a chimp down and tell me what color that chimp skin is. Tell me what color that chimp skin is if you shave it down.
I am trying my hardest to make a point, but I can't do it if you're constantly interrupting. That's why people watch these hangouts and they'll say, oh, so-and-so stupid because you never got the chance to finish. And they'll say, I'm stupid because I never got a chance to finish. You don't even see that. So the point of the matter is this: when a white person, because I've been called that before, they call you a monkey. And then when I go to a white person, another person asks them, well, why did they call me that? Because they're talking about your physical features. In evolution, they're saying that you slowly evolved from an ape-like creature. Do you understand? Too. I understand that from an evolutionary standpoint. I understand that. What I'm trying to explain to you is, if you subscribe to evolution, you don't have the right to get angry at somebody if they call you an ape. Now, if you don't subscribe to evolution, you have every last
context. G-man,
I'm trying to get to that. You won't let me build my argument to get the context.
Okay.
If you don't subscribe to evolution, then of course you have a right to get mad because you don't believe you're an animal or nothing like that, and you believe that's racially motivated when they said those things and whatnot, right?
I understand all that.
Now, context. They're trying to belittle you when they're saying this to you. They're trying to say that you're nothing more than a mere animal,
right?
And trying to belittle you as a human being,
right?
But that works for my worldview, not yours, because you are an animal according to evolution. It doesn't work for your worldview.
No, G-man, it's about context. Right? They are trying, when they saying that, when they are saying this, what they are saying,
G-man, you don't know this, but this guy's gonna leave evolution.
You're gonna cut me off.
It's gonna happen.
You're gonna cut me
off. It's gonna happen. A lot of you don't know about the way I do, but you're this close, man, to leaving evolution. And I'm not mad at you for getting upset because I know that's who you are, bro. And I know how passionate you are about this. Me and you share a lot of views. But that doesn't change the fact that when it comes to evolution, if you're going to walk around here saying that you're an animal and that you evolved from an ape-like creature and somebody calls you an ape, you can't get mad.
G-man, again, it's about context. Because when a white person is calling me an ape or a monkey, he's saying I didn't evolve. He's trying to say, he's saying I didn't evolve beyond that.
But
that's what they're trying to say. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? What do you mean? Why does it matter? If somebody calls you uninvolved, if somebody says that you didn't evolve, that's not an insult.
Listen to me.
I don't care. Wait, G-man. We ain't even got to be talking in the context of evolution. If they say you didn't evolve as a person, that's not downgrading you. You ain't gonna look at it as a slap in the face if they tell you as a person you did not evolve as a person.
It's downgrading, it's not edifying, and I wouldn't be that upset if somebody simply said I didn't evolve. Now, if they called me a monkey and said the same thing.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much what they're saying when they say that to you.
Fighting words.
If a white person saying that to you, that's pretty much what they're saying.
Because I know it's racially motivated. That's why you need to take a look at that Origin of Species book and read the full title, bro, about their favorite race.
I know about Darwin, and I know about his racist. I know about Darwin's racist ways.
When me and you was in North New Jersey, and I asked you a specific question. We're not going to talk about this on air. We're not going to talk about it. I asked you a specific question regarding evolution. Okay, and people and these racists, these white supremacists, you know, a lot of those people are evolutionists, right? They're not creationists. These people are evolutionists.
Who are you talking about? You talk about like the neo-Nazis? Who are you talking about?
They believe that we evolved from, and by the way,
it depends on who you're talking about, because the Klan rejects evolution.
That's what you're not understanding. That's how I know you're this close to leaving the theory of evolution.
The Klan actually rejects evolution. I think neo-Nazis are more evolution.
People you ever met in your life, bro. I'm telling you, do your research.
Listen, G-man, can I address that? Because I get this a lot being a black atheist with this whole racist Darwin shit and everything else. So I want to address this. Listen, I know that Darwin held some racist views. Like most Europeans from that day, they all held racist views. So people telling me Darwin was a racist really isn't saying too much, because like I said, most Europeans at that time was racist. So but again, he didn't go finding and researching evolution because of racist views. He did.
Look what Lucifer wrote in your chat there.
I don't know. What do you say?
That Darwin was against slavery.
He might have been. He might have been. That I don't know. But I know he definitely. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny. I don't know. All I can say is I know most Europeans of that day held racist. Most Europeans of that day held racist views, but he did not discover evolution trying to find this little race realism bullshit or whatever the case may be. Now, once he discovered evolution, and he didn't get everything right. Darwin had a lot of things wrong when it came to evolution. But once he discovered evolution, did he use that as like something to try to like compare the difference between the species of humans? Yes, he did. Yes, he
Darwin
did. Did he make some? Was that the reasoning behind evolution? No, that's false. That's false. And it couldn't be further from the truth. He did not go out on that island and discover a different species of bird so he could find out whether or not black people was uninvolved and white people were superior. That was not the motive behind what he was doing. Now, again,
yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That wasn't the motive. Yes, that wasn't his motive. Now, did he use once he discovered evolution, did he use that to try to explain the difference between the human species? Yes, he did. Yes, he did try to use that as a reason to explain differences between the human species and everything else. And as for like race and spreading some racist bullshit. Yes, he did. But again, he did not discover evolution.
Okay. What they're writing in the chat is this. I want you to hear this out and tell me what you think about this, Psycho. They're saying that Darwin was against slavery, but Darwin's writings is what justified slavery in this country. When slaves were brought over here, what did they call us? They called us savages. And I believe the slave owners, dogs and cats, had more rights than slaves when they were in this country. How did they view black people when they came to this country? How were they treated? And what was their justification for it? And people like to say it's the Bible. That is a bunch of hogwash. You need to do some research, bro. Psycho, if I have to, bro, I will come to your house and I will show you. And when I do, bro, you're going to make a YouTube video. I ain't following this garbage no more. You might still be an atheist, but you won't buy an evolution no more. I gotta show you something, bro. I gotta show you something. I'm telling you.
Let me explain something. All Darwin did was discover a puzzle. All Darwin did was discover a puzzle, a jigsaw puzzle. He found a box. Wait 1 second. He found a box. Wait 1 second, G man. Let me finish my analogy real quick.
Bible passages and nothing else. That goes to my analogy. As little to no education on people's thinking back then. Hostile Champ is I said this before about this guy, but Hostile Champ is a legend in his own mind. This guy's a moron, bro.
Let me say this though. Let me say this. What Darwin did was find a jigsaw box full of like 2,000 pieces, right? Now he knew the box is there. The box exists. He found the box, so he presented the box. He tried to put the puzzle together. It didn't come out right. So what all Darwin did was discover a box to a puzzle that is still being put together, but he had a lot of pieces not in place. Now people have more of the pieces in place and they still trying to piece everything together. But what evolution is one big jigsaw puzzle that's trying to be put together, and it's being put together one piece at a time. That's the best way I can explain it.
Hogtie Champ doesn't. Oh my god, yeah. Wow. Okay, I'm not going to nominate Hogtie because Hogtie, I don't consider Hogtie to be up there with Jacqueline Glenn. So I'm not going to nominate him, but I am thinking about it though. Hogtie is saying some really dumb things in the chat here. But then again, maybe he don't know. Maybe he hasn't done his research. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, he's an atheist for crying out loud. He believes all the problems in the world caused by Christians and theists. So, you know, that's probably why
Hogtie can explain evolution better than me because Hogtie is well studied in that topic. He's well studied in that topic. But
not a faith. I would love for him to come in here and prove that. I would love for him. He's easy compared to what I did with Underfoot.
He's actually well studied in the topic, so he knows he knows all the little small details that you grinding me about and everything else. But at the end of the day, again, I accept evolution to be true. Big Bang. I know evolution is true. I accept Big Bang until proving something, until giving something better or whatever the case may be. I'm open to changing.
Let me
I'm
ask you a
open to
question.
changing my position on the Big Bang.
Ken Hovind on there. Why won't they let Ken Hovind? Why won't they let Ken Hovind on the Magic Sandwich Show to discuss evolution with Aaron Ra? Oh, because Aaron Ra believes that Ken Hovind is a troll and shouldn't be taken seriously, even though his wife writes his scripts. You understand what I'm saying? If these people understand evolution so well, Aaron Ra would, man, please, that is one dude I wish that would come in here right now. But actually, no, I take that back, because Aaron Ra might actually take me up on that. I don't want him coming in here. Oh Lord. I can't. I don't think I can stomach Aaron. No. He's gonna be right because he says he's right. At least Hogtie gonna present some evidence. You know what I mean? Hogtie understands evolution better than Aaron. Of course, Hogtie might be like, no, Aaron understands. No, he doesn't. Hogtie will actually present evidence. Aaron Ra is gonna be right because Aaron Ra says he's right, and we all know it. He's the worst debater. He's one of the worst debaters I've ever seen in my life. But Ken Hovind, I think, does a phenomenal job handling himself on the topic. And if he's wrong about something, he'll admit it. But I would love to see him on the Magic Sandwich Show. If they ever do pay-per-view on YouTube, where you got to pay to watch a hangout, I got so many hangouts I would pay for. Like, I would pay to see Ken Hovind versus Aaron Ra and the Magic Sandwich Show crew in a fair conversation, all four of them, versus DP. It could be DPR, Aaron Ra, Hogtie Champion, Concordance versus Ken Hovind. Watch that, and I'll get at least 10 other Christians to pay $100 to watch that. That's how confident I am that the four of them would get smacked around like the rag dogs. Because evolution is not an ace in the hole. You can't just say, and I'm not saying you're saying that, but there are atheists out there that believe evolution is so true and that is so right, and no one can refute it. And it's just simply not the case. People ain't doing their research and ain't questioning it. Now, there are things about evolution that I have to say is correct. I got no choice because I observe it and I see it happening in nature and I see it happening all the time. However, there are claims that are being made about evolution that's just, in my opinion, ain't true. Can't be true. So that's my opinion. If I'm wrong, one of these days, an intelligent atheist will approach me and show me why I'm wrong. Now, I actually admit that I could be wrong about certain aspects of evolution, but who's going to be the one that's going to be able to show me? I guarantee you, ain't going to be people on here I deem as trolls like J.D. Kane and Steve McRae. Those dudes ain't teaching me nothing because all they are is a bunch of entertainers, and that's it.
Nah, I don't know about all that.
But listen, bro, you need to do some. Psychopath, I will put it on a DVD so you can watch it, bro, and I will show you some videos, bro. Not just from.
I've been presented all the. If you talk about Darwin,
people that will show you what really drove slavery in this country, bro, and how they viewed black people. Was even we were considered animals, and sometimes even less than animals. Like I said, they're dogs and cats.
We used to consider 3/5. We used to consider 3/5 of a man. That was federal law.
You was a woman until you was a woman, and the white man was horny. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, that was in the Constitution. That was actually in the Constitution. We was considered 3/5 of a man.
Yeah. So me and you,
we didn't even. Our vote wasn't even a full vote. So yeah.
Yeah. So if we're talking about the history that happened in this country, and we're talking about like the struggles that black people have gone. Me and you agree on a whole lot of that. I've already admitted to you in private and in hangouts publicly. When me and you both went against atheism is unstoppable. When me and you meet and agree on things. However, we start talking about this other stuff, bro. This great debate stuff. You already know how that conversation is gonna go. But the funny thing is, Hannah, I can sit with Hannah and talk to her about this because me and her went to the Museum of Natural History. We did not argue, not like this. It was an opportunity to have all this evidence put in front of me. You know what I mean? That she would deem as evidence anyway. And we had some good conversations about it.
That's true. Heru, that's true. You don't have to be an atheist to believe in evolution. There's plenty of theists out here who believe in evolution. Mostly Catholics. They mostly Catholics. You don't catch too many Christians, so to speak. Well, I'm not saying I'm not trying to start any mess about Catholics not being Christians. I'm just saying what G-Man identifies as a Christian. You won't catch too many of them subscribing to evolution, but you will catch some Catholics out there. I know some Muslims out there who subscribe to evolution, but rarely do you find any Christians that subscribe to evolution. They all usually denounce it.
I want to go to a Google Hangout where they're just talking about this topic, but it's going to have to be a controlled, moderated hangout or something like that. But I can't do this free fall stuff, man. This stuff gets annoying after a while.
Yeah.
I don't mind doing it every now and then.
Anybody in the live chat looking for the link, let me know. Oh, you was raised Catholic, Haru? Yeah, my pops tried to make me a Catholic when I was a kid. He ain't Catholic anymore though. He's Christian and Christianed out, fundamentalist.
Yeah, I talked to your dad, man. I won't say nothing else. I'll go up here because your dad might see this. How you doing, Mr. Syko?
I know y'all disagree. I know y'all disagreed on one thing. But yeah.
Oh yeah, and if you would have given, if I would sit on that phone any longer, bro, it would have turned into a YouTube thing. Yeah, man. So out of respect, I got off that call. So like, so
let's see.
That's what you got to do to keep the peace. Sometimes it's like, yeah, whatever. You know. So
all right, let me invite Matthew. Matthew, want to come in here?
Bible is the motivator for slavery in this country. You know what? Maybe certain what do you call them, cells or certain plantations might have had that motivation because they were ignorant about what the Bible taught about slavery. Because the funny thing is, if Paul guy comes in here and says that the Bible is the reason why people can have slavery, all I got to do is show him what the Bible says about slavery, okay, and show him what God condones and what God doesn't, and what would be considered sin. They can't sit there and say that the Bible motivated because man stealing would be considered a sin, okay? That would be considered something that God would be against. They can't sit there and say that God is for raping our women. You ain't never gonna hear me justify that.
Yeah. Could you invite Matthew? I can't find him. I'm trying to find him on the thing to send him an invite.
You're the only person that can invite anybody on this because I would have to open up another window, and if I do that, my laptop's gonna mess up.
Well, yeah, that's the situation I'm at right now. I'm trying.
F417.
My bandwidth is crazy. Give me 1 second, Matthew. I got you.
Is F417H an atheist?
Oh, it's an atheist. I think so.
He says I keep an S. I keep a slave. I don't keep no slaves. Unless you want to talk about my cat, I got a cat. So if you want to talk about, he's my slave. He's the happiest slave I've ever had in my life because he eats, comes and goes whenever he wants. And all he gotta do is catch mice for me. That's it, and be a good little friendly cat. My cat right now is free outside right now, chasing other cats and trying to mate with cats. And he's my slave. So happiest slave.
There you go, Matthew. Matthew, I sent it.
If my cat is a slave, then my cat is the happiest slave you've ever seen. Eats 12 times a day. Creepy behind cat. Sleeps all day. Doesn't really do anything here. But meow when he wants something.
So,
if somebody else comes in, I'm gonna take this hat off. So let me see something here.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me how Christianity is going to help Black people as a whole in the community?
Now what I'm about to say, I'm not saying only happens in the Black community. All right. But if a person becomes a Christian, you would see in that person's individual life, and as a whole, it will affect the community. You'll see him be less selfish. He'll be more of a giver. He'll think about the other person more than he thinks about himself. He'll work hard not to steal. Work hard to be faithful to his wife. He'll work hard to be like Christ and to be less like the rest of the world. That's how it benefits the community. And if you got one person doing that, let's say you got 10 people in the community doing that. Then you got 10 people that are not shoplifting. You got 10 people Well, that's assuming they were. You know what I mean? Because I hate that lie that we commit more crimes than everybody else. But the less black people you got doing harm to other people, the better. So the black community would be doing just fine if people would live like Christ. I mean, if you read the Bible, show me what Jesus did that you would deem harmful to our society. I mean, be real here. He fed the hungry, taught people to love their neighbors, love their enemies, and to love God. I don't understand why some people have problems with the things that Christ taught. I understand that some atheists don't agree with what they've seen in the Old Testament. You know what I mean? But when we get to Jesus, like I said, I don't get that logic one iota. Considering there ain't one person in our black community that can even tie Jesus' shoes. You know what I mean? As an example for us. You give me one person in leadership, whether he be on YouTube, in politics, or whoever. One black person, name one. You won't be able to do it. Jesus is the best example. And he wasn't even black. He was ruddy red.
You don't think Jesus was black?
No, the Hebrew Israelites believe he was black. I believe he was ruddy red.
So you think he was red?
Yeah, I believe he was ruddy red. That's what the Bible says. The Bible says that
red as in how, like Native American red, or literally red?
I would say the complexion of let's say when Saddam Hussein was alive, I would say that complexion, maybe a little darker. But you got Indians that are dark and they're not black. You understand what I'm saying? So when I say Indians, I'm not talking about Native American Indians. I'm talking about like people from India. You know what I mean? They're not black. Yeah. So
no, they're not.
The Hebrew Israelites are extremists. So of course they're gonna think in terms of only black and white. I mean, you gotta hear some of the conclusions that they got about like Asian.
I know what they subscribe to.
Yeah, they're crazy, man.
They think Europeans are Edomites. They believe they, again, depends on whether or not you're talking to people in camps or not, whether or not they subscribe to the 12 tribe chart. But yeah,
I think that the black Hebrew, I wouldn't say so much the conscious community, because I got a different now tell me if you agree with this. Okay, I don't believe the conscious community is contributing to a race war, but I believe that the black Hebrew Israelites, at least from our side, because obviously there's a lot of people on the other side that's contributing to it, but I believe that the Hebrew Israelites are contributing to a potential race war in this country.
I actually disagree, and I'll tell you why. The Hebrew Israelites actually don't never preach that they're about to go out and do anything. All they preach is that God is going to come down and shed his wrath on the people. He's going to crack the sky open with 200 angels and come down and put white people in slavery. And they pretty much believe that, then they pretty much just waiting for that to happen. They actually thought it was going to happen in 2000. That's when the whole original UPK broke up, because they made that false prophecy in 2000 where they said that was when 2000 come around. That's when the Revelations and everything else. Again, the sky's going to crack open. The 200 angels is going to 200 million angels are going to come down from the sky and wipe out what white race and put them all in slavery and everything else.
You should type in a video called the black Hebrew Israelites, the most hated people, the most hated people in this country.
Yeah, I know. I think I've seen that video.
Trust me, they're trying to do it. They're in New York all the time.
Well, I mean, they just
you're gonna see it for yourself. Why?
They pretty much just threatening white people with the Bible. That's pretty much all they're doing. I mean, they're not actually going out there. I mean, I did see a couple incidents happening. That's because white people got up in their feelings and was like, jumping in their face and everything else, and this, that, and third. Of course, they're going to defend themselves. But at the end of the day, mostly they just threatening white people with the Bible. That's all they're doing. I mean, they're not out here. Actually, they're not saying we need to mask up and start kidnapping white people. They're not saying that we need to go out here and start shooting white people and none of this other stuff. They just
this country, the way the conscious community is talking about. Do you honestly believe that these banks would allow these people to do what they're doing in front of their banks? See, I personally believe the government is funding these people. That's what I personally believe. I can't prove it yet.
I don't believe that.
I'm getting close. I'm getting real close. And I'm telling you. Let me explain something to you. how many times have you ever seen a Christian stand in front of Citibank or stand in front of any public building preaching the gospel without being harassed by the police, whether he be black, white, or whatever? It is super duper rare. But every time I go to New York or I go into North, wait a minute, in North, every single week, right in front of these banks, they're sitting there doing the things that they're doing. I'm telling you, they're being funded by people above.
Well, I mean, you know, you
doesn't even believe the stuff that's coming out of his mouth.
You can go to City Hall. You can go to City Hall and get licenses to go out and, you know, and street preach. Like that's not a problem. You know, like they can get licenses for that and tell them what days they're gonna be out there.
You can get a license to street preach, but when you're doing it in front of somebody's place of business, that's different. And they're doing it in front of banks while the banks are in business. Whether you got a permit or not, I don't know how many times I've been threatened with a $500 fine when I go in front of a business telling people to repent, to turn from their sins. But the Hebrew Israelites can stand outside and call white people all kinds of names. No, I'm not stupid. The government is funding those people. I'm telling you. You got to be a raging idiot to believe that black people can stand in front of $1 billion bank and say the things that they're saying without any consequences. That is no. Come on, psychopath. Stop doing it. I know we're public and everything and whatnot, but you're so thinking, man. Come on.
I ain't scared to say, if I thought it was a conspiracy going on, I'm not scared to talk about it. I just don't believe that that's necessarily the case.
I'm gonna prove it. Like I said, I'm one of the few Christians online that consistently deal with these people face to face, and they're always in front of banks. Why is that? Why are they always in front of banks?
Why are they always in front of banks? I don't know.
Who owns these banks? They're condemning the people in front of their own. Yo,
well, they can't stop them from talking. I mean,
I'm gonna try to preach the gospel.
I'm sure when they give them the permits,
in front of that bank, I'm gonna try to preach.
I'm sure when they give them permits, they give them a place to.
5 minutes. Watch how fast I get hit with a $500 fine. I want you to watch it for yourself, and you'll see what I mean.
Well, if you got a permit, they can't. If you get a permit like they do, they can't.
Permits don't mean squat no more. If you go into certain places and whatnot, they'll still arrest you and take away. Listen to me. In Jersey City, there was a group of people who was organized. They got permits from the Jersey City what was it, the police station or the courts or whatever, and then they had permission to go into the square. Have you ever been to Jones Square before? I'm SYKOPATHeist.
Yeah, Jersey City. Yeah,
they had permission to go up there and preach the gospel. The cops told them to stop. They showed them that they had permits, and they kept doing what they were doing, and they were arrested, and they were thrown into county. But you can get in front of a bank. Come on, now. Like I said, you can fool the gullible.
But the permits, I believe they tell you. Don't quote me because I don't know the whole process. Don't quote me because I don't know the whole process. But I believe they tell you where you can and where you can't preach at. So
right. They had permission to go to Jones Square and preach, but they went there. It was asked to stop. They didn't because they showed the paperwork that they had permission to do it and whatnot. Then the Jersey City police arrested them, threw them in jail. It was a big thing at Jersey City, man. It was a real big thing. They got fined like $700. It was in jail for what was it, a day and a half or was it 2 days? You gotta talk to Evangelist Ken. He knows more about it than I do. But it was disgusting because me and him actually go out there and do outdoor evangelism. And whenever the cop tell us to stop, we stop until we see them leave and then start again. Paying no people no mind. My boss is Jesus, not the police officers. You know.
Yeah.
If you throw me in jail, I'm gonna preach the gospel in jail. So you ain't never gonna shut me up unless you kill me.
Hog Tie Champ, I'm about to send it to you. Hog Tie Champ want to come in for a second, G man.
Yeah, I'm sure Hog Tie Champ wants to educate me about the Bible and evolution. And talk about how you're doing a great job and how I'm doing a poor job. He's an atheist. I expect him to do it. So. But we'll see. Let's see what he does. I could be wrong. I mean,
again, the whole evolution thing, like I said, like I don't even like really get into the evolution discussions.
Now, you see how you got mad at me? If he starts bringing up the conscious stuff and says something stupid, I would greatly appreciate it if you don't show no favoritism and treat him the way you were treating me.
G man, I listen. I doubt if Hog Tie Champ comes in here talking crazy. he usually shows respect. He usually shows respect. So I doubt if he comes in. He's not somebody I actually worry about coming in here talking all crazy. So yeah. He said give him a few minutes.
All right. Oh man.
Now, if it was one of these white nationalists coming in here, then yes, it would be. Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. You guys in Newark over there, man. You guys need to take a chill pill, bro. You guys need to.
What's wrong with Newark?
You need to take a chill pill or something.
Yeah.
You ain't impressing me by getting passionate about every little tiny thing that's said to you, man. You gotta take things in context. My God, the great debate community, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know, things get heated sometimes. It is what it is.
Here we go. If I start acting like a G-man collapse, see, there you go. He was acting like that because I was acting like a JA. You know what I mean? And that to me shows me right from the back that he's about to come here being intellectually dishonest, usual self that he is. But it ain't no biggie. Everything that comes out of these atheists' mouth this year is going to be used against them, because at the end of the year, I'm going to show Redline how to have a real award. When I hand out the dumb atheist of the year, which Jacqueline Glenn is actually leading right now. It's going to take a lot to pass. That is one dumb female.
I'm not even subscribed to it anymore. I don't watch her videos anymore.
What about the Amazing Atheist? You subscribe to him?
No, I unsubbed a lot of them, man. They don't even talk about religion anymore. I only subbed to them because they talked about religion, and once they stopped talking about religion, then I stopped caring.
Who's smarter, Aaron Ra or the Amazing Atheist? And as far as debating goes, who's better?
Aaron Ra.
You think Aaron Ra is a better debater than Amazing Atheist?
Amazing Atheist ain't even a good debater, I don't think. Me personally, I've never seen him handle. I've never seen him go. I've never seen him really shine in a debate that I can remember. To be honest with you, I don't think he's. I mean, I've seen him not do horrible, but he doesn't really stand out as a debater. Like when I think of good debaters or atheists, he ain't somebody who pops in my head.
What about when he debated Brett King? They slaughtered the guy. I told Brett King he only did good when he I
didn't even watch it.
Other than that, they kicked his behind.
I didn't even watch it. I didn't even see it, so I don't know.
Him and the Amazing and the Drunken Peasants, they destroyed him.
Nope.
Brett King had no substance whatsoever. He made a claim that he was using people for money, and that he would do, and then Fordham would say something, and he had no substance. He would go to the next topic. He had no evidence for it. He had no proof. And I was shocked because I thought that if Brett Keane ever got into a conversation with one of those guys, because he's known them so long, that he would be able to like go deep on those guys. But he had no stuff. There's nothing really deep about Brett, you know. No. Oh, and by the way, you did enjoy my rap battle against him, right?
I didn't watch it. I gotta go watch it. I missed it.
My rap battle against Brett King.
You just did one recently with him?
No, Brett King stole somebody's rap and uploaded it to him and uploaded it to his channel. And then I made my own. You ain't never see it? The Brett King situation rap?
Nah, I didn't see it. I gotta go watch it.
Laugh your butt off, bro. You got boogers coming out of your nose when you watch that one, bro. It's called the Brett King situation rap, bro. If you want to mute your microphone, go find it right now. You can listen to it. It's called the Brett King situation rap. I put him in his place, bro. That dude threw me under the bus one too many times. I put him in his place.
Let's see.
You'll never rap battle me again. And even Tommy from the Bronx said he don't want to rap battle me after seeing what I did to Brett.
Matthew, I sent you the link too, man. You asked for the link, I sent it to you.
Yeah, y'all better get in here because I gotta work tomorrow. So y'all don't come here soon. I'm out. And I know everybody gonna talk behind my back. Oh, G-Man dumb, and G-Man I need to go to school, and G-Man conflates, and G-Man does this, and blah 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 blah. Same old garbage every time. So that's what Hog Tie is gonna do. He's gonna repeat the same garbage he always repeats in here in these rooms.
I'm sure he want to try to get back into that evolution discussion. That's all Ty's bread and butter right there.
Hog Tie on evolution as I am of any man. I ain't thinking about Hog Tie. Hog Tie comes in and make a point, I'll change my mind. Just that simple. Then I'm wrong. That's the best thing you can do. Oh, G Consciousness is debating today on Debate Talk for you right now.
What is he debating about?
I don't know. Let me check.
Something about the Bible, I'm sure. Which scripture? That's the better question.
From now on, if you want to debate me, I'm making them come on Blog Talk Radio from now on. Because on Blog Talk Radio, that's the only way we're going to get fair moderation. And why don't atheists get on Blog Talk? I got to motivate these atheists again.
I still get on Blog Talk every now and then. My sister does a show on there that I be calling in.
They're debating. He's debating Devon. They're debating is Jesus Christ and Antichrist.
Davon, who? Atheism is unstoppable, Davon? Or another Davon?
No. This is a different Devon. Hebrew Israelite. He's debating G-Con. Is Jesus Christ?
Oh, okay. I know you're talking about.
Woo! I'm missing a good one.
What's good,
This better be good.
I'm doing good. It's got a great. The day has a great Friday feel to it. So
I agree.
Yeah, the kids and I went to the mall to buy one thing, and it took us almost 2 hours because we just wandered, just looked at stuff.
Okay.
Just chill out in the mall. Like not having something to do tomorrow. How are you guys doing?
All right. Doing okay. Just enjoying my Friday night. Glad the weekend's here.
I've been encouraging by sending like private messages to a lot of the YouTubers to say we should be doing these hangouts, and it's it sort of what spurred me was listening to a hangout that Antonio hosted a few nights ago, Antonio Fletcher, and it was a pretty good hangout. But one of the things that would happen in it, actually, sorry, he had an atheist in there, was not sort of very well up on a lot of the issues that are discussed in the community, and it was kind of heated and really interrupty and whatnot. But then after he left, there was actually some pretty good discussion. And one of the things that happened was Antonio kept saying, well, people want to come in, like, especially if any non-believers want to come in, and they're sort of pleading, like, come on, join the discussion. And so I'd written to Antonio, as I've written to a few people, like, we should be doing these hangouts, and it's nice if we sort of remember to send out invitations, and it's great if we schedule a little bit ahead of time so that people know that something's going on, and then they want to join.
Yeah.
I'm glad I caught this one, although I have to say it didn't occur to me initially on seeing the title that, oh yeah, I got to join in and contribute to that. Like I would infer from your title, it's not just about Black people. It's specifically about Black people in American culture, and I'm sort of I feel disconnected to both of those cultures, so I didn't feel I had a lot to contribute. But hopefully you guys had hammered it out in the first hour that I missed. Let me say this though, and
we touched on some things.
Did you guys in the early part of the discussion, did G-Man, did you apologize, like in the first hour? Did you give Syko that apology that we were talking about? Did you apologize to Syko for when you
about a hangout that happened on my YouTube channel? That's what we were talking about today.
Oh, okay.
About nothing that happened in the past. We were talking about what happened at a hangout I did. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before yesterday.
Okay, so that part where you publicly accused Syko of doc dropping you?
Psychopath talks on the phone. The guy knows where I hang. I know where he hangs. There's no need to answer that question.
Oh, okay. But the thing is, when you've publicly told people that Psychopath has doc dropped you and doc dropped where you work, and I'm just wondering if you guys work that out, and then either Syko apologizes.
We talk off of YouTube. I'm not answering that question because it is irrelevant to what we're talking about today.
Okay, so what I take from that is either Psychopath did doc drop you and tell everybody where your employer is, so he's just going to interrupt. He's just going to interrupt
him already, and he just wants to troll and cause drama. And
I just want to ask if you apologize. Okay, but you know what I take from that? He's just going to interrupt. Can I mute him when he interrupts?
It's what I've said to him and what I didn't say to him. You got something talking about?
He's literally just going to constantly talk. Is that the plan? So what I take from that, you're saying it's none of our business, and I'm going to say I think that's a good point. That's what I'm saying. He's just literally going to talk constantly. That's all he's going to do. Okay. No, I was asking, and if your answer is that it's actually none of my business, I take your point. I think
my answer to you
he's just literally going to talk constantly. That's all he's going to do.
Your question. You're talking about the topic. I'm not answering your question. Did you say you love your wife today? I can ask meaningless questions too, Don't think I can't. Don't test me, Hogtie. All right.
Don't test you. I did tell my wife I
Don't
loved her
test
today.
me. I can ask you meaningless questions too.
Yeah.
Is your kids watching you act like a buffoon right now?
Oh, they're off doing something else. Yeah, and yes, I told my wife I loved her today. She's actually
Good,
up. Are you just going to
good.
interrupt constantly? Okay, Syko, can I ask about the moderation? Can I mute him when he interrupts, or are you going to mute him, or do we just let him do it? All right.
Me.
Okay.
I'm asking you stupid
I
questions.
interrupted you while you were interrupting me. That's a hard trick. All right, let's move past it. Can we dial it down and actually have a normal conversation? Or Syko, what do you want to do?
Yeah, and not instigating them to a hit and run. How about you act like a man and actually have a conversation with us, or leave? How about that?
Yeah. Or you can leave if you're upset. I can hear you.
No,
you're getting angry.
I can't talk to psychopath, not you.
You're getting angry
if
and
you
just
come here and act like a bald-headed buffoon. You can do that if you want.
Okay. I have your permission. Okay.
So if you have a legitimate question
can we have a well? Then let's have a topic. Let's have a topic. I mean, G-Man having a shouting meltdown, that can happen anytime. So let's pick a topic.
That's what we're talking about today. That's something that is important to us. We're not just talking about things for the sake of talking about things.
All right. So all your ranting about how I should come in was for what purpose then?
We were talking about evolution. We were talking about whether or not it's believed on faith or whether or not it's believed on science. You're coming in, you're asking me something that me and him already resolved. So I don't know what it is that you're talking about.
Okay. Well, no, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, I asked the question, and then you're saying you guys have talked, and I think you were pointing out it's none of my business, and then I go, oh my God, with the interrupting.
Okay.
No, seriously, I'm going to mute him. I'm going to mute him. If he's literally not going to let me finish a sentence, I'm going to mute him. I don't care. So if you're saying it's none of my business, that's fine. I agree with you. That's actually a good point.
I'll block you, Hogtie, if you mute. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you.
Go ahead and block me. Honestly, Syko, how do you? This is your room. G-Man often makes the point that you sort of have to follow the rules of the room. So I would like just how do you?
I wasn't here before you. You.
Calm down, please, G-Man. Calm down. We can have civil conversation. We can have
such an inferior country.
Literally, wow.
Don't know how to think. Seriously, man.
I would like for G-Man to ask the questions that he was trying to ask you when you was in live chat.
Sure. Or the thing or any of that stuff. Yeah.
So let me go back to what he said in the live chat here. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold tight. Before you came here, you said yes, no favoritism, please. If I start acting like a G-Man caliber JA, please interrupt me and mute me. Hogtie Champ, how much of this hangout have you actually watched?
I'd looked at the timer thing when I'd started listening, and I think I missed about the first hour. Again, I'm not entirely sure how that slider thing works, but I think I missed about the first hour. Let me try to remember the first topic you were talking about.
Okay, so if you don't even know why me and him was going back and forth aggressively, and you've only been watching for a certain period of time, then you don't have the right to say what you said in the live chat.
Oh, sure. No, sure I do. Sure I do, because by the time I typed that in the live chat, I had listened to at least 30 minutes. And of that, you were, I mean, honestly, okay, I'll tell you, I remember when I came in, I had come in a few minutes before. I could do two things at once here too, because I know you made the point, oh, he's just going to come in and say that Syko, you know, was perfect. I can't remember what you said, that you came in, I was going to come in and praise Syko. I mean, I do think I think he did very well in a conversation with you, which is sometimes hard because he gets shouty and interrupty and stuff. There was the period of time that I was listening to, I'd come in just before Syko kind of was getting upset about there was a thing that you were saying, G-Man, about white atheists need to act a certain way, or blacks need to learn something or whatever. I didn't quite hear that part of it, but I know Syko was quite agitated about that and actually used a lot of words that I would certainly not use in a hangout. I sort of get his message, and I sort of, you know, see why he's expressive about it. But then your response, G-Man, was to just sit there and chuckle and laugh about it. So you know, having listened to the hangout about 10 or 15 minutes up to that point, and then listening, you know, for the hour since then, you know, I'm in a good position to form an opinion about what your conduct was like. And this is what you do sometimes. You come into a hangout when you don't really have good information or good argument or a good way to respond to the points put in front of you, is your goal ends up being to try to anger the other person and get them upset. And then, I do think Syko then did get upset, sort of playing into your hand. And you know, and I would, you know, if all I would say to Syko about that is, if it were me, I wouldn't have done that, you know. But you know, I'll do me, you do you, you know, however, whatever the expression is. So yeah, I mean, I do think I have the right, as you say. You tell me I don't have the right to express my opinion in the live chat. Yeah, I listened to the Hangout for plenty of time to listen to what your attitude was like, and the things you were saying and what your attitude was of the whole conversation. I formed an opinion, and after forming it, I posted it. So there.
Why was this Hangout started, Hogtie?
I don't know.
Okay, exactly. Anyway, so psychopath atheist. Going back to the actual topic, since me and you know what we're talking about, and he clearly does not. Because in order for him to say any of the things that he's saying about what my strategies are, he doesn't even know what we're talking about. Shows that he likes to talk about things without having all of the information, which is a typical atheist tactic. So, Hogtie Champ.
Go ahead.
So, Hogtie Champ, how do you know that? How do you know? And I'll prove to you don't know what you're talking about, since I know you wasn't watching certain portions of this. How do you know Big Bang is true?
Well, you got to just take care, G-Man, when you ask a question, make sure that your question actually is addressing something real. So if I ask you, for example, you know, why do you own seven dogs? It would be good if you actually confirm that were the case. So yeah, I know Big Bang is true. At the very least, I hold that belief, and it's, you know, to whatever extent that belief is important to me, it's based on that there are scientists who study that field, and they've come to that opinion. And if you want to know why they come to that opinion, there's tons of documentaries where they will say, okay, here's our reasoning. These are the options. Can I just, excuse me, there's some noise coming through here, so I'm gonna do that. So, you know, the scientists will describe this thing. You can, you know, in high school, you'll learn about, well, they believe that the universe is expanding, and they dial it back, and that's what you learn. And if you want to learn more about it, there's any number of documentaries out there, and I just find that stuff interesting. So I've watched tons of documentaries, and what they do is they initially sort of describe what the Big Bang phenomenon is, and then they say, well, they'll kind of teach you the history of it. These are the observations that these scientists made to come to this conclusion. And if you watch those documentaries, so you understand why the scientists have developed this model, and then what additional information came about that helped them refine the model, then you know, I look at that and I go, okay, well, I haven't made those observations myself. I've never looked into a telescope. I've never seen the cosmic background radiation myself, but I've heard their description of the things they've seen that have guided them to come up with this model. And yeah, for as much as I care whether or not the Big Bang is an accurate description of the universe, yeah, I believe it. Does that answer your question?
Is it by faith or is it by fact?
Right, by faith, or what was the other word? What was the other option?
Fact.
Well, it's by both. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Sure, let's play the word game with the word faith. How do we want to use the word faith? Actually, I don't even want to play that game. You pick a definition for the word faith. You give me a definition for the word faith, and then I'll answer.
So this is the game for you now. So this is
no. You're going to play the word game with the word faith. Okay,
now
I'll answer it this way. It is
the game. I'm done talking to you.
No, you're.
I never said this was a game.
Okay.
I never said that I was joking around. I never insinuated that I'm joking around. You are trolling right now. I'm done with you.
No. Oh, okay, he's done. Okay, well, pick a new topic then. I'm surprised to see you concede that quickly. That was interesting.
Psychopath atheist. Do you understand why I made my hangout?
Literally, that was it. That's hilarious.
When you see my response to this later and what was said in this hangout later, you're going to see something hilarious because you made my argument for me.
Well, then,
but anyway, go ahead.
G-Man, you're being childish now. If you see, this is the thing. You claim to want to have an actual conversation, and then as soon as we engage into it, you sit there with your smug ass look, and you're making noise the whole time I'm trying to answer a question. I want to ask you, okay, let's just talk. Let's sit here and talk like gentlemen. You start going, oh, well, then I'm done with you, you fucking child. Come on.
You take the psychopath answer if you don't mind. I told you I'm not engaging you until you start acting like an adult. When you said that I'm playing a word game, never said anything about a game.
Okay, because G-Man. Okay, I'll take it back then. But let me explain. Let me explain why I said it, and then I will take it back. Because every time you mention the word, okay, we've met before, right? And you do have a YouTube channel, right? So I've
no, we haven't.
I know.
Face to face.
No. I'm saying we've engaged each other.
I
So
don't want to meet face to face.
okay, you don't want to meet face to face. What a fucking dick. Anyway,
I sure don't, because I know.
Okay, yeah, I know. So here's the thing, G-Man. And I'll say I will take back the comment, and I will. Okay, so what happened a moment ago? I accused G-Man of about to entering into game playing. He had not entered into game playing. I just said that in my view, that's what he was going to do, was to enter into this word game, and he hadn't actually taken that step. And I just want to explain that the reason I said that was because having seen G-Man run this same trough of an argument over and over again, this is what he does every time. He goes into the thing about faith, and then he does a switcheroo with the word faith. And I just assumed that that's what he was going to do, and perhaps unfairly. So I take it back, and I apologize for jumping to that conclusion, and I'll say I was wrong to do so. I mean, I think I sort of had a good justification for it, because you do it literally every time. Maybe this would be the one time you wouldn't do it. So okay, ask your question again. It was, do I take it by faith or by fact?
Do you hold it by faith? You believe that Big Bang is true, and if you believe that it's true, what is it based on besides? Actually, it doesn't matter why you believe it's true. Do you believe that it's true, or do you take it on faith? Which one?
Do I believe that it's true, or do I take it on faith? Okay, in any sense of the way people say take it on faith. No, I don't take it on faith. I believe that it's true. And actually, your first question, I think, was, is it faith or fact? I'm saying it's based on facts, not on.
You don't take it on faith. You don't take it on faith.
No.
Do you believe that that the Big Bang is scientifically accurate? Yes or no?
Scientifically accurate. That's a gibberish phrase. Let me try. Can you explain that phrase better? I mean, I can guess what you mean.
It's a gibberish phrase.
It is a gibberish phrase. But
gibberish phrase.
Sorry. What do you mean by? I'm going to assume you mean that. Do I think it actually represents reality?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Do you believe that the Big Bang is a scientific fact? Yes or no? Yes or no?
It is not a scientific fact. No.
Okay, cool. So since Big Bang is only an explanation for how the universe started, how did the universe start?
Well, Big Bang's actually not an explanation for how it started, but I don't even know how to. I don't even know how to get you up to speed on that point.
How did the universe start?
Okay,
That's all I want to know. If Big Bang is not a scientific fact, then how did the universe start?
Okay, you want to go to the, okay, we'll go to that gap in knowledge. I literally don't know. You mean so like, okay, so the Big Bang, I have to say it this way. The Big Bang refers to the expansion of the universe after the initial inflation event. And what caused that? Or sorry, you're saying how? I don't know. Like, I think are you asking the question of, well, how did something come from nothing? I literally don't know.
No, I'm not asking nothing like that. Now you're trying to put words in my mouth. All I asked you was,
stop.
He's asking you to elaborate.
I asked you, I specifically said, is that what you're asking? There's this classic question.
No, I'm not.
Stop, G-Man. Do you want to talk like grown-ups or not? Okay, you don't. So listen, I said, listen, stop. G-Man.
The only person playing word games right now, and the only person
listen, stop. Calm yourself down. Calm yourself down. Calm yourself down, G-Man. Calm yourself down, G-Man. You asked the question. I said,
G-Man, the Big Bang a scientific fact?
G-Man, I said, there's this. Do you mean? I asked. Do you mean? He's just going to shout. It's just literally. It's just literally a battle of who's going to talk more. Okay, G-Man, I asked. I didn't put words in your mouth. I said.
I can't talk to you no more, bro, because you acting like a buffoon.
No, that's not.
Psychopath, give me the final comment.
Yeah.
I'm wasting my time with this troll.
He's just going to turn it into a mute war. And this is the thing. I mean, he claims he wants to have a normal conversation. And by the way, this does count.
I'm going to block.
Yeah, you can go ahead. This now counts as the 10th time G-Man's run away from debate with me. The 10th time he's run away from debate with me, literally. At least that I can recall. There is a post.
All right, so I blocked him because
there is a post on that I put up
so I can go.
A couple days ago. G-Man made the claim recently that that he never runs from debate.
Yeah,
and I just put up
both.
Yeah.
both of y'all talking right now at the same time.
Well, then you just got to mute him.
Yeah.
Okay, what you can do, Psycho. I mean, we have kind of a standing rule in the community that if somebody blocks somebody else in a hangout, then that person is automatically removed from the hangout, and they're allowed to rejoin on another account.
I will pass that along to True Empiricism. We'll get a laugh at it on. We'll get a laugh on it later. But he just made my list for the end of the year as dumb atheist of the year for saying it too. So
So yeah, G man, you got some final statements you want to make, G man, before you leave? Because I think then you said you was about to get ready to leave, right?
I hate to say this, guys, but Psycho, this was an unproductive hangout because we both let this troll in here.
Yeah, but Psycho, I don't know if G-Man's actually talking right now, so I'm just gonna go ahead. What I would suggest, Psycho, is that if you're interested in what I want to say, then just mute G-Man for a moment, or just ask him to please just be quiet for a second, so I can tell you this. I mean, my suggestion, I do think it's possible to have sensible conversations with G-Man, but I just want to suggest you respectfully, like as in moderating the room.
I got I got both of y'all talking. This is madness.
Well, pick one. Just pick one. And
hold on. Let G-Man just finish up his statement.
Because no, he'll never finish. He never finishes.
He's not gonna be long, I promise. He's not gonna be long.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then just let me know. Let me know when it's cool.
Yeah.
Let me listen.
Your final statement, Psychopath. I got my own channel, man. Don't worry about it. I'm not insecure.
Go ahead. Finish your statement, G-Man.
No, I'm not, man. Go ahead and make yours. This is why I don't go to atheist channels, by the way. I just want to let you know. This is why we Christians don't come to these channels no more. But go ahead.
Well, we chance to see what each other felt about a few things. We could have got a little bit deeper, but it's all good. Appreciate you coming on, discussing this stuff, because I know, like I said, I heard the concerns you had up on your hangout, and I was just trying to inform you on a few other things that I thought you was missing out on. But yeah, we'll get a chance to talk again.
Now, I'll say this for the audience that is watching about a future hangout I'm going to do. You guys know about the little series I did called Atheists That Produce Non-Productive Google Hangouts, right? I'm going to talk about atheists on YouTube that should not be allowed into your Google Hangouts, who are only going to come there to troll, who only come into these hangouts because they're bored and they argue about stuff they don't really care about. Champ is one of them. Another person is JD Kane. Another person is Steve McRae. If you invite Psychopath Atheists to a conversation like we had today, you're going to get.
Sorry, just because you said that he was going to kind of wrap up his point.
Well, let me try
and then I could make the thing I was going to say, which would actually take less than a minute. Now, I'm assuming what's happened is that he's just gone ahead. Now he's launched into some other rant.
You know what I mean? I blocked
Champ
because Champ came in here #1 and wanted to bring
I'm assuming he's. I mean, my guess would be he's just complaining and he's like listing the names of atheists that are out to get him and crap like that.
Talked about this. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is he still going?
If the atheist invites me to their Google Hangouts and I don't come, remember this hangout and you'll know why. So the only thing I want to say is that my perspective on the conscious community stuff.
He's still going.
Deals with a Christian perspective on looking at people as being people. I am not racist. I am not prejudiced. I literally love everybody, regardless of their race. And I'm not speaking for the conscious community, and I'm not saying that they hate other people. I am saying that as a Christian, okay, when I see a white person, I see a person. When I see a black person, I see a person. When I see an Indian or Asian,
so this is what I said. I mean, if you could just give me a chance to say the quick thing I wanted to say, then he's
there are people and
he's going to let it roll for
me, and that's all fine and well. The fact of the matter is that that black people, I think we need to focus more on. Is he talking while I'm talking, Psychopath?
Yeah, no, well, not so just then. Just then, no.
Why don't you join him or kick him out of here while he's doing that?
This is crazy right now. All right. Yeah, I heard everything you said, G-Man. I was listening.
And don't invite me on here again, bro, if you're gonna allow stuff like this, bro. You can't even mute people.
What do you mean? He's not talking right now. I told you he wasn't talking just now.
Well, I was talking, and they're saying
Oh,
that
what's
they
he doing?
can't
Is he
even hear me.
complaining that I'm talking? I've been quiet the whole time. Like, what a
Yeah, he was pretty quiet just then.
Give it a final statement. Give your final statement, man. I got a YouTube channel. I'll do a quick video after this one real quick about why certain people are no longer, it should not be allowed into people's hangouts. All Ty Chant wants to hang out, he should start one himself. When he invites me and I don't show up, he knows why.
Okay. These two have been going at it for a long time, people who don't know what the hell is going on.
No. I haven't been going on it for a long time. I barely know All Ty Chant. All Ty Chant has an imagination of how long we've been going at things. Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all have some history. But yeah.
Is RC227 an atheist?
Who?
And Van the man is an atheist, right?
Is he still?
Yeah, Van's an atheist. Yeah. Go ahead, Hard. What was you about to say, Hard?
Okay, was he okay? Yeah, no, I was
Van
just.
the man says I'm a massively racist. I'm massively.
That's sort of what you get from G-Man. G-Man, for some reason, I mean, we used to have good conversations, but he's become increasingly hateful, and he really genuinely hates me, and he's even made that statement in public. Although he doesn't use the word hate for the specific reason that the Bible tells him not to hate. But all I was going to say, Syko, was that, and it's, you know, again, you run your room how you want to run it, but I will say, it's totally possible to have a sensible conversation with G-Man, but it does help if you sort of pop your head in and say, come on, gentlemen, like, just dial it down a bit. Like, I think if you notice, what I was trying to do was to, I mean, yeah, I was pushing his buttons a little bit, but he's just so easy to push his buttons, and he's just so ready to be angry and hateful of people. It's just, you know, it's pretty easy to do. But even when I would say, okay, let's dial it down, you know, let's back off of that, and let's actually talk about an actual topic, he would just, you know, still be rude and explosive and just, you know, get really offended by everything. And I think sometimes it's helpful if you as a moderator would just say, okay, guys, come on, let's, you know, like Hannah does, for example. Hannah is pretty good about saying, come on, guys, let's dial it down. Let's ease up on the interrupting. And, you know, because it's too bad. I mean, I think some of the issues that G-Man raised when you guys were first talking, like about Darwin and about, I mean, I thought that was an interesting point about the use of the word ape and how it's very, or monkey, and how it's really racially charged. And I had a response to that. I had what I thought was going to be a helpful observation. But then, you know, G-Man got all upset and, you know, pissed his pants and left. So, or he didn't leave. He's still here, I guess. But that's all I wanted to say, was just to encourage you to, sometimes with G-Man, you got to say, or with me for that matter, you got to just say, okay, come on, enough of that. Let's be civil.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. You're right. You're right about that. I was hoping y'all worked it out, but I see it got bad. So, you know.
Let me know when he's finished.
He's done. He's done, G-Man. He's done.
Yeah. So so again, he doesn't even know what the conversation was about. When he was doing his final statement, did he contribute anything to what we were talking about earlier, stuff that me and you actually care about? What did he say?
See, this is why I wish you didn't block him.
I don't cry like a little girl because he's getting blocked on my main channel again.
Well, just honestly, there's a solution to that. Just tell him to leave and come back on a different account.
And he won't be able to get into any hangouts that I'm in either.
Oh no, actually, you know what? I can do it. Does he want to? I can come in with a different account. Does he want to actually talk?
Channel, and I'm there. He ain't getting in there.
Yeah.
And if I see him coming over the soccer account, I'm gonna block that too.
Well, don't do it all the time. He just said he'll block you if you come in with another account. So don't
see, because that's his attitude. He's that childish. He literally cannot handle the civil conversation.
What do you say,
your audience are clearly uneducated and don't know what we're talking about. Uneducated, your audience is, man. I'm speaking nonsensical babble from G-Man. Do you understand what I was saying, Psychopath? Yes or no? Regarding the conscious community stuff.
I understood what your concerns was.
Not what my concern was. This is a response to my hangout that I did on my channel. Sonetta and the conscious community. Hello, my name is G-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say about that. That's all I care about. I don't care about him whining, complaining about being blocked.
No, he said he couldn't contribute to that conversation. He came in here to discuss the evolution because the conversation turned to evolution, and he wanted to chime in on that. He actually just got finished saying that he wanted to discuss the whole topic about the whole monkey, calling black people monkey thing that we was talking about. He said he actually had something he wanted to contribute to that.
Watch this. Now, check it out. Jade. Now, remember earlier you said Jade was intelligent, right? Psycho. This is what Jade wrote in the chat here. I just got here, meaning she don't know what's going on now. And this is what she ignorantly says after that. So G-Man blocked Hogtie, ROFL, being a BICT, you know what? Are you G-Man? You understand what I'm saying? She don't even know what's going on. You're guilty before you even find out what's going on.
Yeah.
And this is supposed to be a Christian. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me know again. This is just chaos to have a hangout go this way. So let me know when I can chime in again.
He just stopped. He was talking about the live chat. He just stopped.
Yeah. He's
I never thought.
Yeah, I mean, this way I say, I think this is sort of a chaotic way to do it. I mean, it makes it so that people just can't have a conversation, and this is why most of us.
Let Hogtie's gonna come in on the sock account, another account.
I'm gonna block him again. I don't want to hear nothing he got to say. The guy is.
Imagine he's
not coming. He's not coming. He's not coming for drama. He wants to talk about the evolution. He wants to talk about the evolution thing. He's not coming for drama.
I don't want to talk to him about nothing. When he stops trolling me and talks to me like an adult, I'll talk to him.
He said he's not coming for drama.
Drama between me and you.
He said he's not. He said not.
Nothing to do with it. I don't want to talk to the guy.
He said he's not coming in here for all that though. He wants to talk about the whole evolution thing.
2017. I'm no longer talking to
well, I do.
People.
Let me. I'll tell you what his actual problem is.
But don't use any of it.
This is true of me. I know he has this problem with Fiona and with Jade. You notice that he's there are a few people that he's G-Man is absolutely aggressive about. I cannot talk to that person for more than a minute or so, because he's aware that there were people who will come at him with information.
Oh, come on.
And will do it politely.
I has never
done
anything
he can't deal with that information, right? G-Man has a very limited toolbox in the ways that he can discuss things with people.
Yeah, you need to be careful.
And like I say, all he can do is just make people upset or play a silly word game argument. And as soon as you shut him down on those points, he has to shut the conversation down, and he does it by usually ejecting, hiding the person from broadcast, or ejecting him from a room, or in a case like this where he doesn't have mod control, well, then he's got to do this thing to block it. And all he's done, Psycho, and I got to say, you kind of let him do it, is he's vandalized your hangout. Now, it's not so bad because it's just the three of us, and I think you're doing a good job now of saying, okay, G-Man, you talk, okay, Hogtie, you talk, but he does it often. You'll have a hangout that's got 8 or 9 people in it, and he'll join, and then he'll just vandalize the hangout. He'll start blocking people.
And by the way, for those who are watching,
he makes it so that, imagine you probably have seen it.
Is not a scientific fact.
You've seen it where he's been in a hangout and then he blocks 3 or 4 people,
when I get this on my channel,
and then it just becomes impossible to talk because nobody knows who's talking when, and it just turns into chaos. It's bad enough with just the 3 of us.
We got
but he does it, just to vandalize the hangout.
This is gonna be fun.
And say most of us have taken on the policy that as soon as he does it, he's kicked out. He's welcome to come back in on a different account.
And that's it.
But you just, people just can't come in and do this to hangouts.
What are you saying now, Psychopath?
And yet,
notice what McCray and those guys do with the dot dropping yet? Has he resorted to all that yet? Because he ain't got no life.
Nah, he's pretty much saying you're scared to talk to him.
I'm not scared to talk to him. He's a waste of my time. I don't talk to. I made it clear. Everybody on my channel, I'm done with the trolls. You're gonna troll me, that's it. You only get one chance, and that's it. You troll me, you're done. That's it. He's on punishment for a month. Now you're gonna. He said you
on punishment. He said you on punishment for a month, Hogtie.
If you want to invite somebody else into this
thing, I didn't hear. What was that?
If you want. But this guy said
you was on punishment for a month.
Punishment? What a baby! No, I mean let's just. I mean, it is what it is, right? He's got his little toolbox of things that he can say, and then when he's got somebody that can shut him down, he knows he has to escape that conversation. You take a look at who he blocks, right? If he gets into a heated discussion with somebody and it turns ugly, he grins and he chuckles. He loves it when that sort of drama happens. Sorry, what's that, Psycho?
5.
Or is he just interrupting while it's my turn, kind of? Yeah. But you notice too how this goes in terms of the vandalism, because when it's like, okay, well, do we want to have a conversation? Like okay, fine. Even though he's the one who vandalized the hangout by blocking me, I said, okay, fine, I'll come in on a different account, whatever. You know, there's no way that G-Man's going to step out and come back in on a different account because he's the one that blocked. Everybody else, you know, and we actually, who hosted a hangout that one time where there were about 4 or 5 people and everybody else had to leave and come back in. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm going to apologize to G-Man even though we can't hear.
No,
and just so
listen,
the audience knows, I'm misremembering an event. That was actually
my
Arcane
boy G
Logos.
Consciousness and the debate talk for you.
Had blocked a bunch of people, and everybody else was just tripping over themselves. That, well, why don't you leave and come back, and why don't you come in on a Slack account? That was just ridiculous. So, and I'm sorry, that wasn't G-Man. That was Arcane. But it's the same thing. I mean, G-Man does that, except just more often and worse, right? Where everybody else has to follow his rules. He'll insist that you have to follow his rules in his hangout, but then once he's in anyone else's hangouts, you still have to follow his rules.
I don't know. This whole thing's crazy. So, G-Man, you have no interest in talking to Hogtie even under the sock account?
Call back within 15 minutes of shooting.
No, hold on. I'm listening to blog talk. If you want to invite somebody else into the room, you can invite them in the room. I told you. I'm trolled one time. I'm not talking to somebody.
If he doesn't
apologize to you. Ain't
if he doesn't have any interest, I don't.
What me and you talked about. I mean, as a matter of fact, Syko, do you mind if I actually show the text message in between me and you on my phone? I mean, your phone number will be revealed. Maybe I can cover it up.
No, don't show that.
Yeah, man. They want to know so much about us, and it's so nosy. You know, I got his phone number right here. The whole conversation. Well, some of it I think here. Where is it? Yeah, me and you talked on the phone about that psychopath.
I don't, Van, I don't know what the Discord chat is.
I'm not sure who that was for.
No, Van asked a question. So, are you interested in the Discord chat?
Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about. So you guys explain. Elaborate, please.
Yeah. Syko, one thing.
Hey, Jay. Go ahead. My bad, Hogtie.
Yeah. Sorry, that was go ahead. Oh my God, this is chaos. I think you said go ahead, Hogtie. The other thing too is
I will.
You notice now too. I mean, what happens now if somebody else comes in the room? I know you'd invited some other people. Like I'd be quite happy to talk. Who was it? Ecclesiastes was talking about coming in. You know, I was actually planning on hosting a hangout tonight and inviting Ecclesiastes and what's his name, Carlos. Jesus Saves.
Let you know.
And you know, some of those guys, and yet, so if they come in, I mean, I'd be quite happy to talk with them. But then how would that work? I mean, essentially, what G-Man's done now is he's put you in the position of saying, well, you're not allowed to have Hogtie in your hangout, right? Because now, if other people come in, it would be an absolutely unmanageable conversation. You know, so I'm not sure what to do about it. I mean, I just want to make the point or repeat the point that this is. I mean, punishment. That's such a funny term, right? He's upset and he gets all whiny and turns into a crybaby about it, and he feels that he's got to punish me. And he said a month, like he's doled out a particular, like, I don't give a shit, like a month. He wants to have a conversation or he doesn't, right? I mean, let's say we're up to 10 times now that he's just bailed on, you know, he wants to talk about something, and then he claims he wants to talk about something, and he's so sure he can beat me on any of these topics. You know, we made a list the other day, and it was evolution, knowledge about the Bible. Just trying to remember what some of those topics were. I'd have to go back and look at that list. Oh yeah, there's funny ones too. Like G-Man insists that there's a cure for HIV that is safe and available, but the government's hiding it from Americans. There's a cure for cancer, but the government's hiding it from Americans. And he'll just say this. He'll be like, oh, yeah, well, Hogtie and I get in a room, I'll really show him up. Well, no, this is what happens. We get into a conversation, and it doesn't matter how conciliatory I am. If you're wondering, too, Syko, why, I know you've probably seen me in Hangouts when I'm generally really, really nice to people. But with G-Man, yeah, I mean, I'll admit tonight I was a little, you know, I was pushing his buttons a bit. But I was also very quick to say, okay, you're right. I apologize. I take that back. I shouldn't have said that. Let's just go on with the conversation. And it doesn't matter. If you're wondering why I even did the first step, like where I'd be willing to say, oh, come on. Oh, here comes G-Man, you know, I mean, honestly, when I said the thing about how Oh, he's about to start playing word games. Well, he hadn't done so yet, but come on, everybody knows that's what he was going to do. He was going to play his typical word game with the word faith. And if he would have just pressed on with that conversation, we could have dealt with it and got past it. But he knew as soon as I called him out on that he had nowhere to go. That's that he's a one-trick pony with that stuff. He's got nowhere else to go. So of course he's got to bail on it. And if you're wondering why I'm quick then to sort of, you know, not be patient with G-Man, it's because it literally doesn't matter how conciliatory or how yielding I am to him, because he's not upset by the tone or respect. He's upset by his inability to play his normal little parlor tricks in these conversations. That's the thing that upsets him. So he's going to run from the conversation no matter what happens. So you know, if he wants to put me on punishment for a month, well, it can be 6 months, it can be a year, it can be a day. It doesn't really matter, because at the end of his little punishment period, he's still not going to be able to address these things in a conversation with me. So he's just going to find another excuse to run. So that's fun.
G-Man, you there? G-Man?
Yeah, I'm here. Are you inviting somebody else into this hangout or not? It's 11 o'clock over here, man.
Well, anybody looking for the link, mention it in the,
But not.
I do got somebody asking for a link. Give me 1 second.
Is
Oh,
there
if you
another
do
person
that,
with
then
2 subscribers
you
that wanna
gotta-
come here?
If somebody else comes in, then you got to decide how you're gonna handle that situation, because we can't have a conversation if that person
Because we're
says
talking
something
about the
and then I
conscious
want to
community, or I'm
address
not
what they're
talking to them
saying, but
about nothing
G-Man
else.
starts talking while I'm talking, or I talk while he's
Obviously,
already
there's no
talking.
moderation in this hangout.
You're-
So they want to
You know,
talk.
like this thing you're doing now with this weird Chinese wall of you having to tell me, oh, he's still talking. Oh, wait, okay, now Hogtie, you can go. You know, and then you're summarizing. You take everything he says and summarize it as one sentence, and you take everything I say and summarize it as one sentence. You know, how the heck is that going to work in a hangout? If I were you, I'd just
He's still talking,
fuck it,
right?
I'll leave. If this is how childish he's going to
Psychopath,
be,
he's still talking, right? Psychopath.
and he
Yeah.
can't be in a hangout with you
Stop, bro.
unless
that thing goes on
unless
and
you know.
on
I
and
mean,
on
literally,
and
it
on
means
and
I
on
have
and
to
on.
leave.
Never gonna stop.
And that's what it comes down to. And I just want it noted that,
Yeah.
this is how he approaches the conversation. That if he can't have his way in a conversation, he's going to call the other person a troll, and he's going to control your hangout,
job,
and he's going to wait for the nice guy to leave, and I'm going to be that nice guy and leave.
He's just used to it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's a handicap he has or something. I don't know.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to get this link up. Anybody else looking for a link? Let me know.
I can't wait to a lot of them are saying in the chat that what were they saying? They were saying that I'm running from Hogtie. Hogtie Champ said that that Big Bang is not a fact, not a scientific fact, and wanted to play word games with me. Then accused me of playing word games and then had to backtrack and apologize to me. And he knows that if this video stays on YouTube long enough for me to download, I'm gonna embarrass him on my YouTube channel. So should have thought about that before he decided to play games with me.
I think G-Man caught you slipping. How he said he's gonna download this, expose you.
Wait.
No.
G-Man says he's going to download this hangout and embarrass somebody. Oh my God! Like that hasn't happened every
worth my
hangout.
time on my YouTube channel.
What is there a particular issue that he's thinking is relevant, or he's just going to expose me in general? As
Champ has been destroyed and pwned more times.
I mean, his usual technique of quote unquote exposing people is to just misrepresent their position like this. Did you see the thing lately with who do you have a discussion with? Oh, he goes by. He changed his name recently. He goes by some weird name. But he had a discussion, and it was, "Do atheists really exist?" And he ended up inferring from that conversation that this other fellow was saying.
You're still talking, right?
That
Psychopath.
A person can believe in
God
God
stop, bro. It's gonna go on,
and still be an atheist. And then he just goes like he goes, "Hey Veckel, did you hear that? This guy says that you can believe in God and still be an atheist." And And you know, Jade agrees with him, and Steve McRae agrees with him, and he's listing all these people that agree with him for making this comment, which of course he never made. You know, it's so he's going to do something like that. He's going to take something that I said in the conversation. Which, I mean, the other thing too is, what could I have possibly said in this conversation that would be embarrassing? Because I could never make a point. Right? I think there was one occasion that he actually let me say what I was trying to say. And then I muted and I let him go on to the next thing. And then, you know, my next attempt to answer the question, he just had to go into interrupting. And by the way, I haven't done this before with G-Man. This is the first time, this hangout, you were graced with my first attempt at doing this. One thing I've noticed is that G-Man will just talk over somebody. He simply will not. You know, he'll go whoa, 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 and he'll say it until he's out of air. He simply will not sort of politely interject and then let you finish your point, or let you yield. You know, like sometimes people kind of interject, and then the other person will say, "Oh, go ahead." You know, they'll sort of yield an interruption. He won't do that. He'll just sit here and just talk and talk and talk and talk. So this was the first time I thought, well, you know what I'll do? I'll just, when he does that, I'll just keep talking and see who runs out of air first. And every time I ran out of air first. I'm sorry, he's doing it again.
What's good, Van?
What's going on, Syko?
Not much. It's just a little bit confusing right now. but
I can buy that.
Van. Yeah, Van. So you think I was wrong for blocking all the time?
Yeah.
You believe he was being rational and logical, Van?
I'm sorry?
You believe that he was being logical and rational, and I shouldn't have blocked him?
Well, I do think he was being logical and rational, yes. And I don't see why you blocked him other than to avoid the conversation.
Okay, there we go. So that's two. Okay, cool. So what was I avoiding, Van?
The conversation.
Be specific. What was I avoiding?
That is specific.
But that's interesting. So sorry, what I'm gathering from Van's answers is that G-Man is asking for Van to endorse. Is it G-Man is expecting Van to say, "Oh, you totally should have blocked that hogtie asshole"? No, I don't want to hold on. Like what?
No,
see that?
You're good.
No, Van. Why? Yeah. Oh, okay. And what G-Man needs to understand is that if he wants somebody to blow sunshine up his skirt and to say it was a good idea to act the way he's acted in this hangout, then he needs to go hang out with his ball washers. Go ask True Empiricism if he thinks it was a good idea, because True Empiricism is going to tell him it was a good idea.
Kindergarten level with their education.
True Empiricism won't even need to see this hangout to know that it was a good idea to block hogtie. But G-Man shouldn't ask anybody who actually saw the hangout whether it was a good idea. I mean, come on.
Okay. Hold on a second now. There was two people talking at once there, and I was trying to follow both.
Because the moderator is looking for drama.
G-Man, I asked you to hold on a second, and that didn't seem to work. If I understood your question, you want me to enumerate why I think hogtie was logical and rational, and why you shouldn't have blocked him. Is that correct?
Yeah, I want to know how he was being logical and rational, and why I shouldn't have blocked him. Yeah, I definitely want to hear the perspective. This should be good. Good.
Well, I didn't hear him say anything.
Not contradicting your worldview. I want to hear.
Hush. I didn't hear him say anything that was illogical or irrational. Therefore, he was being logical and rational. I'm open to correction on this if you can point something out. And what was the second question?
Open to correction, right?
I'm always open to correction. Anyone should be.
He immediately asked the question, and he didn't immediately do this, but he asked the question on why did I apologize? I've met psychopath atheists face to face. I got the man.
That doesn't have anything to do with logical or rational. He might have been poking at you, but that doesn't have anything to do with logical or rational.
So let me finish my statement. If you don't want me to finish my statement, then I won't finish it. And this
Sorry, I thought I was answering your question.
No, I ain't saying what you were saying, G-Man.
You interrupted me because I know atheists don't believe in the freedom of speech, and I understand that. Okay,
I ain't saying what you were saying, G-Man.
So thank you, because I know you guys are totally into censorship and all that. So anyway, the bottom line is that that he comes in here and asks me that I apologize to Psychopath Atheist about doc dropping me. Psychopath Atheist has my phone number. He's in the room with us right now. I was asked to be in this Google Hangout in a response to a video that I did on my YouTube channel that most atheists are too stupid to understand, because in the comment section, none of you are commenting on what we was actually talking about. Okay? And me and Psychopath Atheist had that conversation a long time ago. It was done on that day. The man knows where I live at. Do you understand me? It is none of Hogtie Champ's business what me and Psychopath Atheist talked about.
Did you hear him say? If you're telling me, hold on. Or did you hear Hogtie say that if you're telling me it's none of my business, then I would agree with you?
Yeah, that was the point I was just about to make.
When he came in here trying to troll and trying to fire hose and disrupt the conversation by over talking, not being intellectually honest about his position regarding the science of the Big Bang, I'm done.
No, he was not only I believe he was intellectually honest, but he was also accurate to the science on the Big Bang.
I'm not done yet. You see,
I thought you were.
Did he just all of a sudden change topic to Big Bang?
I have.
Yes.
I'm missing this random thing. That's weird.
Of evidence that you guys love to tell me to go kill myself, to go shoot myself, to jump off a cliff.
I've never said anything like that.
I will screen share what you knuckleheads say on my channel. Then you think
I have never said anything like that.
No, it ain't gonna happen. Don't.
Well, yet again, I have never said anything like that.
You said a lot of you sitting there supporting Hogtie, and it's okay for him to troll us, but then
Hogtie's never said anything like that.
So I'm gonna warn you. You troll me, I'll do the same thing to you. That's a promise. I'm consistent.
So yet again, I've never done anything like that.
So what's your question, Van?
I didn't have a question. You had a question for me.
No, I didn't. I said to Psychopath that if somebody wanted to come here and have a question here, you can
how close, Van? How close are you to being blocked by G-Man? Is he going to block you?
Please make it about what we talked about today.
I'm thinking fairly close.
I'm curious what your opinion about that is.
Well, before we move on, let's go back to the question that you asked me. I don't know why. I don't even think I answered it.
You don't even know who the conscious community is, do you?
The what community?
The conscious community. You don't even know who the conscious community is, do you?
Not a clue.
Psychopath Atheist is a member of the conscious community. I care about some of the things that they talk about. I care about a lot of the things that they're talking about in that community. Do you know anything about it?
I think I just answered that one.
So if you ain't got no question about that, then
well, let's go back to the question that you asked me and we hadn't finished talking about.
Yeah, and I actually want to talk about the conscious community stuff because Hogtie didn't know nothing about it either, because he only been watching for like a half an hour. You know what I mean?
So you asked me if he was being logical and rational. I said
he
yes.
Wasn't.
And
that's your opinion.
You haven't provided any examples of him not being so. That's why I said I'm open to correction.
I did give you an example.
I got to say something for like 10 seconds. Can you put G-Man on hold for like 10 seconds?
Now, do you have a question about the conscious community?
I'm sorry. Yes no. Can you give me that example? I don't recall it.
Do you have a question about the conscious community? Yes or no? Or do you? Okay, first of all, do you know what the conscious community is? Yes or no?
I've answered that question.
Yes or no? I didn't hear it. Yes or no?
You heard it earlier, and then you commented about what I said, so I know you heard it. No.
What? Oh, you don't.
Okay.
So this is
I need 10 seconds. It's got to be within the next minute or so.
Okay, hold on. G-Man, time out for a second, G-Man. Hold on 1 second, G-Man, please.
I love it when people try to put the
please, we've got a moderation issue. So hold on, give me about 30-45 seconds, okay? Go ahead.
So you get to interrupt me, and I can't finish my.
You got to say, go ahead, Hogtie, because I don't know who you're talking to when you say that.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, I got to step away for about 4 minutes. But I will be back. So I'll be right back. I'm not leaving forever. And for people in the live chat, if you could, again, it helps if you could just say G-Man's saying this now. You don't have to type a whole transcript, but I do appreciate your summaries of like G-Man's making the following idiotic point. But I will be.
Well,
sorry, go ahead, Syko.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Jimmy asked what was so funny. I was just telling him Hogtie's asking for manuscripts of what you're saying to be typed in the live chat.
Manuscripts? Manuscripts, just bullet points, I guess.
So yet again, I'm curious about.
How do you feel about black people being made fun of? Psychopath atheists. How do you feel about that?
Black people made fun of.
That seems a bit of a massive.
By fellow atheists.
What do you mean black people made fun of? How?
Because right now you're supporting it. You know I blocked Hogtie and I can't hear nothing he's saying, and you're over there giggling and laughing. This is your room.
Do you think he was giggling and laughing because Hogtie was making fun of you because you're black?
He made a comment asking for the live chat to get manuscripts of what you're saying because he can't hear you, and I thought that was funny, so I laughed because honestly I wish you would let him come in under another account so you guys can actually have a conversation. You
either got to kick me or you got to kick him because obviously this isn't going to work.
Why does it even have to be all that though? Why can't everybody just have a conversation? I mean, nobody. I didn't think he was being disrespectful. I mean,
he was being disrespectful.
He was asking for you to elaborate on something, and you got upset.
No, I did not get upset. I asked him a question. He ducked and dodged the question and tried to move the goalpost and started trolling me.
I really don't think that's the way it happened, G-Man.
Trolling is moral. I know atheists believe that trolling is moral because they do it all the time.
I think you got a better argument that he was trying to. I think you have a better argument.
Dating on purpose, there's nothing wrong with that.
I think you got a better argument that he was trying to troll you in the beginning when he first got here, opposed to when you blocked him.
That Van is in this room for more than 10 minutes, and he hasn't asked a question about this whack hangout yet. About the conscious community. Is this supposed to be a response to my video? Are you serious? This is a joke. Okay, when is somebody gonna ask a question about the video that I posted on my channel?
That's not going to be me. I haven't seen your video.
Exactly. You want to come in here and
Van and Hogtie came in here because you brought up evolution, and you started asking all these questions about evolution, and then Hogtie say he wanted to come in here, and you was okay with it, so he came in here, and then you two got into whatever y'all got into, and then you blocked him.
I'm gonna let y'all talk amongst yourselves, and then I'm ultimately gonna leave while y'all talk. They want and think what they want. Hell is real, and that's where they're going. And I get great satisfaction knowing that people who think that an imaginary hell, what is it? Hell doesn't exist. Then they get offended when you're telling them that they're going there, right? So I'm just gonna mute my microphone to be entertained by the stupidity known as the atheist community.
Okay. Well, I think that's a perfect example of what I was saying in the live chat, that G-Man is massively prejudiced. He hates atheists with a passion.
Yeah, he does.
They're all one group.
He does hate atheists. That is something you prejudice against, G-Man. You might say you're not prejudiced against white people, but you damn sure prejudiced against atheists. That's fact.
I'm prejudiced against atheists?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's definitely some new information there. It's a good thing that Christians and some intellectually honest atheists know that's a lie from the pit. You know what?
You just provided a perfect example of that.
Do you mind if I invite somebody in here with an education? I want to try to get G consciousness or somebody.
You can invite somebody. Sure, you can invite somebody.
Because I'm losing brain cells listening to atheists. So you people are just.
So it's out of curiosity, you'd like to invite.
Obviously, atheism.
So out of curiosity, you want to invite someone with an education who believes that the Earth is flat?
Because they don't even know how to define what a God is. They don't know how to define.
I'll tell you what, Syko, I have an idea.
Atheists are some of the dumbest people I've ever.
Hold on a second, Hogtie.
I don't really.
They're definitely some of the dumbest people I've ever encountered in my whole life. You people don't use no critical thinking. I can prove that. I can prove that half asleep.
Okay, time out, G-Man. Go ahead, Hogtie.
I am what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in on a different account. And Syko, what do you think of this idea? I would like you to suggest to G-Man that it would be a gentlemanly and respectful thing to do, to let me say something for 1 minute on another account, and if he blocks me on that other account, you kick him promptly, because at that point he'd be demonstrating that all he's doing is being here to disrupt and vandalize your hangout. Does that sound like a good idea to you, Syko?
Yeah, go ahead, Hogtie.
Go let G-Man know that.
Who is Van? Let's see something.
Do you want to relay that?
Okay. Hogtie's about to come under here another account, so we don't have this confusion going on anymore with the not knowing who's talking and everything else, because it's driving everybody nuts.
I'm just trying to figure out who Van is real quick, because he said that I'm prejudiced towards atheists.
Well, and I'm not the only one here who said that.
I want to know if he's worth a video response, because he's going to actually have an audience. If he doesn't have an audience, I'm not going to waste my time with him.
I have not put out a single video.
You don't think you're prejudiced against?
You're not worth my time then.
You don't think you're prejudiced against atheists, G-Man?
Well, I know I'm not prejudiced against atheists, and I have video proof to prove that I'm not.
I'm just
so
going
you don't prejudge.
behavior.
You don't prejudge atheists just off the fact that they're atheists. You don't prejudge atheists just off the fact that they're atheists. Like, oh, he's an atheist. So
right. Yo, psychopath, man, you invited me in this room, bro, to respond to my video on my channel. At some point, either get some people in here who know something about the topic, or you need to end the hangout. Because I know right now you're fishing for views.
I'm not fishing for views. I'm having a conversation.
For views, bro. I know you're selling yourself out right now for views right now.
Stop it, G-Man. Stop it.
And the funny thing is, who are you doing it with?
Last thing I care about is views. Last thing I mean, don't get me wrong. Like any other creator, I would like for my stuff to be seen, but I'm not going to sell my soul for views.
If you want to drive that point home, we're having a conversation.
G-Man, we're having a conversation here.
This is a video response to my video. When are they going to talk about
it? And then you brought the conversation to evolution, and that's when Hogtie and Van wanted to join in the conversation. When you brought it to evolution, you brought it away from the conscious community. I didn't even want to talk about evolution. You wanted to talk about evolution, and then they came in here because evolution got brought up. So don't blame me for that.
Big Bang cosmology and evolution are two different things. I didn't bring it to evolution, and I can prove that very easily with a video response. This is stupid, psychopath.
I actually didn't hear any of the evolution talk. I joined after that, but I didn't never bring up evolution. Talk about the cosmology.
I never bring up evolution, so it had to be brought up by you. I never bring up evolution.
I brought up Big Bang, and you're talking about evolution. You do know there's a difference, right?
No, I didn't. J-Man, I didn't bring up evolution or the Big Bang. You did.
Yeah, I remember when the evolution thing came up. Do you mind? Can I just say one thing, and I'll be as brief as I can about it. And it is going to be an apology to G-Man. What I want to make clear here is that I had heard some comments that G-Man had said that involved psychopath atheist, and I mentioned them earlier in the hangout. I'm not going to repeat them again because I do take G-Man's point that it's none of my business. I came in and I brought it up in front of the two of you. Knowing that would kind of push G-Man's buttons, and sometimes we all got to look at our behavior, and I kind of have a reputation as being a nice guy, and I think if a guy rides it and then just says, oh, it doesn't matter what I do, because people know I'm a nice guy, well, that doesn't mean I'm not a jerk sometimes, and I think that's a misstep on my part. I shouldn't come in and ask you guys in a public hangout about something that was between you two. I mean, I do object to false accusations that are made in public. I think the correct way to address a false accusation that's made in public is for those two people to deal with it privately, but then also there to be some public recognition that the person had made a false accusation. But that's your choice. So you deal with that. I'd come in and I raised the issue, and G-Man's response, at least as I understood it, what I took away from it was he was saying, look, basically, Hogtie, it's none of your business. So then I started saying, oh, G-Man, is it what you're saying? Are you saying it's none of your business? Because if so, I agree with you, and I apologize for bringing it up. But whenever I would get to that point of the sentence, he would sort of shout and would actually get upset about it. And I kept trying to get back to the point because I've never had a situation before when I've been trying to apologize and then to have somebody be angry and to actually interrupt and just sort of refuse to hear the apology. So I appreciate this occasion. Thank you, G-Man, for staying quiet and let me at least apologize for that. But then I also want to make clear that after that point, having you point out to me quite simply, that's none of your business. I was quite willing to move past that and have a normal conversation. And it just struck me that G-Man was kind of having none of it. And I kind of hope from this point forward, G-Man, we can move past it. If you want to talk about other issues, I'd be quite happy to do that. I think the last thing I want to note in this little, because I do kind of want to talk about the word ape, and as I thought that was an interesting point about how racism and evolution and Christianity and those things are related. So I wouldn't mind getting to that. But just even before we get into a thing about racism, and sort of following on the heels about my concerns about public accusations of something. As I stepped away here for a couple of minutes, I did grab my headset and listen to the broadcast, where I did hear G-Man publicly accuse me of being racist, and I got to say I'm uncomfortable with that characterization. You know, I think a person, you know, white people always sort of feel like, oh, I hope I'm not too racist, and we sort of trip over ourselves worrying about it. But then to have somebody publicly accuse me of being racist when they have no foundation for seeing me say bad things about other races or mistreat people of other races, and especially knowing that I live in a place where it's not exactly racially diverse, where I sort of like, oh, I don't like those people because of the way they, you know, I don't understand where it comes from, other than a genuine interpersonal contempt. So I don't know if, you know, I mean, I'm not even going to expect G-Man to address it or apologize for saying such a thing. But I just want to sort of go on record that I find it weird that was his go-to.
Okay. When and where did I say you was a racist? When did I say Hogtie Champ is a racist?
Oh yeah. Oh, I see. So you're going to put me to the proof of the fact that you used those exact words. Hogtie Champ is a racist. The when and where was here, and it was when was it? I just said it was when I stepped away. What was that, like 5 minutes ago, 3 or 4 minutes ago? What I heard you say was you had made some points about. Van might have to help me remember the exact words, but it was along the lines of about them mocking or making fun of black people, or, you know, putting black people down or something like that. That it was that I was attacking black people, and I think what it was because you had me blocked, you couldn't hear what I was saying. All you heard was Syko chuckle, and you inferred that I must have been saying something bad about you. And then you went, well, wait a minute, he's making fun of me and I'm a black person, therefore that's bad that he's making fun of black people. And it strikes me as incredibly ridiculous, because let's say, and I understand you didn't hear what I said, and I certainly wasn't making fun of you. What I'd said was, I'd asked people in the live chat, hey, can you just sort of summarize what G-Man's saying? I wasn't asking for an actual transcript. I was just saying, just sort of, you know, bullet pointed for me. But it made Syko chuckle. So what your vision of what happened there, G-Man, seems to be that I said something that was making fun of you, which again I wasn't, but you assumed that I was making fun of you, and then you took that to mean that I was making fun of black people. So Syko, who I understand to be a black man, laughed at my joke making fun of black people. Like it's just craziness. It's just insanity.
The
which would never
jump in here
happen,
for a
by
half
the way.
second.
Let Van clarify what it was.
Yeah, G-Man never said you were racist. However, he did pull the race card in a very loose way.
Then what? The bottom line is,
no, I'm not.
I
was just trying to clarify for Hogtie, because
I go back.
he asked me for clarification.
I understand slander. I'm gonna tell you this right now. What I will do is I will download this video, and if I said that Hogtie Champ is a racist, which I know I did not.
You didn't. No, you didn't, G-Man.
You didn't say that. No.
You didn't call him a racist, G-Man.
But if I don't see that statement, I am hitting this channel with a flag, because Hogtie Champ is right now deliberately.
What the hell? Are you serious?
That ain't cool, man. Come on, you're going way over the top.
Nobody.
No more, bro. You're not gonna lie on me like that, bro.
G-Man,
well, and
everybody in here just said that you didn't say
sure
that.
He was saying it right.
Everybody in here just said you didn't say that. Everybody just agreed. Everybody in this panel just agreed that you didn't say that. So I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Yeah, and including me, yes.
You either got something intelligent to talk about, bro, or you need to go back to TST with the rest of the morons. Seriously, bro, because I ain't got no time for this.
Okay, so your response to my request for your sorry.
I've been in this room.
We could
for 30 minutes, and you haven't contributed.
Okay, he's going to do it again. He's going to do it again.
To the conversation whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, then, as I said before, G-Man, when you start getting upset like this, rather than having a meltdown, why don't you say, well, let's pick a topic and talk about it. That's why I say I'm always willing to say, let's. Okay, he's doing it again. He's just doing it again. Syko, make a call, Syko.
I'm gonna block him again. Yep, he's doing this on purpose. I don't care what the atheists do with the videos. They're pathetic. No one wants to listen to them talk about science, so they got to create drama.
Okay, well then let's talk about science. Let's move past it. Let's move past it and pick a topic.
Well,
you apologized to me for calling you racist.
He did actually. He did.
Apologize for calling me a racist. I'm ignoring you again,
bro.
I did.
No, he did.
So why did you bring that up to begin with, Hogtie Champ? If you
he started off there and then he corrected himself and apologized. I don't think you heard that part.
No, he heard it. It didn't get through. Okay, let's pick a topic, please. Let's pick a topic. Let's move on.
Let's just go back to the Big Bang cosmology when you said that the Big Bang was not a fact, because nothing in science, science doesn't deal with facts. Science deals with explanations.
I want to respond to what was being said, and I'm going to respond to what was being said. I don't think.
Yeah, I thought we were moving on.
I don't believe that any atheist should be allowed to be in any type of governor. I don't think you people. I think the atheist community is more harmful than Al Qaeda. And I don't mean like atheists in society. I mean you YouTube atheists. I believe you people got mental issues on something real. And I think, and I highly suggest a lot of you go see a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Because you people, there is nothing to learn from you people. I can talk to Lee Lemon and I'll learn from her because she teaches. I can learn from Hannah because Hannah will say, this is how this works scientifically and whatnot, and I'll learn from her. Okay? I can learn from certain people in here. But when I talk to people like you and Van, you people need to be thrown in a dungeon somewhere. Somebody need to throw away the kid.
That's that prejudice I was talking about earlier.
He says, "Oh no, I'm not prejudiced against atheists. I'm not prejudiced against atheists, but they shouldn't be allowed to hold office. I'm sure you'd prefer that we weren't allowed to vote. I don't know what you think. But G-Man,
you'd be thrown in a dungeon, thrown in mental.
Yeah, I know. I mean, but you're not prejudiced against them, right? Like, come on.
And now you're trying to say that I'm prejudiced and whatnot. Okay, you come up with this argument you want.
I stand by that.
No, not now. Before and now, and probably again tomorrow, because you are prejudiced against them.
You're a dummy. You're uneducated, and you're going to continue to be that way. So whatever. You want to leave I'm atheist?
Now,
bro, you can leave I'm the left little girls will like care. I don't care what you think no more because you ain't got no education. So whatever, bro. You have no respect for me. I don't respect what you know, and I don't respect what you claim you don't know.
Okay. Can we dial it down from the personal stuff? Van has something to say that probably isn't a personal attack, so let's let Van have a turn.
So now earlier you made a comment about is the Big Bang a fact, or Big Bang cosmology a fact? And Hogtie said no, which is right. Science for the most part doesn't deal with facts. It deals with explanations. It deals with models.
So, sorry, I wouldn't say science doesn't deal with facts. I just would be clear what facts are. Facts are verifiable observations, right? They are.
I agree.
Okay, honestly, it was my turn. You know, Psycho. This is the thing. Can you even just punch up just to say, let a guy finish a point? Is the thing?
Okay, come on, hold on, come on, G-Man.
Yeah.
Guys on some
because it was a very brief, simple technical point, and that was. I simply wouldn't say that science doesn't deal with facts or deal in facts, because of course facts are a big part of it. But as what's her name? She was the head of the science education place.
Yes.
She's
got her name too.
That's funny. Eugenie Scott.
Yes, Eugenie Scott.
She says facts are a dime a dozen, right? And facts are observations. And no, I mean the Big Bang is not an observation. Right, it's not something you can write onto a data sheet. It's not an observation. You can't put it into your statistics analysis software. But yeah, facts are collected and compiled and cataloged, and that's what science deals with. But no, the Big Bang is not a fact. It's not an observation somebody made. It is a theoretical inference from facts.
Right. So to refer to the Big Bang as a fact is a misnomer.
So, what do y'all got to say about the conscious community?
This is also a problem. I mean, can let's pick a topic and we can talk about it. I mean, I kind of want to talk about again, this is what he's going to do. He's just going to simply talk over people.
And if you don't want to talk about that, then
I do. I want to talk about the ape thing. I mean, I know that Van actually doesn't know what we're referring to, because it sounds like he came in after the discussion about the word ape and how it's used. And okay. By that, Van, I mean not just how it's used. There's technical definitions and stuff. I think what Syko what Syko and G-Man were talking about was not just how it's used in science or how it's used colloquially, but how it's used as a hateful word.
Right. I've seen it used both ways.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know, Syko, if you wanted to sort of say more about it, I mean, I can tell you what I think. I'll sort of repeat what I said in the live chat there when that had come up. Like G-Man was making the point that like if somebody went up to Syko and called him an ape, I mean, potentially that would be something that Syko should be offended by. And I think G-Man's point was, well, you shouldn't. If you believe in evolution, you shouldn't be offended if somebody calls you an ape. And Syko said that context is important. Go ahead, G-Man.
That is not my argument.
Okay, well then go ahead and clarify. Okay, you don't need to use a tone. Go ahead and clarify it, please.
Champ, do it again. I dare you. And we'll just go back to this talking to the wall again. I dare you.
I don't care.
All right, let's not go back to the blocking. Go ahead, G-Man. Explain what you was about to say. Explain your position.
Then you should actually let me make my argument, or actually accurately
we're asking
my argument. Or you
go
should
ahead.
say,
we're asking you to make your argument. Please go ahead.
You are the atheists that believe that God's the only
asking you to make your argument. Please go ahead.
You believe that God exists and still be an atheist. I mean, these are the people I'm talking to here. So you know,
just use that as an example.
Yeah.
Explain the argument that you was making, though, G-Man, so he can.
I want to talk about the conscious community stuff. Hawkeye Champ doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He wants to argue against it all day long, but I'm not.
Okay, so I'm talking about the use of the word ape, and I was for Van's benefit and for the benefit of viewers who've joined since that had happened, I was trying to just sort of really quickly summarize what you guys were talking about, and then you said, "No, wait, Hogtie, you've got that wrong," and I said, "Okay, go ahead, please explain what your actual point was." And then you've talked for the last 2 minutes and you haven't addressed it at all. Can you please? Okay, what is it that you had said about the use of the word ape and how it's related to evolution and Black culture? Okay, well, then we'll just proceed with what my understanding was. I think G-Man's objection was that if you believe in evolution, then you really shouldn't be offended when somebody calls you an ape. And Syko's response, by my recollection at least, was that there's a context to it, right? And I typed something, and I need to use, sort of to make this point, I need to use an inappropriate term, but it sort of illustrates the point. And that is that if a white atheist went up to Syko and said, well, you're an ape. I mean, you're an ape, I'm an ape, we're all apes. I think Syko would know what was meant by that and probably wouldn't be offended by that. But if a white Christian with a Confederate flag on his shirt went up to Syko and called him a porch monkey, I'm sure he would know what was meant by that as well. And you know what I mean? Like I think that people can use a word like ape, and in the context they can understand that it's charged. There's a lot of baggage with the word, and that potentially there's a way of misusing it. But I mean, when somebody not misusing it, you're using it the way you intend to use it. When somebody intends to use the word ape in a really harmful way, it's really, really obvious from the context that they're doing it to be harmful. So that, I mean, that was kind of my reaction to it. I think it's possible to call a black person an ape without being racist, because you're saying I'm an ape, you're an ape.
Humans are apes.
Yes. Although, who was the person who said, was that you, Syko, that said that you thought white people look more like apes than
monkeys? Yeah.
I didn't know how to take that. That was weird. I had to. You said shave down a chimp, and there's a white guy for you. I was just like, wow. Like, how do I take that?
I'm curious how you get there.
You know, as soon as you said it, I thought orangutan, but you went to chimp.
It's images I can show, but my screen share is all messed up. But I can show you some images though, where you can see the comparisons. But you know.
Well, there is a fairly famous one of Ken Ham and a chimpanzee. It's a side by side, left and right, with the chimpanzee on one side and Ken Ham on the other. And you kind of look at it and you go, yeah, I can see it. You know.
Especially the big nose monkeys. It was one I saw with that. What was that old school white dude with the big nose that used to talk funny? He used to wear the top hat. He used to wear the top hat.
No, it's W.C. Fields.
W.C. Fields, yeah.
Yes. It was a monkey with one of those big noses. You put it right next to him. I swear it looked just like him. I swear it looked just like him.
You believe that white people look more like monkeys?
You
believe that white people look more like monkeys?
Well, technically chimpanzees are.
I mean, you already publicly said it. You already publicly said it. I just want to hear you say it again.
I thought I did just say it, like in some cases.
Hey,
yeah.
I want you to write that loud and with some conviction.
Go ahead and give yourself his soundbite.
Yeah, can you go ahead? Yeah, I'm definitely using it for somebody with evidence following right after he's saying it. So
yeah, that's the position I hold is, I think white people look more like monkeys than black people. Yeah.
Just for the record, chimpanzees are apes.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, well, apes. Yes,
right, no
yes, apes. Yes, exactly.
Just wanted to make sure.
My bad. I'm sounding like a Christian. Excuse me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's good.
I don't want to sound like
let's we can get G-Man. Oh, go ahead.
God exists and still be an atheist. You know, you gotta be careful about that.
Well, not a single person ever said that, G-Man. Not a single person ever said that, G-Man. But if you want to change the topic to that, then sure.
They have, and they voted.
Who said
for
that?
The winner. That the point was made. Hog tie champ, you need to catch up, bro.
Who
you don't
did?
even know what's going
on. Would you mind clarifying who said that, or who you think said that?
I did. I watched that hangout. The one you're referring. Hold on, G-Man. I watched the hangout you're referring to. I forgot the guy's name. I know the, what the heck? He's got a new name now. Yeah, he's got a new account now, and he uses a different name, and I forgot what the new name is.
You're talking about Kiki's.
Well, I'm calling him by his new name. I respect people's wishes when it comes to when you identify yourself, by your name on YouTube. That's the name you want to use.
Now I'm blocking you because you're a liar and
no
pit of hell.
What the hell now? If he blocks me, kick him. Done. Like, he's got to go.
What happened?
Because I know what happened. What happened?
On my Skype, now you're
I don't know what you've already blocked me on Skype.
What the heck just happened that fast?
Yeah. I don't know.
See, that's the thing. What happened?
I have no clue.
Yeah.
You know what?
I'm just saying, whatever it was. The point is,
G-Man, calm down, G-Man, calm down. We just talking here, man. No need to get all emotional.
No, I'm not upset.
Well,
but
I think you are.
You're an atheist, then you're a fool. If you're listening to this knucklehead, like I said, if you believe this man respects people's privacy, there's something wrong with you. And if you believe he respects your privacy, tell him what your phone number is.
G-Man, try this.
Watch how fast he gets on YouTube.
G-Man, oh, really? So we're going to that accusation. G-Man, see, the thing is, if you have an actual concern about something I've actually done, then you would have the ability to calmly explain to people what it is that I've done that upsets you. I've made a statement here, and I'm going to repeat it. I respect people. I respect. I would like. Let me make this point, G-Man. Let me make this point, please.
You know what? You trolled me long enough.
I have not trolled you. I've not trolled you.
Can't do it no more.
Okay, then kick him. He's got to go
hey,
this
Van,
instant,
you got something
right now, Psycho.
Say, Van?
And he can come back in another account, but he's got to go. Literally.
Can we stop with the blocking?
G-Man.
There's no stopping him. There's no stopping him. He has to
I understand.
Now.
Give me a second here, Hog Tie.
No.
So I have a question for you, G-Man. I have a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Are you interested in actually? I'm going to ask the question. Will you allow me to?
This will be my last time on your YouTube channel, but go ahead, Van.
Okay. Was your? Do you actually have any interest in talking with people that disagree with you highly?
Actually, you know what, Van? I don't even care if he's talking right now because I want to make this point. I don't care if you want to tell him that I'm talking, and I don't give a shit if he's talking or not, because I'm going to make this point perfectly clear. And I was about to say this to G-Man, except again he just went on to the interrupting and blocking thing. But I want to be super clear about this thing. My position is, and always has been, that when somebody gives an identity here on YouTube, that is what you call them. That's the name you use. And there are times that people have changed names, and a good example is Bible thumping wingnut.
You want to respond to what I just
used
said,
to be here under another name, and it was his actual name. At one point, he decided he didn't want to be called that name anymore, so everybody now calls him Bible thumping wingnut, or his first name. Most people know his first name and they call him that. But we no longer use his last name.
And for those of you who are watching, if you call me a viewer,
and in particular, G-Man is one of the people who has made this request of people or demand, and he's now everybody knows what his first and last name is, right? And forget the story about how it got out there. It doesn't matter, because he has taken the position, and this is really frustrating to me that he's not hearing this, because I want to be really clear about this. And he's not honest enough to go back and listen to this.
One second, Hog Tie.
Not 1 second, Hog Tie. You mute him and you tell him I'm talking.
1 second, Hog Tie. Wait, 1 second. I want to say something. Wait, let me talk. Let me talk, Hog Tie, real quick. G-Man, I don't know what you're talking about when I'm trying to do this for views. I asked you to come on this I asked you to come in this hangout to have a conversation with you about your video that you made about the conscious community. You turned this conversation into God. You turned this conversation into a religious debate. I didn't turn this conversation into a religious debate. Anybody can go back and rewind the tapes. I did not bring up the Big Bang. I did not bring up evolution. And you brought it up. And when you brought it up, I said, I really don't want to go down this rabbit trail. You wanted to say, no, 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 no. I want to talk about this. This is what I want to talk about. And then when the conversation comes up, and when the conversation comes up and we start discussing this and you start trying to get your little aha moments and everything else with your ahas clapping all over the place and everything. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You're repeating yourself 800 times and this, that, and the third. Then you told me I was black and I need to shut up like black people need to do and everything is that and the third. This was all during that evolution conversation. This was all during it's all on tape. It's all on tape. You can go back, listen. And then you insisted and you wanted to keep talking about evolution. Then Hogtie was in the live chat. Hogtie was commenting. No, because you're making false accusations. I'm calling bullshit. And I'm calling you out on your bullshit right now. I'm calling you out on your bullshit right now. Because Hogtie was up in the live chat and he was discussing when we was talking about evolution. He came up in there and he came in the live chat and he was commenting on everything we was talking about evolution, and you wanted to keep the conversation going to the point where I was like, okay, Hogtie, and then you stopped. You was cutting me off to talk about what Hogtie was saying in the live chat. That's how I knew what Hogtie was saying in the live chat, because you kept stopping my conversation to tell me what Hogtie was saying in the live chat. So I said, fine, we might as well just bring Hogtie in here then. So you said, yeah, bring Hogtie up in here. So fine, I bring Hogtie up in here. Y'all start talking about evolution. He said something to you that obviously must have struck a nerve, because you just lost it and went full-blown G-man. And then when you went full-blown G-man, you just started blocking him. And then you just, and this, that, and third. So now I'm sitting there like, okay, now what the fuck is this about? Because we was in here having a conversation. I wanted to actually hear the evolution conversation, since you kept it going so long. I didn't start this hangout to talk about evolution, but you wanted to keep talking about evolution. So fine, Hogtie came in here to talk about evolution. Hogtie said something that you obviously couldn't answer, struck a nerve, and you lost it and went full-blown G-man. And now you trying to blame me for wanting views, when this is the conversation that you wanted and the person that you wanted to talk to. Stop it.
Again, you're a view whore.
How am I a view whore, G-man? G-man, how the hell am I a view whore, G-man? Explain that.
And I can't wait to respond.
How the hell am I a view whore, G-man? Explain that.
That's all I got to say. Because when I get my hands,
explain that, G-man. Explain how the hell explain how I'm the view whore. I'm not the one sitting up here losing my mind and everything else just because somebody asked me a hard question. Just because somebody asked me a hard question. Answer the question. Answer the question. You brought it up. You brought it up, and then when the guy sits up here and gives you the hard questions in return, you don't know how to answer it. So what do? You start blocking them and just start going crazy.
What hard question did he ask me?
I don't even remember what it was. I don't even remember what it was. That's how silly it was. That's how silly it was that you blocked him, because I don't even remember what it was. It was whatever it was. It wasn't block worthy. Matter of fact, I remember what it was. He said something to you, and you said no, I didn't say that, and he asked you to elaborate, and you said no, fuck this, I'm blocking you.
You have testosterone.
It went down exactly like that. He was trying to get you to elaborate on something that you didn't want to elaborate on, and you wanted to just block him.
No, he wasn't. He was trolling, and you're too.
You can go back. You can go back and listen to the footage. Footage don't lie. That's exactly what happened.
You go look at why I was originally acting.
This shit up. The shit's recorded.
He's a viewer.
Yeah, all right, well, I'll be a view whore then, G-man. Whatever. I'll be a view whore. Whatever you say, G-man. Whatever you say, G-man. I don't need to put on no personas for YouTube, G-man. Trust me.
I agrees with them too. And I was called a racist in this room too. By him.
Nobody called you. He didn't call you a racist. I even said you didn't say anything racist, and you still kept going. Everybody on the panel said you didn't say anything racist, but you kept that shit going. And everybody agreed you didn't say that nobody was a racist. Everybody on the panel said that shit, G-man. You was the only one screaming that shit. You're the only one screaming that shit, G-man. You got a persecution complex. That's that Christian disease. That's that book of spells getting in your head again. That's that book of spells getting in your head again, G-man. Get that book of spells out your head. You that goddamn witchcraft is fucking with your mind again. That witchcraft is fucking with your mind. That shit got you hearing shit that ain't happening, G-man. That shit's creating false narratives in your head that's not actually happening, G-man. Get out the matrix. Stop swallowing that blue pill. Yeah, take this red pill, G-man. G-man, slide over. G-man, come through. I got some extra red pills right now. Come through. I got this red pill for you. You need to be unplugged. You need to be unplugged because you stuck in the matrix, G-man. You stuck in the matrix. That's that Christian shit. That shit got you fucked up in the brain, man. That shit be spooked out, motherfuckers. Only religious people turn conversations motherfucking complicated. They always got to complicate every conversation. They always got to get fully emotional.
Complicate or complicate?
They always got to complicate everything.
Complicate? What's complicate?
Complicate, motherfucker. That's what I said.
I'm gonna be laughing at you later on TST. You don't even see what's going on.
About no goddamn fuck TST. I don't give a fuck about no TST. The hell you? What the hell? Like you? Tell you, G-man. Tell me the point I'm supposed to give a fuck. G-man, tell me the part I'm supposed to give a fuck. Tell me the part I'm supposed to give a fuck, G-man. That's the part that I want to know. Which part was I supposed to care about? I don't give a shit about G-man. I don't come up on here, G-man. I don't come up on here giving a fuck about what anybody got to say about me. I'm not up on here for that shit. No, I'll be dead. No, I don't. I don't care what motherfuckers got to say about me, G-man. It's fucking YouTube. What the fuck I care? Motherfuckers say, what the fuck? Like I give a shit, mother. Oh, yeah, psycho, blah, blah, blah. Fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck about that little high school bullshit. I'm a grown ass motherfucking man, G-man.
Yeah, you're a grown man acting like a little boy.
How am I? I'm acting like a little boy. You the one who can't conduct a conversation without going crazy. You derailed every conversation all night. You derailed every conversation all night, G-man, with your emotions. With your emotions. Your emotions got derailing every conversation all night, G-man. You're the one blocking every fucking body. You're the one blocking everybody, G-man. Nobody else in here is blocking anybody but you. You're emotional. You call Thomas over there. You call Thomas over there, G-man. You call Thomas. That's what you are.
I believe you're a sellout, and I believe you're a fake. That's what I believe.
I'm a sellout? Yeah, I know. I'm the sellout. I'm the sellout. Because I'm the black guy who defends slavery, right? Right. I'm the sellout. I'm the black guy. I'm the black guy who said black people need to learn how to shut the fuck up. I'm the black guy who said that. Right. I'm the sellout. Yeah. Everybody, please go back, rewind this hangout, and you tell me who you think the coon is. You press 1 for G-man, press 2 for motherfucking Syko. That's what the fuck y'all motherfuckers do. Get the hell. I'm the sellout. You bugging the fuck out. You got me fucked up. You know better than that. You just talking now. Now you're just talking. You don't even believe the shit you're saying now.
They made this drug called Prozac. I think you need to go take it. You need to go take some
Prozac. No, I got a drug right here called Mary Jane. She hooks me up every motherfucking night. Every night.
You do?
Yeah, she hooks me up every night.
Every
night. Mary Jane get the job done. Mary fucks me very well and puts me to sleep every fucking night. Every night.
Yeah, I don't
know. Yes.
I don't know her.
I bullshit you not. And weed is not witchcraft. I heard you say that shit before too. That is not witchcraft. Let's address that. All right. Yahweh put this shit on the earth for me and you. Yahweh put this shit on the earth for me and you. You just choose not to indulge in it. That's fine. You don't have to indulge in Yahweh's fruit. I choose to blaze this shit the fuck up. Yahweh gonna put it here for me. I'm gonna smoke this motherfucker. Fuck it. That's what the fuck it is. You still, and you know what, G-man? You still my motherfucking dude. You just be fucking up sometimes, man. I just gotta let you know you be fucking up sometimes.
You might not be saying that tomorrow. You might not be saying that one tomorrow.
Why?
Interrupted, and I'm not having people in here trolling me. I'm gonna humiliate you, bro. I'm telling you. You said all right.
You can humiliate me, G-man. You go ahead, G-man. Do what you gotta do, son. Do what you gotta do, G-man. Whatever you feel like you gotta do. I don't know what you're gonna say, but whatever it is you're gonna say, do whatever it is you gotta do.
You're talking to, bro. I pwn you guys for breakfast. Stop it.
All right, whatever, man.
Multi-champ and this dude named.
What do you mean, you guys? Sorry, I couldn't resist.
You know,
why would happen?
A lot of us come to the conclusion that YouTube atheists are just trolls. You guys ain't worth the time no more. That's why I talk about the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, which guy? Who said you guys?
No more. You're uneducated. You don't know what you're talking about, and you guys need to go pick up a book. You know that God exists, and you know that you're going to hell if you don't repent. It's that simple. There's no such thing as atheism. You people ain't nothing but a bunch of anti-theists, and that's it. Miso-theists and anti-theists. You people are a joke. Seriously, not worth the time.
Sorry.
Really debate no more.
I'll take a lie detector test, G-Man, whenever you want to do it.
You're a theist.
Whenever you want to do it, G-Man, I'll take a lie detector test whenever you want to do it.
You're a theist and hates God. That's
whenever you want to do it, G-Man. I'll take a lie detector test whenever you want to do it.
You're God. All you atheists do is lie. Well, not all of you, unfortunately, thank God.
I'm willing to take a lie detector test.
Accusing him of lying or something?
Self-esteem. You guys have the higher suicide rate. You guys are more.
At this point, claiming there's no such thing as atheists. So
lying. Oh, fuck that. Okay, whatever.
Life as an atheist. When you become a theist and you actually have a meaning to your life, you guys need to cut it out.
I got plenty of meaning in my life. I set my own meaning.
No. You're right, because you're your own God by doing it.
No, I'm not a god. I'm just a man.
Van. Seriously, bro, go learn how to have a conversation with a theist, and then maybe one day
I know how to have a conversation with all sorts of people. I don't divide people into theists and atheists. I divide people into cool people and assholes.
Let me know when he draws a breath, because I do want to make.
And nobody is fooled by you.
I appreciate it. It was certainly dull compared to
the echo chamber. The echo chamber is the only one that agrees with any of the nonsense that's going on here by you guys.
Okay. Well, G-Man, we've been in many conversations together, and apparently you didn't even remember me when we came in today.
I don't remember you, and if I see you on my hangout again, you won't get it.
Well, I've never been in one of your hangouts, so don't worry about that.
I already got Hogtie Champ on permaband. You want to join them?
Well, if you feel like you need to, you're more than welcome to.
Already got a 1 month, and I'm going to be talking about him a lot. He's got a 1 month. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
actually,
I'm not
going to talk about him. Not 1 month.
I'll get my friends to talk about him because he's not worth my time.
So you're going to go out of your way to make other people to ask other people to talk about him?
Nope. My friends will see it. That's what they do. Once they hear Hogtie Champ say the things he said about science in here, and once they hear this knucklehead in here say that white people look more like monkeys, I mean, seriously, I can do a screen share and show you how stupid psychopath
he's at this point, he's going to get his friends to help him out.
I'm not humiliating you guys right now and doing what a black person looks like and what an ape looks like and what a white person looks like and an ape looks like to humiliate you guys is because you're doing a fine job of making yourself look stupid right now.
Okay.
So whatever. The guy sounds like Steve McRae right now. Seriously. So continue. Make
is he ranting like in entertaining fashion? Because I can wait with my point if he's actually
you continue to do that. You're just my entertainment right now.
Okay, sure. Okay, go ahead, Hogtie.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be relatively dry compared to a good old G-Man meltdown, but no, I just want to say a thing about the names. I've always taken the position that you should call a person by what name they want to go by. G-Man has been victim to people, even though he, clearly he did it to himself. He's the one who said his own name and whatever the origin of the story is, doesn't matter. Even if he had given out his own name, and then later he said, "Look, this is what I want people to call me." I have said publicly in my hangouts and JD's hangouts and everybody else's hangouts, I've said, "Look, you should just call him G-Man. Like, what's so hard about that?" And his name was said once in one of my hangouts. If you notice, I've got I've got State of the Debate 1, State of the Debate, State of the Debate 2, and State of the Debate 4. State of the Debate 3 does not appear in my channel because at one point somebody said G-Man's first and last name, and I pulled that hangout down, intending to erase the part where somebody had said his first and last name, because I don't think people should be doing that. And then I looked at the hangout and I went, it wasn't that good, and so I didn't bother putting it back up. But the point is, I would prefer to actually pull down a full hangout because somebody said G-Man's name once.
If you guys thought past today,
actually, people might remember that hangout too. The people who were in the hangout will definitely remember, because I yelled at the guy as soon as that live light. I went off air. The live light was out, and I blasted this guy. And I told him, "Don't ever come back to my hangouts again." Anybody who was in that hangout remember I was legitimately like pounding my finger on the desk. I was so pissed off about somebody doing that, because now I had to edit this hangout, which I never treated down. So I mean, I've taken the position both publicly and privately, and I've even taken steps to make sure I don't use his name.
G-Man, please hold on. G-Man, please.
And I've heard G-Man make this accusation before that I've dropped him, and it's just one of those things where it's not just that he doesn't have proof that I've dropped him, but if he actually cared for a moment about truth, if he cared what was true and what wasn't true, if he cared about people around him. If he, I mean, if you care about somebody, you make sure that you say true things about them. You cannot claim to love a person and then turn around and tell other people defaming untruths about that person. And that's what G-Man does. I mean, when he's feels that he's got somebody who he can't best in a conversation, he's going to then go on the attack, and he'll even go ahead and make up lies like this about people. So I know he's been telling people that I've been doc dropping him, and in fact, it's not just that he can't prove it, but in fact, there's ample evidence that the exact opposite is true. I've taken steps to stop other people from doc dropping him. So anyway, I apologize that was a little bit dry, but I just wanted to make sure that was in the hangout that G-Man claims. I'm going to download and I'm going to make a video and I'm going to make you guys.
For the record, G-Man, when I go in your hangout, I do not derail conversations. Let that record be known. I sat up in your hangout with a punk ass motherfucking racist ass jack off for 3 hours and did not derail the conversation. I sat there. I didn't even beast out on him. He was very passive aggressive with his bullshit too. He said some things. If he said it in this room, it would have been on. And I bit my tongue for you, G-Man, for 3 hours. So I don't know what you talking about. I don't go in your hangouts and do this. I don't derail conversations. I keep the conversation flowing.
There'll be a video response to this tomorrow. Unfortunately, you won't have Hogtie Champ here to troll, and you won't have Van Hater troll. You won't have Psychopath Atheist fishing for views. All you're gonna do is facts, destroying assertions, like white people look more like.
So wait, you asked me to come on your wait. So I asked you to come. I asked you to come my channel to respond to a video, and I'm fishing for views. But you asked me to come on your channel. You're not fishing for views.
How am I fishing for views by having you on my channel?
You're the one. I'm going by your logic. By your logic, I guess you must have been, because I wasn't fishing for views. But by your logic, I guess you must have been fishing for views, because I don't understand what this whole fishing for views thing is.
Like I said, if I'm in a room,
most of the people that sub to me are nationalists. Most of the people that sub to me are nationalists, and you're not a nationalist. So how am I getting views by having you on? I would be if I was fishing for views, I would have brought a nationalist on, a well-known nationalist. If I was fishing for views, I mean, because that is what majority of my subs are.
Well, yeah. So why don't you bring a well-known nationalist on here?
I'm not fishing for views. I'm not fishing for views. Again, I asked you to come on to have an honest conversation. That's what I asked you, because again, I was addressing what you was talking about in your video. So I asked you to come on to address that. If I was around last night when you did the hangout, or at least if I noticed that you was doing that hangout, I would have came in your hangout, and this hangout would never happen. So I'm not fishing for views.
You said that white people look more like monkeys than black people do. That you just officially made yourself a candidate for Dumb Atheist of the Year for saying that.
So you disagree? Wait, hold up. So you're gonna be black people look more like monkeys than white people? So wait. By you saying that, you realize you're saying black people look more like monkeys than white people. That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that you just don't know what the heck you're talking about. You don't know.
No. You just said that I was getting Dummy of the Year for saying white people look more like monkeys than black people. So pretty much you're saying black people look more like monkeys than white people. This is what you're saying.
Wait a minute. Just hold on a minute.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to show you what a monkey looks like, okay? Just hold on a minute, okay?
Before you even do all that, is that what you're saying?
Like before so you can get an idea of what's going to happen tomorrow when I make my video.
Yeah, you do that. You show me how black people look more like monkeys.
Just hear me out.
That's not a monkey. That's not a monkey. First of all, that's not a monkey. We just discussed this earlier. That's not a monkey.
Wait a minute.
That's an ape.
Google.
That's an ape. That's an ape. That's an ape. Listen. Go, pull that ape back up. Put that ape back up. Wait. Hold up, G-Man. Put that ape back up that you think look like a black person. Put that ape back up that you think look like a black person, G-Man. Show everybody that ape again. Do me a favor. Show everybody that ape again that you said looked like a black person. And you do me a favor, G-Man. When everybody looks at that picture, shave that ape down. Only thing black on that ape is his hair. Shave that ape there. Shave that ape down. Shave that ape down, then talk to me. Shave that ape down, then talk to me.
Okay, I'm trying to read something, but you're
All right.
scared. I understand you're scared. That's why I have a YouTube channel.
You do
you
that,
understand?
G-man. Go ahead, talk.
You can do it now, or I can humiliate you in front of thousands of potential.
Why you ain't put that picture back up, though? Why you ain't put that picture back up that you think look like a black man? Put that picture up that you think look like a black man.
Trying to, but you won't shut up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all I did is I went to Google, I typed in the word monkey, I went to images, and then the bottom of it, it tells you what monkeys are. Monkeys are I can't even pronounce this, haplorine primates, a group of generally possessing tails and consisting of about 260 known living species. And this is the image.
I told you that's not a monkey, that's an ape.
Not a monkey.
I'm telling you that picture is an ape.
Entertaining video response you have ever seen.
Don't have tails.
This guy.
Chimps don't have tails.
You guys
don't have tails.
I'm just saying. You can't get mad at me.
That's a chimpanzee. Chimpanzees are not monkeys.
Thank you. Chimps don't have tails.
Can I chime in real quick on the monkey?
Know
on the
what a
word
monkey is.
I think it's going to be dry, but
go ahead.
You ranting?
Hold on, G-man.
And even if G-man can't hear this, it won't matter because he won't listen. He won't listen to the actual description here. But I want to say the word monkey isn't a scientific word. People can use it however they want, and I think it's sort of commonly used paraphitically. You'll hear people paraphyletically. You'll quite often hear people say, "Well, monkeys have tails and apes do not." And there's a great video by Aaron Ra that says something about we did come from monkeys or something like that. So I'm going to post the link. It's a really good video, and in it he says if you want to use the word monkey monophyletically, then you have to include all of the extant things that are monkey looking, and therefore all of their ancestors, and of course then the word monkey. In that sense, the word monkey would have to include the ancient ancestors, modern things that we call monkeys, and also including all apes, including all humans.
I'm not worried about it.
New World monkeys.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You want to
it would include all of them. But anyway, so sometimes you hear people say monkeys have tails, but apes don't. If they use that phrase, then they're using it paraphyletically, and that's fine. That's why they're using it. But I just find it interesting that people are sort of correcting each other and saying, "Well, no, a chimpanzee isn't a monkey."
You can come to the great debate.
Well, okay, it's an ape and not a monkey. Well, all apes would be monkeys if you want to use the word monkey monophyletically. Again, very dry, and let's go back to the G-man meltdown. That was just
you want to be stupid.
Okay, G-man, you were saying something for a while there. However, I had asked you to be quiet so Hogtie could make a statement.
We're still talking. Well, oh my God.
And so I didn't hear a thing you said. That
Honestly,
whole time.
Syko. Yeah.
Okay, basically what I'm saying is I don't respect your science critiques no more, because if you can't even trust Google that they know what a monkey is and what the definition of a monkey is, then I can't talk to you.
I said that image wasn't a monkey. That image is
the image you put forth was not of a monkey, correct? Although Hogtie just actually clarified that a little bit to bring some clarification to the issue, which you missed.
I can't listen to
well, it didn't matter that he missed it because he wouldn't have listened anyway.
Whether you're trolling me or not, I'm not listening to you, and that is your own fault.
So. You might have pulled up an article about monkeys. However, the picture you showed was of a chimpanzee, which qualifies as an ape.
Yeah, well, okay, cool, whatever. Hey, man, listen, whatever you want, because I'm not listening to you. I don't take you seriously no more. We'll talk about the great debate as far as God existing going on. I'll talk to you about that. But as far as science goes, you just showed me. All right, I hope true empiricism sees this. That's what I'm hoping. I'm dying for him to get a hold of this video.
Joy.
You better hope this guy puts this on private. You better pray to God he puts this on private.
Wow. Okay. I don't know what I said that triggered you there.
I'm not triggered, bro. I'm laughing at you.
Awfully sounds an awful lot like it. I mean, something I said apparently pushed your buttons at least, and you decided that I'm an idiot on science, even though we haven't spoken really about science.
I don't respect your
20 odd minutes now.
Because if I Google monkey and they show me a monkey and they give me a definition of what a monkey is, and you're saying that that's not a monkey, we're done talking. I can't talk to you no more.
Well, yeah, it's a chimpanzee. Chimpanzee have a tail.
Then if I'm going to talk to somebody,
G-man, does a chimp have a tail? Does a chimp have a tail?
No, it doesn't. I don't think
monkeys have tails. Do monkeys have tails?
We only saw the face. We didn't see the back of it. So
we know what chimps look like. Yeah, we know what chimps look like.
I didn't say chimp. I said monkey.
And the picture
Well,
you showed was a chimp.
You showed a chimp. You showed a chimp though.
Man,
you didn't show a monkey.
That you accomplish in this hangout, man. If I do another rap about the atheists, I will definitely mention you, and I am going to mention the fact that you don't even know what a monkey is.
No, I think actually it's the exact opposite. I've gone on my way to show the difference between apes and monkeys.
You don't even know what a monkey is. I'm not listening to you, man. Seriously.
Okay, by all means, G-Man, educate me. Tell me what is a monkey. No, don't Google it. Tell me what is a monkey.
I just showed you a picture of a monkey, and I'll do it one more time.
You showed me a picture of a chimp.
No, I showed you a picture of a monkey.
Well, this is recorded.
I know it is.
Good. So people will see that you showed us a picture of a chimp.
And monkeys look like white people too. That's recorded too. And I'm also prejudiced against atheists too. Even though there's like about 500 videos that prove otherwise. 1,000 actually.
Just tonight, you've shown serious prejudice against atheists.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Okay, profile. Ignore. My button's on the ignore button with you now, Van, because now you're trolling.
I'm sorry, I'm just repeating your words back to you. If I'm trolling, you're trolling.
No, I'm not. Matter of fact, I'm not going to block you inside here. You're going YouTube.
Yeah, you got to. He's got to go. He's got to go.
G-Man, you do understand though that monkeys and chimps.
I'm not going to block him in the hangout. What I will do is prevent him from leaving a comment on my YouTube channel unless he uses a soccer account or something.
I don't leave comments on your YouTube channel, so don't worry about that.
Hallelujah, praise God. And you know what? And you've been in my hangouts?
No.
Yeah, but that's what you said earlier. You liar.
No, I've been in hangouts with you.
I can't even trust you. You tell the truth now.
No, I said I've been in hangouts with you. I've not been in one of your hangouts.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I misunderstood you.
I mean, the thing that worries me about,
and you jump straight to the lie.
Oh, really? What was
it? Did you ride the yellow bus when you were
reflection whatsoever?
Did you ride the yellow bus when you were little?
Did I ride the yellow bus? Aren't all school buses yellow?
Do you work at McDonald's?
No.
Wow. No,
I mean, what happened here?
Your brain when you're talking to people. Do you use your brain when you're flipping the burgers, or do you use your brain when you're just coming in these hangouts to troll people? I like to know when you actually think and actually have a serious adult. Is there a video you can refer me to where you're actually having a serious adult conversation with another adult?
Well, that rules out any conversations I've ever had with you.
Oh.
Whatever. Hey, listen,
I have to pipe it on this point, and this will not be so dry.
Is
he? If I got a little bit of clear air here, he's still talking.
I'm holding my head right now like Jackie Chan in the meme. What?
Nice.
Go ahead, Hogtie.
Okay, yeah. So there is a member of the Great Debate community who hasn't been very active lately, but he goes by the name Robbie. I think I remember his last name, but I think he's also changed it. He doesn't use it or not. Most people know he's.
Please be respectful.
He has Down syndrome, and he often comes into hangouts and he talks about his love for the Lord. He likes to read Bible passages. He's been in a couple of mine. I find he actually makes a good contribution to the conversation. Sometimes there's like when he reads from the Bible, it's slow and whatnot, so it's sort of a little bit bogging in that way. But then when he's talking about something, and he actually makes some good contributions. One of the things that he talks about quite a bit is experience as a fairly high functioning Downs person. Is how people will look down upon people with various forms of there's different words used for it, whether it's handicap or retardation. I mean, he prefers some of those words to others, but he very much objects to people calling other people retards.
Yes.
And G-Man's really taken up the cause of that, you people shouldn't use that word. Oh, it's so offensive and everything. But at the drop of a hat, he'll start. I'm assuming what he was trying to say to you, Van, was about you riding the short bus to school.
Yes, not the yellow bus, the short bus.
The yellow bus.
I would assume.
Yeah, which is funny. So here he is. So he's freely calling you a retard, but he screws up in the goofiest way. This classic schoolyard insult.
Yeah. Well, Syko, I got to be honest with you. I don't think that we're going to get a whole lot more done here. Anything productive. I'd actually like to chat with you for a little bit, though, if you want to go off air or even on air.
I do want to say that there is one effect that this has, and I've already made this point to Syko, but I want to make it to the rest of the audience, especially people that host Hangouts. So the one thing that is the message that's loud and clear to G-Man here is that he can do this. This is what he can do to a Hangout, is come in and rant and rail. And I do think, Syko, you were very, very articulate. You really made the point clear about how G-Man will just dodge and derail topics and bring up random crap and just have these meltdowns and flip out and then laugh when somebody else is trying to scold him on something. He finds it funny when somebody scolds him. And again, I just want to sort of restate my preference. People can host their Hangouts how they want to host them, but I just want to sort of publicly express my support for the rule that says when somebody blocks somebody in a Hangout, someone gets kicked. I mean, obviously, if the person was blocked for a good reason, well, then maybe kick the person that was blocked. But those are pretty rare circumstances. Most commonly, people use or block, ignore, whatever it is. Most people use that ignore feature as a way of vandalizing a Hangout. That seems to me I mean, there may be a legitimate use for it here and there, but it seems to me that its most frequent application is like what G-Man's done here today. And I think that you know, I mean, I understand your notion too, Syko, that you're like, well, I'm just doing this for fun anyway. But yeah, and he would have done it to Van. I mean, Van just had to say one more thing, and not even anything bad, right? All Van had. I mean, one thing I've seen both Van and Syko do in this Hangout is they picked up G-Man on his bullshit, and they both just said, no, that's not what happened. G-Man will say something, and they'll go, no, that's not what happened. Here's what actually happened. And G-Man wigs out over that. And I think you guys were good at standing up to him on this stuff. But then at the same time, G-Man knows that he can go into a Hangout and hit that ignore button, and there's no consequences for
him.
Yep. I tend to agree with you. So I don't think anything more needs to be said on my part.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and get ready to end this. Well, believe it or not, G-Man, I appreciate you coming on. Believe it or not, you know, passionate dude. I'm passionate dude. So yeah, sometimes shit happens. You know, like I said, you still my dude, but you know, we gonna bump heads because we on two opposite ends of the spectrum. I wish you didn't block Hog Tie. The conversation could have went either further, I think, but unfortunately that wasn't able to happen. But yeah, if you got something else you want to say before I close this out, go ahead.
Don't go to atheist hangouts. It's a waste of time. It is. Can't talk about nothing useful.
Especially once you get blocked.
Hey Van, guess what?
Wish you didn't feel that. Wish you didn't feel that way, G-Man.
Wait till the live go down first, and then I'll block you then.
Okay.
One of these days you're gonna drop that. One of these days you're gonna drop that you have towards atheists, man. You're gonna drop that hate you have towards atheists one of these days. I'm wearing away at it. I'm wearing away at it. I'm chiseling at it. I ain't get all the way there yet, G-Man, but I'm gonna get to you, son.
No, he'll never not hate atheists. He's of a brand of evangelicalism that is an essential, right? You often hear them talk about the essentials and the secondary things in faith. I mean, it's okay if they disagree on some of these things that aren't essential, but this for the evangelicals is an essential, and that is hatred for atheists, and also essential. Don't call it hatred, right? They believe that Christ taught them not to hate, so they can't use the word hate when they do these things that are very hateful. So he's just going to be this way. I mean, I guess it's concerned too about the lack of productivity of. It tells me, well, don't go into atheist hangouts. I did hear that comment about the don't go into atheist hangouts, and really, well, I mean, how productive can this? I mean, I think we've actually done an excellent job, given the what he's done to the hangout.
The constraints.
Yeah, that we can't have a conversation. And you notice too, I'll make this point because I think it's important. Do you notice too that even when he said, okay, look, set it aside, let's go, let's bring up a topic. G-Man complains, well, we should be talking about this. We should be talking about this. Okay, well, fine, then let's talk about that. Oh, no. Then he still wants to complain about the personal stuff. He still wants to talk about the drama. Okay, fine. I accept that. Now let's talk about this topic. Well, then we finally do get him to talk about the topic a little bit, and the very next thing he does is wig out and change the topic to something else.
Big Bang.
I'm trying to remember the specific example.
Probably true, but God is
what happened there. Where I should have had it when I started talking.
I expanded it because you can't.
But there was, you'll notice that just all of a sudden he started railing on about some other random thing that atheists do or something. And when we were trying to talk about the Big Bang, or was it about evolution? I think it was about the Big Bang.
And by the way,
now he doesn't want to talk about
G-Man,
that. He wants to talk about
please.
some other bullshit that atheists do.
Just want to let you guys know that.
Hogtie's talking right now. You can't tell that because you blocked him.
That's okay. I'm done.
Okay. So
okay.
And then Van is a troll. Try to keep him out of
about all we got.
Van's a troll. Keep him out of your Google Hangouts. Van's the man, he calls himself.
Thanks to everybody for listening. I'm about to get ready to close this out. I'll talk to y'all later. Peace, family.
Later. Hey, Psychopath, you know it's going to be a cold day in hell before I come to this channel again, right?
Why is that?
I'm just letting you know, bro.